all from Lancashire. Yeah. So to track and see how it goes. So some drinks and things like that. Well, that's great. So we want to see what we do is so it'll be pretty early stage.
I was watching questions out last night.
Yeah,
Answer the question. I think they'll just talk it down to be a little bit more training.
Right, so, it's just June turning out all of
so I feel like this. Yeah, I mean, so we've got
Just try turning it slowly, channel 7 and 8, or turn it up full blast slowly. Didn't matter, just get the feed. So you start getting it there.
Go left.
That's the beginning. Hang on, we're still getting the feedback there, though, isn't it?
Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Mic check, testing. Yeah.
So that, yeah. So
Back in with switching off.
that wasn't good. It's just there. So that's the video.
That's the intro, yeah. Then it goes back to a holidays slide.
So do you want me to turn it up then press?
But I'll start the first video.
Just to set up, just run the line.
The video thing, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. It was all tech based and we went to see it in film yesterday. It was all like tech to revolutionise the healthcare system. Yeah, far cheaper than I expected. So we're going back there, teaching how to write pitch decks, and then we're finding some money to build something like that. So it wasn't just like a school exercise. I'm not interested in that. Absolutely. One thing that we're interested
So you're going to introduce the session. You just need to change the start video for them.
Yeah.
So once you've finished, you just need to
Sort of volume out and backwards, whatever. Just a question of
so just do that.
turn the volume up.
Yeah, that's
When it's
it.
finished, switch it down. Not worry about
Yeah,
it.
so then no videos in the presentation. We're not worried about that getting into it. You need to put those videos you made on the screen.
Well, I've got those videos playing on the TV.
Right, yeah, you can get one sat down. Right, so I'm just going to stay on the camera one. You, so what you can do is stay there.
Is that how you get it? That's not how you get the feed. Is it? So the feed on the screen is not coming through these lines. What is it?
Yeah.
So you're not taking the audio from mine.
I am for the video.
Yeah, alright, cool. Oh, you really old.
To go off. So Jill intros, I'm just on camera one. Then she says, I turn to the video, I go over to channel 3, mute them, then she comes back in, we unmute them, she turns the audio down. Basically, we send it there, we should get me there now.
I was going to say, we do the intro again, no one.
Oh, come on.
Good morning, everybody. Before we get started, there is no fire alarm scheduled for today, so if you hear ringing in your ears that shouldn't be there, make your way out. Little green signs above doors head you out to the right direction. It's weird this, you get a light in your eyes, it's like I'm a celebrity or something. Welcome to LANIF 22. If you want to hash, tag us, LANIF 22. We'll be happy to repeat, do a storyboard afterwards and use it on socials to promote everybody. That's what we're here for. Innovation Festival has been running 3 years now, but obviously the previous 2 years has all been done online because of COVID. So it is nice to see the room starting to fill up. Throughout the day, there'll be various breaks, and on those breaks, please do take the opportunity to go and visit our people who've got support stands up. They are here, if you're a business, they are here to support you. They are here to help you, so please go and ask questions of them and see what they can do for you. Just like to start by showing a video from the LEP's Innovation Board Chairman, Professor Graham Baldwin. He's got an introduction for us, so let's go.
Hello everybody. I can't believe it is a year. Hello everybody. I can't believe it is a year since our last Innovation Festival. And it's been a really busy year for innovation support work across the county. We started with last year's Innovation Festival, which had a focus on some of our key sectors and focused on innovation, including digital, low carbon, manufacturing and social innovation. We launched a public-facing website, a new brand, Innovate Lancashire, as a place to bring together all the innovation support and stories happening around the county. After you get lots of inspiration from today, I encourage you and any business you know looking for innovation support to check out the website and the social media channels. We've had our first innovation showcase where companies pitched for grants of £5,000, £10,000 or £15,000 to help fund an innovation project in their company. They were also offered mentoring by members of the Innovation Board, and we know at least one of the winners has already gone on to secure further funding off the back of this. We have established links with the other innovation boards in the Northwest to start to build regional plans for innovation. And in the background, we've been quietly working on a refreshed Lancashire Innovation Plan, and we will announce the plan properly in November, but you can expect a 5-year, ready-to-deliver action plan with significant investment from our partners. Plans include developing physical spaces to support innovation, voucher schemes and bid writing support for SMEs, and building new pockets of innovation where our current growth industries overlap, among many other plans. We clearly face challenges. the loss of European funding will be felt, and the replacement funding and its alternative presents a challenge. It puts our innovation infrastructure at risk, and the Innovation Board will be writing to government to express our concerns. Our partners across the county have been rebuilding momentum as we learn to live with COVID. The year started with central government announcing a £5 billion investment in Lancashire to be the base of the National Cyber Force. And partners have since been working to ensure the skills and supply chain pipelines in Lancashire are ready to not just meet this new opportunity, but also to thrive off the back of it. Lancaster University has recently announced a £19 million investment in security research to complement the NCF investment. And that's alongside UCLan's initial £10 million investment in a cyber solutions centre. And also working with the NHS, UCLan are preparing organisations for investment. Our investment readiness programme has already raised £13 million. Place-based innovation has been supported by the Innovation Catalyst model at Lancaster to develop new partnership-driven proposals, including ethically powered data centres in Blackpool. The Lancashire Local Enterprise Partnership's 5 sector groups have now concluded their initial reports, the latest of which is the Lancashire Digital Strategy, setting out the ambitions of the private sector for how they plan to support the growth of the digital sector here in Lancashire and their asks of government. The Made Smarter programme, enabling digitalisation of manufacturing, has been extended for a further 3 years, and we hope that Lancashire continues with its record of having the highest take-up of funding from the programme of any area in the United Kingdom. Our physical assets, including the Engineering Innovation Centre, the Health Innovation Centre, the AMRC North West and Fraser House Hub, all go from strength to strength in providing a place to go for businesses to learn and to collaborate. And so the Lancashire Innovation Board is really looking forward this year to finalising our next 5-year strategy and delivery plan. You can look out for the launch in November, and then we will welcome support in kicking it off in April 2023. We hope this plan will deliver real support on the ground for innovation across both large companies, small businesses, and indeed across wider society, all led by a strong coalition of innovation partners across Lancashire. As for today, you can expect some lively discussion and advice on how amazing innovation stories are happening across our county and how you and your business can benefit too. We hope you have a great day, and please do share any insights you learn on social media. Thank you.
Rousing words there from Graham. So let's get today started then. Our first session is money. And to lead that, I'll ask Mark Gibbons from Access to Finance North West, or Lancashire should I say, to come up and start the day for us.
Lovely, thanks Jill, appreciate it. Good morning everyone, I'd like to welcome you. Thanks for joining us this morning. I wonder if we can ask our panel to join us at the desk if that's okay. Right, so there we go. Access to Finance Lancashire. That's my name in big letters there. I don't know why, because I'm not the star of the show. We've got many more qualified and interesting people to speak to you this morning. So I've presented the innovation show. So I put a few hashtags there, so you might be able to comment freely, and I think Jill would have shot me if I hadn't put those in my presentation. So here's what we've got for you today. We've got a wonderful panel for you, and without looking round, I think I'm going to highlight myself first of all. I'll be facilitating. My name is Mark Gibbons and I'm the lead advisor for the Access to Finance team in Lancashire. We're in part funded by Lancashire County Council to help and support businesses in Lancashire to find funding and finance. So a particular topic this morning is in around innovation, which I'm sure you'll find is a very hot topic and of great interest. Working from left to right, or my left to right, I've got my colleague Ian Dixon, who has many years experience. I'm sure he won't mind me saying, in around equity and investment, and he'll do a short presentation for us briefly. We've then got Paul White, entrepreneur who you may have heard of before, maybe possibly renowned for the modern milkman. He'll be talking about his journey and the ups and downs of raising equity investments. And then on my right, I've got Zane, who's the CTO of Mitigate Cyber, who is also another successful entrepreneur who'll be able to talk about his journey. And I'm sure you'll find that of great interest. And on the end there, we've got Mark Hall of MJH Accountancy, and he'll develop the theme of R&D tax incentives and all important ways of generating income for early stage and innovative businesses. So that's the panel for you. So at this point in time, I think I'll hand over to Ian, who will cover off a brief PowerPoint presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Thank you. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. I'm not planning to use the microphone, so I hope at the back, can you just let me know you can hear me okay? Yeah. Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Can you use it for live stream?
We're going to talk this morning about... Sorry.
Can you use a microphone for the live stream?
They won't be able to hear it on
Sorry, sorry. Apologies. Yeah. Right. Is that better? Yeah. Good. Okay. We're going to talk about funding today. We're going to talk about funding in a particular area of the marketplace in the context of innovation. Now, when I talk about innovation funding, I'm normally using slides, and I'll flip through them this morning, that talk you through what is innovation, that give you an insight into the dimensions of innovation. But it was fascinating talking to a number of you this morning. I think we've probably got an audience that really does understand innovation. And so I'm going to focus, rather than telling you about what that innovation is, I'm just going to highlight for you some of the areas that typically, when Access to Finance engage with clients, we highlight as areas of innovation within the business. So, on this first slide, I think for me, there are three key areas with any business. One is what I call configuration, which is really how you structure the business. So I'm talking really about innovation here in the context of process. Actually, it might be your business, your profit, your revenue model at one level. Alternatively, it might be the way you structure your business to deliver your products, your services, your processes, or it might actually be the network effect. A network effect are very, very strong in terms of developing innovation within your business. The second area is the actual offering itself, and this is the one that most entrepreneurs are familiar with because they understand product features, product functionality, they understand the requirement to iterate, to develop that within the marketplace. But also, innovation can come in the form of partnerships through developing complementary products and services. And that leads me really to the third main area, is actually the experience, and the experience that a user, that a customer has of your product is critical. So it might be you can innovate around the service support. It may be you're innovating in terms of your channel delivery. You're able to segment your customer base, and that might have implications for your pricing strategy. It's also brand extension. And we see lots of examples of where a product or a service has been positioned in one market, but actually the real value is in the brand and the ability to then extend that through your business model, through alternative market verticals, segments, etc. And sometimes it might just be the way you engage with your customers in the marketplace. So really the message here is that when we talk about innovation, innovation affects every single aspect of your business. It's absolutely not men in white coats in laboratories who are investing in IP and something that may be open to commercialisation in several years. So that's the key message. Now the next slide, I can't hope to take you through this slide. It's incredibly complex. But what I wanted to do was share this slide with you, because effectively across the 10 areas of innovation I've outlined, this could almost be defined as a tactical slide. And these are practical examples of some of the tactics that businesses have deployed within innovation. So again, it's about that ideation, it's about that generation of ideas. Fundamentally, innovation is about the thought process and thinking about what you do, how you do it, and how you deliver that experience to your customers. I think everybody in the room appreciates why innovation is so important at a what I call a macro level, a global, a national level. Well, we've got huge challenges as a society. Some of them are linked to climatic change, etc. Some of them are about inclusion, diversity, etc. We've got, as a nation, we've got to retain and importantly attract the talent for the future, those future innovators, those future entrepreneurs, which will deliver that economic growth and prosperity at a future point. But actually, if we now look at that from what we call a micro level, from your business's perspective, it's really important that you innovate because you've got to solve customer and user problems within your business. You've constantly got to adapt and drive the development of marketplaces. The one thing that the pandemic has probably taught us all is that the pace of change is only ever accelerating. So on the basis of that acceleration, it's really important that our individual businesses continue to develop what we call competitive advantage over and above your competitors in the marketplace. So innovation, rather than something that happens at a particular point in time, innovation is a process, it's a constant, it's iterative within your business. And fundamentally, innovation is the key to survival within your business. You know, Mark and his colleagues from Access to Finance will talk about cash is king. Absolutely. Cash is the thing that will ensure the survival of your business in the short term, but actually in the long term, profitability and the development of a profitable business model is the only sustainable long-term challenge to your business. So it's very obvious, and it's an obvious question for you all. It's not a question I need to answer, it's a question for you to ponder on, which is, what's the alternative? If you don't innovate, where will your business be? Not necessarily in 6 months, 12 months, but in 2 years, in 5 years' time. So innovation, absolutely critical. Innovation, and the big challenge that you all face when we talk about innovation funding, is innovation is doing something new. It's pushing the boundaries. You're operating at the frontier of your current revenue models, potentially your current profit models, relationships with customers, suppliers, etc. So fundamentally, innovation is about uncertainty and risk and how you address those two characteristics within your business. But fundamentally, underpinning that, it's actually about your market, isn't it? It's about the technology that you may apply to a particular solution. For me, innovation is about the team. Innovation doesn't happen in a vacuum. Typically, it's not an individual. It's not Steve Jobs launching a product. Steve Jobs, with Apple, was part of a very, very extensive team. And actually, a lot of the heavy lifting, the innovation, came from that team thinking rather than individual thinking. Yes, it's about developing traction. Yeah? So it's an active process. You know, innovating, yeah, is active. It's a verb, to innovate. It's not something that's passive. So as with anything within your business, it's about taking away actions from that. And fundamentally, if you're applying innovation in practice, you hopefully want to scale it. You've got to demonstrate that within the marketplace. And part of that is the commercialisation. And all of these are effectively the challenges that any funder, anyone who wants to finance early stage innovation within a business faces. So this is the typical diagram. So any of you who will have been on innovation courses, etc., this will be familiar. This is the stages of innovation. It's a linear process. You progress from 1 to 2 to 3 and beyond. It's a smooth process. This doesn't bear any relationship to probably what we see in the marketplace. this is actually what we see in the marketplace. So we move from ideation stage through pilot, prototyping, and sometimes the money is there for these early stage developments, and hopefully we'll hear from the panel later on that. But actually, fundamentally, the challenge that you guys face is the complexity of the marketplace, and secondly, how you navigate that complexity in terms of the marketplace. Because there is, and we'll hear from the panel later, there is a huge chasm to take innovation from idea through to commercialisation in the marketplace. And hopefully that's what we're going to explore this morning. Now, I wanted to give you a flavour. Again, I'm not going to talk through this slide. We'll hear more from the panel on this slide. But if you look at that, this is just a very high-level slide of the sources of funding and potential channels of funding in the marketplace. I will make a bold statement now to each and every one of you. There has never been a better time to raise money in the early stage marketplace. There is more money available in the early stage marketplace than there has ever been. That is not your challenge, that's an opportunity. The challenge is actually in accessing that money. And we're really fortunate in Lancashire that from a finance point of view, we heard earlier from the chair of Innovate Lancashire, you've got some fantastic innovation assets. Well, actually, from my perspective, you guys have got some fantastic finance assets within Lancashire. We've got the A2F team, and Mark would kick me if I didn't give you a very quick pitch for access to finance, but equally, we've got gentlemen in the room from UCLan, the Investment Readiness Programme. We heard from our earlier speaker, these guys have raised 13 million already in equity. That's a dedicated programme specifically for Lancashire businesses. So between access to finance and the UCLan service, we collaborate, we work very, very closely in supporting you guys in the marketplace. So from an access to finance point of view, we have, or Mark has, a dedicated team of 4 individuals working across Lancashire and engaging with businesses on a day-to-day basis. What we do is fundamentally 2 key priorities. One is to support your investment readiness, and obviously when we talk about innovation, that's understanding your innovation, but understanding that in the context that the funder would wish to be presented with that development, that idea. And then secondly, that challenge that I talked about in navigation is actually to potentially introduce businesses, you guys as founders, to suitable sources of finance in the marketplace. Now, I talked about these being fantastic assets for Lancashire, and the reason is they're fully funded, and I deliberately say fully funded, not free to access, because the reality is the biggest, most valuable assets that many of you have as founders is your time. So you need to choose where you spend your time very, very carefully. That's what accountants call an opportunity cost, but it's important that's pointed out. Because we are fully funded, so we are fortunate that we draw our funding from Lancashire County Council, work very closely with the LEP, and currently from ERDF, so funding that comes from the EU from Brussels. It means actually that we're not reliant on any source of income in the marketplace by way of introductory commissions, by way of residual success fees, etc. So what you get, hopefully, is best advice. You get that impartial and independent advice in the marketplace. I always say it's credible. Yeah? Not going to talk about my background today, but what I can tell you within Mark's team is an incredible depth of experience and knowledge and skills that can be brought to bear for your proposition. It's entirely complementary. We work with all of the business support services across Lancashire, so through Lancashire Boost. I've already referenced working closely with the UCLan Investment Readiness team, but actually there's a much wider ecosystem of business support across Lancashire and across the wider geography, and Mark and his team are absolutely tapped into that support. And fundamentally, we are connected. So we have a very focused target. We work on funding, finance, and securing investment. The reality is you will be working on many, many other things across your business. So at the most appropriate point for you, recognising that you've got the finite capacity to absorb business support, these guys are connected and can make those introductions on your behalf. So, I'd encourage you all to, after today, engage with both Access to Finance and talk to the guys here from UCLan as well. So that's the end of the presentation. Hopefully not taking too long, Mark, but I'll let you progress now with the round table. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian, much appreciated, and hopefully that presentation maybe stimulated some thoughts within your own minds, or maybe even some questions as well. So what we'll do, I think quite interestingly enough, the point that Ian raised there, that there isn't a better time now to secure funding for innovation, and the marketplace is quite buoyant with capital, and I think that's maybe possibly a new learning that we found today. So is there any questions before we perhaps move on to speaking to one of our entrepreneurs and them telling our story or their story? Gentleman at the back,
yeah.
You might just have to project your voice, I think.
Good morning, everybody. James Dyson, in his recent autobiography, Innovation Through Failure, or Invention Through Failure, indicated that the biggest problem that he had, having raised capital and finance with other bodies, was to actually keep control of his IP and his business. Case in point was the ball barrow business, which he was bought out by the other board members very early in his career, before the vacuum cleaners. What are the panel's thoughts on actually keeping that control with part of finance partners going forward, and how does that affect your strategy?
No, thank you for the question, appreciate that. Yeah, it's a question of control once investment has come into the business. Ian, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I think you raise a very, very important challenge for many of the founders. I mean, for me, it's a question of the stage of development of your business. Many of you will be familiar, obviously, with Dragon's Den, with sources of business angel finance, etc. Actually, at one level, Dragon's Den is pure entertainment. It doesn't mirror the reality of investment in the marketplace. What I always believe, and again, these are generics, it's very difficult to talk specifics about businesses, but if you differentiate between essentially the three key stages of forming a business, so you've got something we call pre-seed from a financial point of view, that's often at the very early stage of the business. You're looking at potentially releasing equity of anywhere between 10 to 25% of your business. Over and above that, if funders are demanding a higher share of the equity, first and foremost, you have to challenge whether or not that's the right funder for your business. The key thing I always caution coach entrepreneurs on is that every single funder really does recognise the importance of you, the founder, and of the management team as being critical to execute that business plan. Without effective execution, effectively, they will not make a return on their investment. Yeah. So my view is very clear at that very early stage. Certainly the funders we work with recognise that they can't be too greedy, if you like, in terms of the equity share, from their own point of view, that they need to motivate you, but also importantly, the reality is your business develops. So as it develops from pre-seed to seed stage, maybe even to Series A funding as it begins to scale, then the reality is your share ownership, your capitalisation table, needs to have some headroom that can facilitate additional investors. And I think the reality of me working in this marketplace is there is a recognition and understanding on behalf of founders. So I don't see, too many funders, be they institutional VCs or early stage funders, who are saying we need 45, we need 50% of your business to make the investment work.
Lovely, thank you very much, appreciate that and the question as well. Any further thoughts or questions before gentleman over there on the right.
Morning. John Norris from Being and Longworth. We've had a number of grants for developments from a number of agencies. The best has been Innovate, who've been paying us sort of 3 months, and that's a lot of cash flow to stand. Is there any way to argue that you get money? The only one that we've ever had, which has paid us money up front, has come from the EU recently, when it paid us 50% up front, and I was amazed when that was offered, and then when it came. Where is it going? Yeah, we're a small company.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of money to be paying our advisors and the laboratories that are doing work on a monthly basis, when you only get a big lump back after 3 months. Am I going wrong somewhere?
I think typically a lot of grant funding now is based on defrayment, so there is that challenge of getting capital into the business in order to do that R&D, in order to do that innovation, at which point then you can demonstrate that that activity is taking place, and at that point then you can draw down from your grant funding. So there is an inherent challenge there in ensuring that the business is well capitalised to make sure that it can unlock that grant capital, which it seems that it can be a problem and a challenge for many businesses, you say. Ian, have you got any thoughts that you want to?
Yeah, one quick thought is the grant landscape is changing, not least because grants are more difficult to access. Two things. For the lower end grants, there has been a recognition from agencies within the EU, as you've already referenced, and from Innovate UK, that cash flowing of awards is difficult. So some grants now are paid, as I think you've referenced, from the EU up front. Now, for me, that's a trend that for smaller SME grants will continue. The second trend that's certainly developed is the concept of match funding of grants as well. And that match funding concept was very deliberate in terms of its implementation, its strategy, because you have to demonstrate that you've got that match funding up front, and part of that match funding is to allow you to cash flow. Now, if you're an established business, that might be your own internal resource. So I absolutely understand where you're coming from. If you are a newer, less well-established business, that might be additional external capital that you're raising that will help you cash flow that grant.
Thanks very much. Gentleman at the front.
William Starr from WO Construction. Everyone is talking about this money being available. Maybe I'm missing something. I don't know where it is. How do we? I don't know how we access it. I mean, it's crazy.
You need to have a chat with us at Access to Finance. It was almost as if we planted that question, wasn't it? Yeah, we'll catch up after the event if that's okay. Lady there.
Hi, Paula Gill from North West Aerospace Alliance. I just wanted to follow on from what John was saying. When you talk about the funding and the match funding, it does seem to work where it's geared up to businesses that have already got some of that capital, or they've got to then go and find additional capital. If they are a startup business that is an innovative business that are trying to bring something new to market, that are trying to go through that R&D process, how can they get that initial funding to create the match funding if they aren't an established business? Because there aren't loans available to be able to do that, and if they haven't got a product to sell, they haven't got a regular income. So how do we overcome that?
I think in the early stage aspect of businesses, then typically you're looking at equity investment, which is can be the catalyst for businesses to sort of progress to the point of commercialisation. So I think Ian touched on this in terms of angel investors that will potentially look at viable propositions. So in essence, that you may need a cornerstone investor to get the ball rolling and to progress the business to a point where, as you say, revenues are generated, where typically then you may look at debt funding and commercial loans. Ian, you had a thought?
No, I was going to say we've got two entrepreneurs on the panel and an accountant who regularly raises money, so it'd be interesting to hear your thoughts, Paul. On
Yeah. Do you want me to jump in? I think for us, certainly when we started our most recent tech company, we had to raise some money. We got a grant from the Levelling Up Fund, and we had to raise some money to be able to spend that capital effectively first and then claim it back. And you've got to literally just sell your soul. So, for example, I took out a large personal loan against my own assets to be able to finance that. And if you've got to be prepared to do that, if you've got something to do it against, because you've got to have skin in the game. It comes down to how much do you really believe in what you're doing. And I think that's part of the reason that it's great that there's match funding for grants and things like that, because otherwise, if the government is just chucking money at stuff, people will always take the money. You've got to have skin in the game. For us, it absolutely had to work because I'd lose my house if it didn't. So it's a really important thing, I think, that you do have to be able to do that. And yeah, so just be prepared to do, so long as you're really confident in the idea, be prepared to do whatever it takes to get the money to be able to do it.
Thank you. Zane, do you want to give a little bit of an expression of your journey and maybe the ups and downs and challenges that you thought, especially in the early stages and pre-revenue?
Yeah, definitely. Thanks. So I mean, what we did, and just kind of continuing on with your question there, what we did, so I mitigate cyber, did my master's at Lancaster University, and excuse me. And what I found was that to get the startup going, you really have to utilize a lot of the programs and initiatives that are available around you. So we took out space at Lancaster University, for example, and it was a free space you could use. You don't have to kind of pay rent or anything like that. And eventually from that point on, we got involved with a lot of master students, PhD students around cybersecurity. So utilizing the skills that's available to you at no cost at all. So we were able to work together on various projects and develop the R&D. And in turn, the students were getting a lot of experience, because the problem they were having was that they can't go get a job because they don't have any experience. So they were getting the experience, and we were getting the input in terms of growing the business. We ended up then funding their masters, which was again a move which meant that we could retain that talent, because once they work with you, quite naturally they'll move on to other larger organizations, and they want that, the city lights, and they'll go away, and so all that kind of work that you've done goes away. But that was another good idea for us to be able to retain the talent for 3 years while we're growing the business. We then went down the equity route, because we felt that we did a lot of research with the universities, with the academia. We even did some work with Lancashire University, obviously while we were based there, but with Southworth University, Liverpool John Moores University. And that's where a lot of the innovative things are going on, a lot of good research projects. So we were able to commercialize some of those, and then went for equity investment, which allowed us to scale, get more resources into the business. And that was a really interesting journey, because it is difficult, because I think when you are developing a business, there's a tendency to burn a lot of money when you're trying to innovate and the market's not there. So when we started back in 2013-14, no one really knew what penetration testing was. We used to get a lot of eyebrows when we used to mention the word penetration testing. But I think now a lot of the market knows this ethical hacking is simulating a real life hacking scenario, which didn't exist back then, but now people are aware of these problems. So they're more open to us coming and testing their organizations. There's a lot of initiatives from the government. With the arrival of NCF, we can see the markets there now. It's over a few £billion just in the UK that was generated in cyberspace. So it's kind of carrying on with that journey and making the decisions along the way. We went through another equity round as well, and recently we've just been acquired 2 months ago. So it's been a kind of complete journey from start to finish, but now they want to kind of carry on and invest in the products and do what we're doing. So yeah, just thought I'll kind of share a quick overview of that.
No, thanks for that. That's really quick but insightful story. And I think especially when you're looking at very early stages, and as Zane said, especially if you're doing that R&D activity, it's probably crucial to be aware of what funding options and what tax incentives are out there for any businesses engaged in R&D. So I wonder if at this point, Mark, we could sort of bring you in to highlight one or two options for early stage businesses involved in R&D.
That's fine. Okay, thank you very much, Mark. I'm Mark Hall from MJH Accountants, and I'll start off by very briefly telling you about my journey in business. I'm obviously a chartered accountant, and I work for a firm where I train. But upon coming to the end of my time there, I was thinking that the time for the traditional accountant is very much drawing to a close, and it is very important and critical that this profession needs to innovate. And that is the very reason I left where I was and set up on my own, because I felt as though I could really do things differently, really embrace the technology available and use that to help clients in a very different way. And that was 10 years ago. We just celebrated our 10th birthday earlier this year, and we've grown to a team of 15 staff with around 500 clients, so we're obviously doing something right. The second point I wanted to make was just following on from Paul's question about early funding for businesses, where stipulations of grant funding require match funding or certainly other funding, because the grants are never up to 100% or very rarely up to 100%, and also you've got to tend to have to finance them initially. As part of my MJH journey, I've met many people, and one group of people convinced me to get involved in a project of developing an electric ocean-going boat. Now, obviously, to develop the idea, to engineer the idea, to build a prototype for that before you even get anywhere near the market, is very, very costly. And also, when you start talking to people or trying to sell a boat owner an electric boat, as you all know, water and electric don't really tend to go together very well. And also, if you run out of electric or the battery failed, then you're in the middle of the sea with not very many options. So it's a very challenging very challenging project. And if you can't convince a boat owner to become interested, you're struggling to convince an investor. So we are in the process of negotiating that and trying to find investment and grant funding, but we're faced with the challenge that many businesses are of trying to find some investment to couple up with the grant application to secure it. So I understand your pain, and it's just a case of battling on, and like we were saying before, ultimately you've probably got to put your own neck on the line and get a bit of your own skin in the game if you're going to start convincing other people. So that leads me on to the main reason, or the main thing I wanted to talk about today, or I was asked to talk about, which is about research and development and how the tax system can help you. And there's a lot of falsehoods been branded about the research and development tax relief scheme over recent years. People seem to think they can write a book and get R&D tax relief on it, but the problem is, as with a lot of things in the revenue, they tend to process and pay out now and check later. And it's when the checking later happens, not for everybody, because they obviously can't check everything, but when it does happen for the people they do look at the returns of, that's when you might have a problem on your hands if you've made a claim which isn't quite within the rules. And the problem is, okay, a lot of accountants look after R&D tax claims for clients, but a lot of accountants shy away from it because they're not 100% familiar with the scheme, they're not 100% confident of what the business has done and whether it meets the regulations. But there's a void there, and that is happily filled by a lot of R&D consultants who, without mentioning any names, can be quite gung-ho and encourage business owners to make claims which don't quite fit within fit within the requirements. So I wanted to just explain very briefly what the requirements are. Obviously I can't go into all the detail this morning, but very briefly what the requirements are. And the first thing to remember is innovation does not automatically equate to an R&D tax relief claim. As we were saying before, innovation is very important and a business has to innovate to continue. But to actually qualify and meet the requirements of the R&D tax scheme, that innovation needs to A, seek out and advance in a field of science and technology. That science and technology doesn't include economical studies, psychological studies, anything of a humanities nature. It has to be a project which particularly seeks out a specific advance in science and technology. And it can't just be science and technology that you don't know about. It's got to be an advance which is not already being developed or not already being researched into. Now, there are a number of small exceptions to that. If a company, another business or company's done this and managed to get a trade secret over it or patent over it, so it's not generally or publicly available, then you may well qualify yourself. But certainly if there's other software, other technology on the market available in the same field, then you cannot do exactly the same just because you don't know about it or you don't understand it and claim it's R&D. And secondly, it cannot be something which is seemingly obvious. There has to be a decent element of uncertainty around it, so that to demonstrate that there is actually a problem to overcome. So they are the two main requirements. A, it's an advance in a field of science and technology, and B, there are at least one or preferably a number of uncertainties you've got to overcome in doing that. And then, so if you can find a project, or if you are working on a project which satisfies those two basic means, then you've got a chance. And obviously, the project needs to be looked at in detail, just to ensure that it does meet the requirements, but they're the basics. So then it comes on to what tax relief is available and how does that work? Well, the main two areas of tax relief are around staff, or subcontractors, or externally provided workers, as the revenue like to call them. So basically any people working on a project fall into the tax claim. And as well as that, any consumables used, any products used in undertaking the project and developing prototypes and samples and the like, they all qualify too. And a little bit of overhead can be claimed as well. So if you're using half of your factory to work on this, then you can claim for half of some of the overheads. Again, there are exclusions as you would expect. And then once all these costs have been apportioned, because obviously you'll have some staff who are working on a project, but not 100% of the time. So all costs have to be obviously apportioned between their R&D work and their non-R&D work. And once you've got the final costing, then you effectively get extra tax relief to the tune of 25% of those costs. So if your R&D costs are £100,000 in a year, and you've got a tax bill of £50,000, well then effectively you save another £25,000 off that tax bill to get it down to £25,000. If alternatively, as many innovative young companies are, who are setting out to develop a product, they may well be loss-making. If they have no product to sell, then obviously they're unlikely to be making a profit and are probably loss-making. And in the case of loss-making companies, they can trade in those losses and get even a bit more tax relief, and it adds up to 33% of the costs. But the problem is, you've got to spend the costs, get to the end of your financial year, get your accounts and your tax return in, and wait for HMRC to process it. So again, we're in a case of paying out now and getting the tax relief down the line. Unfortunately, HMRC don't give loans on R&D. So that's pretty much what I wanted to talk about. It was as much as anything, as well as a summary of the scheme, a word of warning and just an overview of the main criteria, so that you know what you have to be doing to meet the revenues requirements, because there'll be plenty of people around who may tell you very different. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Mark. I appreciate that. And it goes to show that, it's been mentioned before, it's not necessarily people in white coats that qualify for R&D, but certainly it's a complex topic, and professional advice is crucial when having a look at these things and expenditure within your own business. Just wonder if there's any sort of questions in and around sort of R&D and anything that Mark might be able to cover off for you. Yeah, please.
In terms of R&D, is there any social value that you could do that could be considered as R&D in your company?
In your company?
In my
company. In any company. Yeah. Okay. Yes, obviously there is, but like I said before, to qualify for the R&D tax relief, it may be social as well, but it has to be a scientific or a technological advanced sort. So it can't just be we're working in a greener way, or we're now using paper bags instead of plastic bags. It has to be something bigger than that, something that isn't done already or hasn't really been done already. And there are a lot of R&D projects around energy efficiency, working greener, reducing carbon, and if those projects involve the development of a new product or a new process which isn't being used already, then yes, that will qualify. But it comes back to the basic rule: has somebody else done this? If they have, then the answer is probably no.
Thank you. Appreciate all the questions. They're really good to sort of receive. So I just wonder, Paul, if you might want to sort of share some any tips, any thoughts that you might want to share with entrepreneurs that are early stages now and maybe considering equity investment. Just wonder if you could share a few thoughts, Paul.
Absolutely, yeah. We've just completed a £250,000 equity raise last week for our new tech company, which we started 6 months ago now, I think it was, and we've now got that tech to market in the last 4 months. We've managed to build the tech and get it to market. So we've been building really quickly, and my experience is particularly in raising equity funding through that. We did have a small government grant at the beginning, which was really useful, part of the pilot programme, and I hope it continues, because without that we wouldn't have been able to work in the business full time to be able to then raise the money. So if you can unlock a bit of that and be able to work full time on trying to raise the money, that's really useful. When we set off on the fundraising journey, there wasn't quite as much uncertainty as there is at the moment about the economy, and so as we've gone into that journey, it's got tougher and tougher and tougher, but we've still managed to do it. And we were told by lots of different people that we had 3 hurdles effectively, that we were pre-seed, so we were just going with an idea, and just going with an idea and no tech or anything else is a pretty hard sell, but because of the team that we had, we managed to get over that barrier. The second one was the economy and the state of play at the moment, and particularly where we were looking at, I guess, institutional investors. They were having to follow, it was getting to a point where people were having to follow the money they already had in businesses, because those businesses weren't doing as well as they'd expected to do, which left a bit less money for the new starts. And then the third problem that we were told was you'll never do it in Lancashire, because if you take your business to somewhere like Manchester, and we were offered on several occasions all of the money we needed if we would relocate to Manchester, and that's one of the biggest challenges that this county has. And rather than just whinge about it, we just have to change it, and that's very much the attitude that we came up with. So we, I think one of the most undersold things is the SEIS investment scheme from the government, where there are a huge range of tax benefits for investors that most people don't know about. And I don't know why that is. I don't know if it's because if everybody knew, everybody would do it, and then there'd be far less tax in the system. But it's literally almost sounds too good to be true. So there's a 50% tax break for investors. They don't pay any tax on the capital gains after 3 years. The benefits are the investment is almost underwritten by the government up to about 70%. So if you're choosing between putting money into crypto or putting money into this, why would you not do one that was backed? So once we'd found out about that, we decided, we've been told it's completely impossible. Let's just go and do it ourselves. Let's not use a company to try and help us. Let's just go out there and start approaching people. And we managed to raise our entire £250,000 from people within Lancashire. So we weren't just people told us we couldn't do it in Lancashire, and we actually managed to raise that money from people here. We'd not written a pitch deck before, we did the whole thing, we sat down, and actually we really enjoyed the process of doing it. It's allowed us to accelerate the business and get to where we needed to be. One thing that we learned early on is that we'd massively undervalued the business by about 50%. So we would have given away way more equity than we thought, but it's really difficult to value effectively an idea. So we did have some help doing that. But just to sort of circle back on the whole point, we found it, people say, I think Lancashire is the 4th most underinvested place in the UK. So it's a real challenge, but we found it easy to do. And what we've done with those group of investors is bring them together now into sort of a Lancashire-based investment group. And so today we're launching a venture investment group that is just based in Lancashire and will only invest in Lancashire businesses, which we hope over time will completely transform the investment market in Lancashire. So it will be mainly made up of Lancashire-based investors, but it will only invest in Lancashire-based businesses. So you'll be able to, after this event, go to, it's called Detarbo Ventures, and you'll be able to go to detarboventures.com. And if you're an investor, you'll be able to say that you want to invest in Lancashire-based businesses. And if you're a company that's looking for investment, you'll be able to sign up there. And we also recognise that because it's an underinvested area, there's not a great ecosystem for knowing what to do to be ready. So if you've just got a great idea, we had to be pretty ready with the pitch deck and all of that stuff. If it's just a great idea, it's just at the ideation stage, we want to speak to those people. We will only do very early stage businesses, which is effectively the place that we struggle with the most, in the place that we struggle with the most, at a time that people said we wouldn't be able to do it. So all of those 3 things that we struggled with, we've managed to pull together a team of people, which is headed by myself and Connor, my business partner, and then some people from the big 4 accountancy firms and executives at the BBC. So there's a really great investment committee that we're bringing together, and hopefully we'll be able to do some good in Lancashire with that.
Sorry, what is it you do then? Sorry.
So I founded originally I founded a company called the Modern Milkman, which is now a doorstep grocery delivery service across the UK and into Europe. But I've recently founded a tech company that connects window cleaners with customers on the doorstep, which is just rolling out across the UK. We were in Surrey last night, setting up some people down there. So yeah, effectively it's a home maintenance app that uses AI technology to be able to book immediately rather than get a quote.
Yes, lady at the back.
Yeah, Deborah Blackman from Essentially. It's great to think that everybody can access finance. Just from the panel's perspective, how much finance is in the pot and how much is actually given away? Because there must be quite a large proportion listening to people saying, come on, get to us to invest. How much is left out of that pot every year that is going to waste? Thank you.
I'm not too sure which pot you're referring to.
The funding pot overall. How much money is available and how much money is actually utilised?
I think Ian, in your presentation before, you talked about the marketplace being quite buoyant and plenty of capital for early stage businesses. I just wonder if you're happy to elaborate on that.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think I opened my pitch by talking about there's more capital available in the marketplace. I think that capital is directly linked to the fact there's more competition in the marketplace. So, great to hear that Paul and his business partner Connor are launching Ditabo Ventures, but that ecosystem itself, there are literally, I always used to say hundreds of funders. Now I believe there are thousands of funders. And the one thing that the pandemic has done for early stage businesses is it's driven fundamentally two factors. The first of those is transparency. So, the days of regional physical business angel networks as being one of the key conduits to early stage investment are largely gone now. The fact that effectively technology is enabling entrepreneurs, enabling management teams to put propositions on platforms, and there are a whole rise of intermediary platforms now who are facilitating that pathway to investment, means that actually your proposition can now get in front of more funders than ever. As an asset class, venture capital, early stage investing, as Paul alluded to, has become more and more attractive. One of the things, certainly over the last 3 to 5 years, is a lot of the, what we might call ultra high net worth money that previously was administered by wealth managers, by family offices, etc., hasn't been able to generate the returns from government gilts, those safer investments. So what we've seen is a change in the risk profile of some of this money, and that's meant that more money has flowed into venture capital. So I can't tell you what the size of that pot is. I don't think anybody could tell you what the size of the pot is, but all I can say is investment levels, investment into early stage businesses, is more buoyant than it's ever been. Yes, we're entering difficult economic conditions, and probably Paul and his colleague will see that manifest itself in lower valuations than perhaps we saw during the pandemic, etc. But there is plenty of capital that is, if you like, still resides on the balance sheet of whether or not they're angel syndicates, institutional capital, etc. It's absolutely not a shortage of capital. What they are is conservative with a small c about their choice of where they deploy that capital. So what we've seen is increasing, I won't say fragmentation, segmentation of the marketplace. So we've absolutely seen the rise of early stage funds that have focused on particular market verticals. So, at the beginning of the pandemic, it was medtech, any remote-based healthcare solution, any remote-based educational solution was really, really popular, and there was huge competition amongst early-stage investors. What we're seeing now is the rise of what I'm calling climate tech. So, businesses that are focused on addressing those huge societal issues that we all face are very popular at present. What I see in terms of the marketplace, though, back to your question about check sizes. Check sizes, I don't think at the pre-seed stage, the early stage, have reduced. So I'm not seeing people go for 200, 300,000 and only come away from that funding round with 150,000. I am seeing conservatism at a higher level at the more established businesses, definitely, where your valuation is critical, because that determines the equation in terms of the release of equity, the percentage of your business that you would give away. I'm also seeing a trend whereby investors are releasing capital against actually milestones hit within your business. So rather than give you what we call a runway from a cash point of view, what they're saying is we will fund a runway for a certain period, typically 6 to 12 months, while the team can execute the strategy. But actually then we will follow our capital, if you like, and that's a little bit of what Paul was talking about in terms of some of the funders preserving capital for their existing portfolio to follow on. So it's a great question. I've answered it in a really roundabout way, but hopefully I've given you confidence that it's not a shortage of funds in the marketplace. I think what all of you who are potentially looking for early stage funding, it's more about the quality of your proposition. So, again, earlier Paul referenced, the work on pitch deck, and it sounds like Ditabo are building a team that will support entrepreneurs with that piece of investment readiness. That's absolutely what our colleagues at UCLan, the Investment Readiness Programme, do, and it's absolutely what Access to Finance do. So, again, I come back to that. There's lots of support in this ecosystem for you. Fundamentally, early stage is driven by the team. I know I'm going slightly off tangent, but I see far too many founders who are incredibly comfortable talking about their product or their solution. What you've got to do, and what the challenge for all of you, is actually to put yourselves in the shoes of the investor. So you need to present your proposition through the lens of the investor, and he or she is really worried about what's the problem you're solving, what's the pain in the marketplace for users, customers, etc. Because it's actually that pain point that opens the door to monetisation. Not your solution, not your idea. That's what you're passionate about, because that's where you started your journey. So you've got to think about what that pain, what that problem is in the marketplace. It's hugely, at an early stage, driven by you, the founder, and the team as well. Because at the end of the day, the investor only has you and the team to execute, and it's your ability to execute that will determine the success or failure of the particular business. It's then about things like the market size. So what market are you in? What's the size of that market? So not the total market, as people can very easily reference, but actually what's your addressable marketplace? So what's your serviceable marketplace? And then it might be the traction that you develop. So I talked earlier about taking action and about action being critical. So don't tell me about what you thought might happen in the future. Tell me about what you've done. And it's only probably at that point in the pitch deck that I want to know about what your solution is and how you're solving that pain point. So it's critically important to put yourself in the shoes of the investor and that investor mindset when you do present to potential funders.
It was just nice really what Paul was saying about getting investment in Lancashire as well. At this point I'd like to sort of bring Zane in as well, because I think obviously working within the ecosystem, working with Lancaster Uni was a key point for you. I just wondered, Paul mentioned he has 3 hurdles to overcome. I wonder if you're happy to share any hurdles that you overcame in order to get investment?
Yeah, definitely. I think Paul said some really good stuff, and a lot of stuff you go through and you experience. And one of the things we found initially was that investor readiness, because yes, you've gone through, say, your first round of equity funding, but you will require capital to then grow further and to scale, and that growth scale period can be very difficult. And it's being ready and prepared for that well in advance. So, for example, your governance in your business, you might take it, for granted that you're obviously trying to get the business going and you're investing in certain areas, but having a clear strategy and knowing that when you will be looking forward for additional funding means that you can put the right governance procedures in place. I remember just recently when we went through the due diligence process, it's absolutely immense, the amount of documents and evidence and the type of rules and regulations you're not even aware of. So speaking to organizations that are used to this and providing with all of the information you need can help so much. And not necessarily at the time of funding as well, it's just taking that step well in advance. So that was a real big challenge. The other thing was keeping hold of your staff, because yes, you've got an idea and you're growing, but when you're scaling, so I can only talk in the cyber industry, there's a massive skill shortage, huge skill shortage, because you don't come across individuals who can hack into banks and websites and things like that. They're very kind of special skill set, and they're highly sought after. So you've got likes of the larger organizations, because we remember not many businesses were doing cyber, but now, you know, the likes of Deloitte and KPMG and everyone's doing cyber. There's an arm of cyber there. So keeping hold of your staff was so important. And especially when you know you're going for this funding and one of your key staff decides he's got a much better salary, a lot more, you know, you're talking £20,000 more than what they're earning in an annual year. What do you do at that point? One of your key software developer decides to, you know, make a move to a Silicon Valley or, you know, company. You're not going to stop them because it's a really career making decision for it. So you're going to support them. But at the same time, it's that how do you retain your staff? So one of the things we found was quite important was EMI scheme. So that was brilliant because that means that you can actually give a stake in your organizations, your key members of staff, and also they'll be able to get rewarded when the time is right and there is an exit. And also it's very, very tax efficient as well. You don't get any hardly any tax on that. So those are the sort of things that you could put in place to keep your organization going and ensuring that you retain your staff and you keep hitting those numbers, because once you get equity investors, the pressure's on you. And again, being able to organize and have a real good strategy is so important.
Lovely, thank you for that. Yeah, retaining staff is a key issue, isn't it? Especially with a lot of activity in and around Salisbury. That will attract a lot of attention in a very interesting space. Yeah, just wonder if we've got any questions from the audience at this point. Yeah, gentleman at the back.
Just a quick question in relation to the EMI scheme you just mentioned. What does that stand for? I've come across the Employee Ownership Trust before, which I think you're probably talking about a similar thing where obviously you give some of the shares of the business to your employees and they're rewarded that way, but I've never heard of the EMI.
I don't know what it stands
for. The EMI scheme stands for the Enterprise Management Incentive Scheme. So it's there are four particular tax efficient share schemes available, which are available to businesses to reward staff with. The employee share ownership scheme, the save as you earn scheme, they have to be made available to all staff. But the EMI scheme is quite a good one in that it can be used just to reward executives or higher level staff. You don't have to offer it to all employees. And effectively, it's a share option where you can award shares to executives or give them an option to buy shares at some point in the future, and you can set whatever conditions down you want to in terms of performance, their performance, the business's performance, which will unlock that option, and the price they pay for the share has to can be based on the value at the start of the option. So you could say to an employee, one of your managers, you can buy 1,000 shares in this business at today's value in 3 years' time if you do X, Y, and Z. And doing X, Y, and Z will probably have led, or should have led, to the company growing in value over those 3 years. But the benefit to them is they get the benefit that they're able to buy the shares at a price 3 years ago. As long as you set the price no lower than the market value at the time of the option, then there's no tax on exercising that option, and when they sell an exit or as part of an exit, they will get the full entrepreneurs relief, and the CGT is very beneficial too. So the EMI scheme is just one of the share option schemes available to reward staff. And while I'm on share tax incentives, I know Paul mentioned about the SEIS scheme, the seed investment scheme, and that's basically, as Paul said, if you can't be connected to the company, so you can't have your shareholding can't exceed 20%. But if you do invest in a company which you're not connected with, then you can get a 50% tax reduce on that. So that basically means if you invest £50,000, then as long as you're paying enough tax and you can spread it over 2 years, you'll get £25,000 knocked off your tax bill straight away. And then if that company flies and you end up selling those shares at a profit, you pay absolutely no tax on those whatsoever. If it flops and you lose your money, then you can offset that loss, that £25,000 effective loss, because you've already had £25,000 of it back, against your income tax, which, as Paul said, effectively creates the 70% total tax break if all fails. And the government have just announced, how long it will stay the case for, who knows, but it's just announced that an extension of that scheme, because it used to be limited to businesses which are only up to 2 years old, but it just extended that up to 3, I'm pretty sure of. Once a business does reach the age limit of that scheme, there is the standard EIS scheme, the standard enterprise investment scheme, which gives us a 30% tax break as opposed to a 50% tax break. So there are size limits on the company, but they are pretty big. So most businesses will qualify for the EIS scheme if they're unconnected investors looking to invest. So yeah, there are a lot of tax breaks around investment in unquoted companies.
Thanks, Mark, for covering that off. Are we due to finish at 15:15? So yeah, we're at 15:15 now. So first of all, thanks very much for your attention, all your questions, your participation. It's been greatly appreciated. Thanks to Ian, Paul, Zane, and Mark again. Thanks for their contributions. It's been really appreciated. And of course, if you're thinking about funding and finance, feel free to approach me during one of the breaks. I'm happy to have a chat, exchange numbers, and maybe we can see how we can help you as the Access to Finance service in Lancashire. Thanks once again.
So we're going to take a 15-minute break. If you need to visit the utilities, there is more coffee out there for you, tea, juices, etc. Join us back in 15 when we will be talking.
Three words I'd use to describe 2-0 are forward-thinking, world-class and passionate.
I would say 2-0 is about ambition, it's about exploration, and it's about personal development.
Informative, collaborative and motivational.
Focused, collaborative and successful.
3 words to describe 2-0. I would go for enlightening, empowering, connected.
Heat-seeking missiles is what they are. Now, if heat-seeking is a double-barrel word, I've got an extra word. Amazing heat-seeking missiles. That's what they'll be for your organisation.
The 3 words that I would use to describe 2-0 would be a clear direction, motivating and engaging.
Hello, my name is Becky Toal and I'm the owner-manager of Crowbury Consulting Limited. We are based in Chorley, Lancashire, and we are specialist providers of ISO management systems, including environmental management, energy management, ethics management and events management. Crowbury Consulting is an approved BSI Associate Consultancy Partnership, and we are an affiliate and able to sell various ISO standards on our website. We are also an approved women-owned business with WE Connect International, which means if you work with us, you're also improving the supply chain diversity within your business. We have over 20 years' experience of delivering environmental management systems for business, and we currently have a new product offer, which is a bronze, silver and gold template packages, which can support your company to basically put together your environmental aspects and impacts, work out your risks, your opportunities, help you with your policy, help you with your procedures, and support you on the journey towards achieving the international standard, the ISO 14001. Crowbury Consulting can also support you with the international standard ISO 50001, the energy management standard. And again, we have a bronze, silver and gold package. So if your business needs to implement 50001 in order to comply with the Energy Savings Opportunity Scheme, we can help you. We can also support you by combining both the 14001 package with the 50001 package, so you can get the environmental and the energy management standard combined together as one system. Crowbury Consulting can also support you with the ISO 2012-1 standard, which is known as Sustainable Events Management Standard. And back in 2012, we were lucky enough to do the audits for the London 2012 Olympics. We've also worked with many large stadiums, venues, hotels all around the world to improve their sustainability in the form of event management. And we can provide auditing, training and consultancy to this international standard as well. Ethical toolkits are also a core product that we can provide to your company. We've been involved in ethical management systems for several years now, and we are approved lead auditors for ethical management systems such as SEDEX, the Responsible Jewellery Council, and we've also provided the Unilever audits and audits on behalf of Coca-Cola. So we can help you if you have a bespoke or a specific supply chain code of conduct audit that you might need help and support with. In summary, Crowbury Consulting can help you with a variety of international standards from energy management, environmental management, event management, and also ethical management. We take our own standards very seriously, and we hold the quality management standard ISO 9001, as well as having the UK Cyber Essentials standard. So we look after your data and we take your data very seriously. So we hope that this informational video has been useful to you, and we look forward to hearing from you in the near future, and thank you very much for listening.
We believe that innovation is key to economic success, but innovation is also vital if we are to confront today's global environmental challenges. Our resources are finite, and we need to think differently about how we live, work and do business. The Centre for Global Eco-Innovation was established in 2012 to address these challenges by supporting research, development and innovation in small and medium-sized businesses.
Small companies provide something very special, and that's the motivation and the expertise of the people that work within them. They're a fantastic bridge between the universities, the large companies and the market. Small companies can move quickly, they can try new things, and they're very efficient in the way in which they use capital. So that gives them a competitive advantage, and I think they will continue to be an important element in the delivery of solutions to the massive challenge of climate change that we face.
What growth businesses need is a structure of support to help them on their journey. That's what a university like Lancaster can provide.
It's access to equipment and people who know how to use the equipment as well.
First of all, we get to meet bright young people, and that's really interesting in a business that's growing and recruiting. Increasingly, we're getting involved in these intricate projects.
So it's enabled us to actually develop a whole suite of new technologies with our own IP portfolio.
We are supporting innovation through collaborative research and design projects, linking ambitious companies with university resources. This means people, facilities, expertise, skills, and knowledge.
We are stronger together, so we are working with regional, national, and international partners to innovate for a better environment.
It's really great that the work that I'm doing has a real-world business impact as well as a positive effect on the environment.
Eco-innovation has a broad scope, and to address global challenges we work across themes and disciplines. It means the efficient use of energy and the adoption of renewables.
Eco-innovation promotes a circular economy and responsible use of natural capital, and works to achieve food security for future generations.
Eco-innovation means better management of waste, extracting value, resources and materials. It means managing water to prevent flooding, drought and ensure water quality.
We have worked with the Centre to develop strategies for resilient and sustainable integrated catchment management by modelling future risks.
If we want to achieve new and better ways of doing business, we have to think and act differently. We want to work with ambitious businesses on exciting innovations for a better environment. The Centre can provide the expertise, resources and funding to deliver business-led R&D in your company.
Blue Wren is a software company and we specialise in software to help other businesses improve their process and productivity. We build bespoke applications around job management systems, client management systems, CRM systems, financial tracking systems, mainly for the SME market. I chose to partner with Rosebud because we were looking for some financial support to help with our product development of a platform that we were building. And Rosebud offered the support and the clarity and obviously the finance to help us do that. We've used the funding primarily for product development. We've invested in developing our own platform that will build bespoke software applications in a far quicker and cost-effective way for our customers. The experience has been good. They've been clear with the application process. They gave us plenty of feedback around what they would like to see from the business plan. And then once the funding came through, they've sort of signposted us into the right areas for further support through Boost Lancashire, who've been excellent and helpful. and it's really helped us target scale and look to grow our business in the way that we want to. The vision for Blue Wren now that the product is developed, is to scale it through market development. So it's now to take the product to market and to recruit more customers, and then to grow the business in a significant way.
I think it's always important for Rosebud not to work in isolation. Sometimes it will fund on its own for a business, but it's important to work with other providers of funding as well. And we're seeing the example here with Blue Wren, that Rosebud have worked alongside the Northern Powerhouse Investment Fund to offer funding to this business, which has enabled the business to change the way it provides its services and to provide additional employment opportunities in highly skilled jobs right in the centre of Lancashire.
For other businesses looking for finance, definitely speak to your local growth hub in the first instance, Boost Lancashire, and then Rosebud as well. Of course, they've been able to give us the support that we needed. And if you're ready for funding, or even if you're not ready for funding, it's the start of the conversation that we would recommend you do first. And then that will give you the platform and the clarity of what you need to do in order to access funding and the reasons for why you're trying to access that funding.
Our beautiful city has been a hub for trade, innovation and business for centuries, drawing people from far and wide looking for new opportunities. In recent years, a growing number of businesses have called for more to help Lancaster reach its full potential. Well, you spoke and we listened. Introducing Fraser House, a new, high-tech, state-of-the-art collaborative workspace in Lancaster. We're a new space for the next generation of pioneers, entrepreneurs and businesses. A space to grow, a space to innovate, a space to collaborate, a space where people can come together as a community and thrive. With a broad network and state-of-the-art facilities, we are building the future of digital and technology in Lancaster. We are a digital hub that will put Lancaster and Lancashire on the map. We are built on innovation. We aim to galvanise and grow the digital economy and community in Lancaster by creating a friendly, high-tech, collaborative environment. innovation, collaboration. Fraser House.
So the Productivity and Innovation Centre works with established small and medium-sized businesses who are seeking to put together a coherent strategy to scale up, improve aspects of how productive they are, and really target the types of customers and projects that really are their sweet spot for profitability.
The rationale for the centre is to become a catalyst for change. It helps organisations with growth potential change their perspective on where their opportunities are, and it's a framework to give people, and we say it, to work on the business, not in it.
Strategy is always up there, it's important, but it's very much an informal part of the business. For a long time, the strategy is based in one person's mind. We'd sort of hit a ceiling, if you will. Our turnover hadn't really increased for the previous sort of 3 or 4 years. Continuing to do the same thing will only get the same results, so we needed to change something. Tom, Simon and the team down at Edgehill did a great job of not allowing us to avoid the question. Some of our guys, without being pushed and probed, were happy with the first answer that they came up with. It really got us looking much closer at what our core business should be and who our target customers should be. So there's lots of changes come about in the business since the end of the sprint programme. So in the first 12 months we had an increase in turnover of over 25%. It was a real big year for us that year. Looking at the KPIs through the 12 months after the sprint programme, you can see a real shift in the right direction.
The biggest problem that we had before we went on the innovation sprint really was understanding how to rationalise and simplify and productise what we did, and so we recognised that actually creating a competitive difference, which the sprint offered, would be an important part of our growth. From the very first moment we started, we were being challenged on really what Door 4 was, what our product was, and in particular where our profit came from and how we were going to maximise that part of the business. What we did a lot of work and thinking around was understanding how to split our proposition into easily manageable chunks that the customer would understand, and that language and that proposition is still central to how Door 4 presents itself to this day. The quantifiable benefits that we've seen in Door 4 are a growth in turnover of around 15%. We've seen a growth in profitability. We've definitely seen a growth in the number of relationships that themselves are profitable.
The opportunities and challenges we needed to address were looking at our client base and being objective about it. What clients were we wanting to deal with? How did we approach the work with them? How did we engage the staff in the work with the clients? We probably would never have done it if we hadn't have gone on the sprint programme. We were quite clear, I think, at the start that it wasn't almost like a CPD session. It was, we were going to get our hands dirty on this. I think when you start being asked the uncomfortable questions, why do you do this? Why do you do that? Why do you let this happen? That's when we realised that things were needing to be changed. After completing the programme, things that we sort of learned, I think, was not to be frightened of change. Sometimes you sit back and think, I can't do that, I won't do that. But sometimes you've got to do it for the sake of the business and the continuity of it. The whole programme and the way it was conducted was very, very well done. The people that we worked with there were very, very knowledgeable. From start to finish, it was a great experience.
We're there as a critical friend. We will ask you some uncomfortable questions, but it's not to trip you up. The purpose of doing it is to make sure that we're really getting to the heart of what the issues are, so that when you put your plan back together, it's actually going to address those for you and help you take it forward.
SMEs now see us as a starting point for growth. And that was the objective then, for the universities to create this ecosystem that fundamentally did two things: improve the employment opportunities of our graduates and enhance the knowledge exchange of our academics into organisations. On average, our organisations achieved 29% growth, and in the last 2.5 years we've achieved 97 new jobs. the numbers speak for themselves.
Your break. I hope you found this morning's session really interesting. I did. Certainly what I took out from Mark's session on the finance side is there are many options out there and it's extremely complex and complicated. So if in doubt, if you've got a problem with your car, you go to the garage. If you've got a problem with your leg, you go to the doctors. If you've got a problem thinking about finance, go and see Mark at the team at Access to Finance, because they will have information that you don't, and it's free. There's no charge to you. They're not salespeople. They haven't got an axe to grind. They're completely independent. My name's Pete McOnie. I know some of you, some friendly faces out there. Not that I'm saying those who I don't know aren't friendly, but some friendly faces out there. I'm the Business Engagement Manager at the MRC, co-facilitating today on the innovation in manufacturing. The financial side in the previous session covers all aspects of different size companies, different sectors, etc. We're focusing more around manufacturing, and it becomes a slightly different beast, I would suggest, which we'll explore as we go along. So my background is in business support, predominantly in Lancashire, in fact solely in Lancashire for the last 4 years. Met some really interesting people and saw some amazing things. And it's a particular theme of mine, so I'm going to repeat it anyway. I believe we are fantastic manufacturers as a country and as a county. We're absolutely amazing, seen some amazing things. What we're really rubbish at is telling people how good we are. And there's a lot of new stuff goes on and we don't necessarily pitch that well or well enough. But I don't know if you work, if you use LinkedIn, many of us do, but they're starting to get more of a drive to, actually, we're good at this, and we're good at telling you now, because that's what we do. So a great supporter of what we do here, involved in manufacturing for a number of years, and that's co-facilitating today with Alan. I won't introduce Alan, I'll let him do that himself.
Good morning. It's loud, isn't it? Yes, thank you. My name is Alan Reid, and I have a couple of roles. Well, I have many roles in life. I have two professional roles in life at the moment. One is I am the manufacturing advisor for Boost Lancashire. We're on the wall somewhere. We've got a banner in there. And I also work for myself as a design engineer. Up to 5 or 6 years ago, I worked predominantly in engineering and manufacturing. That was my background, and had a really enjoyable life. Worked all over the world. But 5 years ago, I took a bit of a leap of faith and went into business advice. And here I am today speaking to you. The reason we're here today is to talk about innovation, obviously. And what we've got here is a rather large panel of people who have got all different backgrounds, predominantly in manufacturing. And I'm not going to introduce them because I'm going to pass the microphone down and ask each one of them to tell us who they are, what they or their business does, nice and brief, just so we give them a chance to speak right at the beginning and stops me talking. So straight over to where I'm at, we'll go left to right as I look, right to left as you look.
Hello, I am Irma Gilbert. I am from E4-3D Engineering, and we are a digital supply chain for 3D printing and spare parts sectors for the automotive and consumer goods and medical devices. And we are based in Lancashire, work with Peter for a long time. So.
Thank you. I'm Steve Pearson, the CEO and owner of the Smart Group, and one of our companies, Smart Technology, develops a lot of clever, innovative systems for mainstream and disability user groups, and we do a lot of work for local authorities. Our systems are rolling out all over the UK now, and even in Lancashire in Preston.
Hi everyone, my name's Ross Smith. I'm from Rainford Timber Co. We're based in Bamber Bridge in Preston. We're a timber frame manufacturer and supply residential houses and commercial properties throughout the northwest.
Good morning everybody. My name is Simon Rainish. I'm the Executive Director of Innoviking Limited, providing logistics and renewables tech. So if you want a pallet tracing, I can supply that for you. If you want a wind turbine or a solar array, then I can do that for you as well. And I've also designed a wind turbine, and I'm working with Pete and the team and Alan across a range of initiatives in Lancashire. Thank you.
Good morning everyone, I'm Shane Hargrave. I own and run Nano Smart Pro Coatings over in Clitheroe in the Ribble Valley. I manufacture ceramic coatings, which are protective coatings for predominantly the automotive trade. I'm now looking into getting into different sectors, certainly things like solar panels, anti-graffiti, anything like that. So if anyone would want a ceramic coating, that is a ceramic coating that can be applied to any hard surface to protect kind of anything from oxidisation, scratching, all kinds of things. Yeah, just give us a bell later on.
Good morning, I'm John Norris, B&M Longworth. We are cleaners for expensive components for people around the world, and we sell what we're patented to use as a process. We call that decon. I'll bore you with that later. It is time.
Great stuff, thank you for that. Just a quick overview. We're here for sort of about an hour and a half-ish. I think we're due to finish about 12, followed by lunch. I'm sure that won't be on any of your minds. We want to look at innovation from all angles, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And as you may have gathered from the panel when they introduced themselves, we have people here from different sectors of manufacturing at different stages of innovation. We will explore that as we go along. Now, whilst it's a panel discussion, we're very, very keen for you to be involved. If you've got any questions, please ask. Just raise your hand as you did when Mark was here. Because we're using this microphone, everyone in the room may not be able to hear your question, so I or Alan will repeat your question. If we get it wrong, correct us. We don't want to answer the wrong question. If you, it's your question, you have the right to be asked it to be asked correctly. And going, Jill warned me I had to say that, otherwise she was going to hit me, by the way, which is why I sort of paused on that one for a moment. So, just to progress forward, before we sort of get into the actual discussion, we want to provide a little bit of context, because there are different definitions of innovation and there's different definitions of manufacturing. So we want to just clarify a little bit about what we're talking about today. So Alan's going to talk a little bit initially about sort of manufacturing and the definition of thereof.
So why are we here this morning? One of the best resources we have is each other. If people have got a problem, they want to do something different, ask somebody. There'll be somebody in a room or somebody in the world who can help you with your problem. So today we're going to hear reasons why these guys have innovated, what worked, what didn't. What would they do differently, which is a really big one if you're thinking of innovating. In Lancashire, I'm a proud Lancastrian, and Peter's an adopted Lancastrian now. We have a rich history in innovation, from the Industrial Revolution and textiles through to aerospace, jet engine development in Brockholes. Look, it was only there because of the war. They moved away from Hitler's Air Force, didn't they? You know, all the way through to there's a company in Burnley who designed an Oscar-winning sound recording system, which was used in Titanic and in Avatar. You know, in Burnley. I don't say anything about Burnley. It's amazing what we have in Lancashire. So these guys are going to discuss what the journey looked like, how it felt, was it joyful and exciting, was it painful, was it challenging? It was probably all of those, wasn't it? And hopefully from this, maybe people can start to build relationships where they have that peer group support, that assistance. Sometimes it's just encouragement that people need, isn't it? Manufacturing, what is manufacturing? Well, that's a very broad question that really we can't answer in the next hour and a half, can we? Because it can be almost anything at all. As I said, I've spent 30 years working in engineering and the last 5 years in business support, but I've seen all sorts of things. I first started back in 1987 with John, right at the very far end, 87 John, where I don't think we used the word innovation. It was messing around with something on the shop floor until it worked. But the outcome was often the same. You got to something that was different, that served a purpose. I met people who were working in sheds, on the kitchen table, in old mills, in brand new workshops and purpose-built factories, you know, doing all sorts of things in the back of vans. One really quick story I want to share with you. Anybody who's familiar with businesses in Blackburn may know of a company called Netlon, which then became Tensar, and it's got sites in China, sites in the USA. It's a massive company. And it makes plastic netting these days that goes under the ground to support the road structure, railways and all sorts of things. He started off by Dr. Brian Mercer on his kitchen table. He made himself an extrusion die and he pushed through it mashed potato. And that was it. You know, the company, the UK site alone, I think has £25 million turnover, 50 years on. He innovated, and what a difference he's made to the world. The amount of people who work in that company, it's enormous, you know. So it's really important. What is manufacturing? At a really simple level, you take a material, you add some value to it one way or another, and you move it on, sell it to somebody else. You've manufactured, you've changed the state of that material, you've changed its value. It's the list behind. We've got all of these in Lancashire and much more. And if you are in a situation where you want some support, it's always worth asking the question, am I manufacturing? Am I making something? Am I doing something that's different? Because you can find someone who could help you, to partner with you, can support you, you know. And if you're doing that, you're going to do something different. You're going to innovate. So who can I work with to innovate? In fact, what is innovation, which is my smartest link for today, to move on to Pete.
He's smooth, isn't he? You've got to respect him, he's smooth. I feel slightly discombobulated here. It seems to me that you should be presenting to us because we seem to outnumber you at the minute. But we'll work with that. So talking about innovation and what have you, well, I think I put there. No, I haven't. I do apologise. Has that changed to innovation? Yeah. That saves me crick in my neck. Thanks for that. Innovation when the finance people were talking earlier on, there was a lot of talk about bringing a brand new product, something that was going to sort of burst through, change people's lives, etc., address a need, address a pain, and that sort of thing. But often in manufacturing, it's not quite as complicated as that. It can be about using a new process internally that might be similar or not too dissimilar from one used elsewhere. The introduction of new ideas or new methods, ways of doing things. It's not just about the product. And the point of emphasising this is that there is often support available around these things. A lot of people who invent, who create a new product or whatever, may not have the manufacturing expertise. Nobody's got the full skill set. You might not know about the finance, you might know about manufacturing, you might not. It's important to get this involvement in quite an early stage, because if you're making a product, A, you need to be able to manufacture it, and B, you need to be able to manufacture it at a cost that will allow you to sell it at a profit. Otherwise, simplistically, it won't be a commercial product. We've certainly had a couple of cases at EMRC. We had one fairly recently. We were speaking to someone. Fantastic idea, really good. There was a green side to it, as well as a profitability side, and it ticked lots of boxes. But to manufacture the product was going to cost 3 times more than the price that the market would take or accept as a saleable price. And that opens up new journeys. How can we make it differently? What can we do around that? And that highlights one of the keys around innovation. The original idea isn't often the finished product. What you finish with can be substantially different from the initial thought. That's not unusual. But calling in resources and expertise, often free to you, free to access, like ourselves, Manufacturing Growth Fund, and various others, can help you through that journey. Nobody expects you to know it all. And then as a product is produced, then it can change as well. This evolution never stops. Phones are a classic example of this. Somebody one day said, tell you what, instead of using big red boxes, why don't we make something that we put in our pockets? Some may have laughed, some may have supported them. And that's one of the other key points as well. Not every support organisation will understand necessarily your business. You need to spend time to explain. So then a phone evolves. Then we start texting. Who on earth thought that it'd be better to type than to speak? Surely speaking's quicker. But that's what the commercial side wanted. That's what the market wanted. People were built thumbs like Popeye, so they could send messages to each other and get instant replies and all this stuff like that. And then it evolves again to the point now where they don't actually advertise phones per se. When they bring out wherever it is, the iPhone 107, it's got 17 lenses, and you could be sitting on the beach in Yarmouth and take a photograph of your mum having had dinner back in Preston and then put it on Facebook so she can have a look at what she's eating. You know, this sort of evolution. It's about the camera now. They sell the camera more than the phone. The product has evolved, the marketing of it has evolved even more, and they pitch it from different ways. So it's often a long evolutionary process. And process is a key word in this, in manufacturing. As we said earlier on, this is not just about products, this is about processes, this is about the things you do. I work with a clothing company, lovely company, good at what they do, made a reasonable profit. A couple of brothers ran it. They went to an exhibition and they were talking about other ways of doing things, and they looked at a cell system. They took it back, they adapted it to suit themselves, and they introduced a cell process system within their unit. A, improve quality. B, increase productivity. C, reduce waste and reworks and rejects. Fabulous. That was innovative. It was taking something and changing it and shaping it to you. And we all do this. As human beings, we've done this from time immemorial, and we still do it now. Part of innovation is perhaps using something differently. So, for a simplistic example, it's a nice summer's evening, and you think, oh, I'll water the plants now the sun's gone down, and your partner's lent the watering can to the neighbour next door who's out having a drink at some pub. What am I going to water the plants with? So you pick up the kettle, because that's what I've got. The kettle's got an element in the lead, but I don't need to use them. All I want is put the water in there and pour it on the plants. That's innovation. That's using things differently at a very simplistic level. Is that all reasonably okay? So, innovation, multitude of sins in manufacturing, products and processes. So it's not restricted to products. It can also be it can also include digital developments. So it's not just about your physical project, your physical processes and your physical product. It's not just about your physical processes. It's also about your digital processes. looking at what you do and converting them. Some of you in manufacturing probably come across this. One of the keys nowadays is you've got to have transparency, you've got to be able to trace, you've got to have traceability of product. And that means bringing in new systems. And when you do that and adapt, that's innovation, and that can often be supported by organisations. So that's just a little bit of background about sort of innovation generally, just to break it down a little bit. It's often more simplistic than we may think. And usually companies go through a journey. And the journey, Alan's going to explain because he understands it far more.
Oh dear. Thumbs like Popeye. I'm going to take that to bed with tonight. My goodness, there's a phrase. Yeah, we've got an innovation journey. Yes, we have on the screen behind us. This isn't the only way. It's an example. We've already had another example of what it is, but it's kind of typical of what people would do. And we're going to dig into this with these guys in a moment, actually, about where they are, what they've done, what complies to each of these areas. But one thing I would say is it can be complicated, and there is help available. I work for Boost, I've got to tell you that, haven't I? Pete works for AMIC, but there is help available. One point that Paul talked about earlier was that you need, if you're going to put skin in the game, you need to be sure your idea is the right idea. That might be the time you get some funded support. Am I really going to go down the right line with this? I'm about to put my house on the line, and that's as serious as it gets, isn't it? It's where you live, you know. So if you're going to do that and put some serious money in of your own, because the bank or somebody else says, we'll match what you've got, but we need £350,000 first. If you're going to do that, don't just dive into it. There are people around who have that experience, who've been down that journey, who can really look at your idea and go, look, it's a brilliant idea, but the market can't stand it, as Pete just said. So it's really, that is the time when funding support really comes into its own. Look at these segments behind me. There's always going to be overlap. You go backwards and forwards. It's not a straightforward path. And these guys are going to start to, I think, in a few moments, really. But as well as these processes behind, there'll be parallel processes, won't there, as well? You know, as well as developing your product or your system or your process, at the same time as that, you're going to have a business building around that. You're going to have people you need to employ. You're going to have a sales network. You're going to have you know, a source of supply, which isn't easy in this day and age, as we know. So there's lots of things to think about when you're going down the innovation path, but it is joyful and it is Friday. So why on earth would anybody do this? Well, there's no point in me answering that because we're going to bring in the panel. And I think as before, Pete, we'll go left to right and we'll go right to left. Oh, yes, good idea, yes. Have we got any questions at that point? You see, I knew that. Yeah. So Emma, I think we've got questions on the wall. So if we could each answer both of these questions as we go along. So first, why would anybody innovate? And then, why did you innovate?
Well, why? Anyone? Why innovate? If you don't innovate, you'll be like Kodak. They did innovate and they died. So, why did I innovate? In 2014, I come across with a new way to manufacturing products. So I was in the manufacturing industry, and the 3D printing come across like a prototype or a toy maker. So I said, right. I am building houses, I'm building in UK to export to Africa. So I research digital fabrication, and I come across with automotive parts. So in Africa you have a graveyard of cars that need parts, and how you get the parts there? Takes 6 months to get there, and they say, well, that's need innovation. We need a digital manufacturing for spare parts. In that time, I didn't know how to do it because I was manufacturing in the traditional way. So I contacted the Lancaster University InfoLab. So we create the feasibility study about how can you disrupt design and manufacturing of industrial products. So we come across with marketplace for 3D printed products. People told me, that's crazy, never gonna work. 3D print not gonna, it's just for toys. So persistence here is the key, so I keep innovating. And that's how we are now working with Peter to building a digital supply chain for 3D printing and spare parts sector.
Thank you. Okay, so to answer the question, why innovate? Innovation can open up opportunities to develop new systems, new processes, new products, and new markets as well. And that was really one of the reasons that we sort of started innovating. We decided that we could see a niche market initially for disabilities, for people who had visual impairments. That's how it sort of started off with some of the innovation. So people who have visual impairments to enhance their lives on a day-to-day basis. And what we decided to do was create a new type of white cane for them, which we called a smart cane. And the first cane that we developed was an all singing, all dancing one that we thought was going to be fantastic for visually impaired people. The head of it didn't have your normal sweeping from left to right like they did with a white cane. We put a wheel on it so you could just wheel it in a straight line, and it had sensors on it which would basically detect any obstacles in the path, because we all sort of walk in a 1 metre wide path that we don't really want any obstacles in there. And so what we did, we created it so it had sensors on it, and a visually impaired person could walk along and it would tell them via a little earpiece, sort of obstacle left, obstacle right, obstacle straight ahead, warning high obstacle and so on. It had a camera in it to identify things that were in the path or wherever the camera looked, and we thought, oh, this is fantastic, this is really good. And it also had a sensor in it which would, an RFID reader, which would detect a long RFID card that we created, which was a double card, which would go in the ground, so when it went over it, it would talk to them and tell them sort of a pedestrian crossing, and they would then turn right. It would say warning curb edge, there's an island in the road, and trigger the traffic lights and so on. And we thought it was fantastic until we took it out to user groups, and they all hated it. They didn't like change. The feedback was, no, we like our white canes, we like to swipe them left and right. You know, we don't want something which rolls along. It's too techy for us. And so that made us sit back and actually think, yeah, we really need to listen to people and see what it is that they want, rather than what we think that they want and what we can give them. And so we sort of took a step back from that concept and started to work back really to a more simplistic system. And we developed these RFID cards, for want of a better word, which were sort of 430 millimetres long. And we were working with Marshall's flagstones, the company Marshalls, who manufacture flagstones. They absolutely loved what we were doing, and they were going to install the sensors in all of their tactile flagstones for visually impaired people. And they made a prototype sort of with the two different forms of manufacturing they do. One was a compression and one was just a wet sort of a wet pour one, and it all worked. It talked to them when you put a cane over or a device over it. But then lockdown hit, and they had to lay off 400 staff and closed 2 of the plants down, which sort of really kiboshed what we were doing with them. So it was a sort of a bit of a double-edged sword for us, really, that we lost that, but with lockdown we decided that we'd create something else, something sort of different, and we created a system which we call Smart Cross, which was a touch-free upgrade for pedestrian crossings. Because of COVID, it meant people didn't have to press push buttons and risk touching a button that somebody else had touched and catch the virus or other pathogens. And so we sort of created that system, which was a very easy upgrade for pedestrian crossing push button units that allowed them to be upgraded within 15 to 20 minutes. And we started to push it out to local authorities. And we got buy-in from the local authorities because they really liked the idea of it, sort of not protecting people from COVID. And they started installing some. Wolverhampton Council made a video and had it on their website, showing it in operation by their one of their sort of councillors. And but we very quickly decided to adapt that system for people with disabilities. And so we've made it that not only is it touch-free, it also provides remote control activation for disability user groups. So people on mobility scooters, for instance, they can ride up to a crossing instead of having to manoeuvre several times maybe to get near the push button and try and reach it. They just ride up to the crossing, press a button that we created on their handlebars, and it triggers the crossing. And for blind people, it talks to them as they're approaching the crossing. Via the earpiece, it says approaching Smith Street crossing, and they can then trigger it either by a smart care unit, because we said we were tailoring back the smart care, so now it's just a little clip-on 3-button unit which clips just below the handles on their normal white cane, so they can still keep their normal white cane, but have this 3-buttoned unit, which has 19 different functions for navigation, telephone time, and all sorts of other clever things. And then we further enhance that to a watch version, so they have access to this now. So RNIB love the fact that we've got a whole suite of different products and for it. So, but with the traffic signals side of it, these are being rolled out all over the country. Glasgow are our biggest smart city. They have over 1,700 of these in Glasgow town centre, and they're all over Cumbria, Devon, and all across the UK. So it was really good for us that the lockdown happened and Marshall's sort of, unfortunately, they ended up closing the factories and not going with us because it created another opportunity for a niche market. So
in effect, Steve, just sort of one of the things that highlights me, just highlight there, was you worked on a product and it was to satisfy a need, in this case visually impaired, and you recognised you wanted to help them and make their lives easier. But then because of COVID, you actually changed some of the stuff that you did, and it could also apply to other people as well, and then built on that learning to build up, to further adapt to the needs of the visually impaired, which is just innovation in a nutshell. Adapted, changed, circumstances changed, and responded to that. It is about adaptability. Innovation is often that, and Steve was a prime example of that. Ross, can I bring you into the conversation, if that's all right, young man?
You certainly can.
There you go, sir.
Cheers, thank you. Why innovate? For me, it's quite simple. The world's forever evolving, and if you don't move with the times, you will get left behind, and eventually it might be a case of there isn't a need for you and your services. A classic example of this for me is when I was a teenager, only 20 years ago. I used to go to the video shop, and obviously you'd pick a video and you watch it. Now everything's on streaming services. I don't even think they exist anymore, to be quite honest. So that's obviously just an example of innovating for me. In terms of the business sense, why did we innovate? I've got a couple of projects which I'll briefly go over. Obviously the first is in relation to health and safety, which is a project we've complete, and the second is a project that is underway at the moment, which really relates to the output of the business and the need for growing the business. So just to very simply recap on the health and safety project we've undertaken, a massive issue for us which we've seen is construction sites, loads of risks, loads of issues. How do we, obviously because we're only a subcontractor, we can only take care of our part of the works, but how do we make our bit as safe as we possibly can do? So what we've done in a nutshell in that world is we've looked into different methodologies of how we build the buildings to avoid working from height, etc., etc. You'll never get rid of it completely, but we've done what we can. So we've been building the roofs on the floor as a complete entity, where everything in the factory, obviously, we make panels and joists and roof trusses that are all individual components. We construct them on site on the slab, we lift them out the way, the roofs, drop them out the way, stand the panels with the crane and the floors, and we lift it up. And like I say, whilst you will always still have an element of working from height in that instance, you've avoided lads that are 4 metres up at the top of a roof working at the ridge. They've been doing that at ground level. So you'll never eliminate the risk completely, but that's a massive step in the right direction for us in terms of looking after our people, to be quite frank. And that's gone really well. I do have another project. I'll probably touch upon that when we come back, if that's okay.
Okay. Why do we innovate? Everybody, all humans, have an inquiring mind. Just looking at the rainstorm that we've got behind us, I'm thinking to myself, oh, there's a drain there. Can we put a turbine on it to generate power to reduce the carbon footprint of this building? it's around us all the time. Been a logistician for 30 years and have now gone into R&D. Why that change? Well, it was basically a Jeremy Clarkson moment. Having put 6 kilowatt of solar panels on the roof of my house in Leyland, connected to a 3 kilowatt battery, I thought to myself, how hard can it be to actually add a wind turbine? So when the sun isn't shining at night or on a day like this, you can still have a energy source, especially in the current climate. My current daily electricity bill for usage is between 10 and 70 pence, not including the 47p standing charge, which I can't understand why it's gone up from 20p, because the transportation of your electricity through the pylons has stayed exactly the same. So, but that's a different conversation for a different day. So I investigated the market, and there wasn't a cheap and cheerful UK or European vertical access wind turbine which would work in all weathers, including the storms at the beginning of the year. And I have video footage of my wind turbine working in those storms quite happily. 3D printed it off a prototype, and are now going through various stages of torture regarding the IP and also the funding elements of it, whilst keeping control of it. So that's why I'm innovating, because there are gaps in the market, and it's a case of how hard can it be? Well, it's not that difficult, you just have to have that mindset.
Okay, why? For me, passion. It's been my industry for the last 30 years. I left school, joined the army at 16, left when I was 22, was kind of a bit in the ocean, didn't know what I wanted to do. My passion was kind of cleaning cars. So now 30 years later, I've had this industry now for coming up for 4 years. Why did I innovate? There was a definite gap in the market, not just in the UK, but certainly in Canada and America, which I now have distributors for. My products are made in the UK. The ceramic coatings, which is my industry, are traditionally made in Korea, Japan and China. The problem with that is you have to buy this stuff in bulk. It's always on a 3-month boat, and they had the trouble with the boat getting stuck in the Suez last year. I end up getting a lot of people from that, because I can literally get my product within the same day. It's manufactured in the same day, so it's price point, premium detailing products without the premium price tag. For mobile guys, I've sold a solution where you can now apply these coatings outdoors. Obviously not on a day like today, but the protection coatings of old, where they actually dried from the base upwards, mine dried from the top down. So when these are removed, they are applied and then they are buffed off. Mobile guys can do these now. That was the definite gap in the market. So that's my story.
Thank you. Our reasons, and I have to go back a long time before some of you were born, our biggest customers were ICI. 27 factories all sent different expensive components for us to clean, and they all shut down, except for 3 of them that still exist as management buyouts in UK, one only in Lancashire, which is still a customer, thank God. We have constantly tried to reduce our costs to keep our customers happy. They don't like you putting price up. Sometimes that's unavoidable, like the energy argument that's going on at the moment. And besides ICI, the rules of law change. We did have a lot of customers for a business that we set up in Malaysia, and they stopped us 3 years into that from transporting hazardous waste across boundaries. The Basel Agreement in 1998, I'm going back to. So we had to reinvent a way of doing our work and there's been a number of answers to all that. The best one, stopping using solvents which were costing us a fortune and were nasty to go into the environment, was the accident that we happened called decom that we patented, only because a really clever professor was leaning over our shoulder trying to clean up our environmental waste in our business, and he said, "You've got to come with me tomorrow and you'll have to put my name on the patent, but thank you very much, we'll bang on." I don't know if that was a mistake, because that's been really expensive paying for that patent, and we are in a niche industry. We're not selling to every man in the street and every house or every town council. So the first machine that we sold after that patent was nearly 10 years, and it was Mitsubishi. And the cheeky, the really clever people sent us 3 of their expensive filters that looked clean. They'd been in their cleaning process, but they were all blocked inside of the stainless steel elements, and our process cleaned it. So they didn't tell us until we'd done 3 of them for free that each one of them was $100,000 of value and was going to be scrapped until we made them usable again. So they'd saved the price of what was our machine at that time, £280,000. And I thought, we've been ripped off. But eventually they bought another 2 of those to go into the different factories in Japan and Korea. Copied us. Didn't copy us, sorry. They copied the order and came along, mainly because Apple screens used the stuff that were going through these filters, and Samsung picked up on it and started doing the same thing. They were the big names that made it easy, and we are still cleaning for the other little names that we can get to in Europe, and still the ones in Malaysia is still shipping the same filter elements after 60 cleans, where they used to throw them away after 10 cleans. So our innovation has benefited other people more than it has our pockets, but it's kept us going. And then somebody said we should be making a new patent to clean up the world of plastics waste. Jesus, that's cost us a lot of money keeping those patents going. And until Jen Hill, who should be here speaking instead of me, who's the best drummer that we've got in my history, thank God she's got NCC, National Composite Centre, interested. 4 years ago they signed an NDA and wanted to buy one of our piece of kit. They still haven't bought it. I don't know where the money's coming from, I don't know when it's coming from, but we can't stop because of that, because it's going to clean up what David Attenborough told me we had to clean in 1977 in a book that really focused me on I love this, what we've got outside, it's brilliant, but it won't be here in another 50 years if we don't clean up the rest of the debris that we're putting into the world. Reasons to innovate. Mankind is the worst animal on the planet. How do we spend our efforts instead of on making money to go in our bank balance? So I'm wasting a bit more, thank you.
Thanks, John. Can I just point out, John mentioned there about a machine he felt he got ripped off at 280,000. Alan sold him the machine in a previous life.
That's why you were ripped.
And they're still talking to each other. So, thank you for that. Lots of reasons why innovation goes ahead. Legislation, energy costs, otherwise you go busts, to cut costs generally, what the customer demands. If they're not buying it, you need to offer them something else. Reshoring production, big item at the minute. I know Alan and I have talked about this a few times. There's a lot of reshoring going on currently because of supply chain disruptions and costs. Some of you will know yourselves, the cost of a container on a vessel from, say, the Far East is probably 3, 4, 5 times what it was sort of 2 years ago, if you can find the container space on the vessel. So we're having to reshore, we're having to adapt. And when you do that, you can't necessarily copy what's being made, so you've got to innovate, you've got to do something different. Big driver currently. Sustainability, big on the agenda, mentioned across the board, and very forcibly by John. Thanks for that, John. Safety, business issues, protect the business. I quite like the altruistic tones as well. Quite a number of the inventions are about helping others, the innovations. So it's not just about me making money, it's about somebody else benefiting by what we're doing. People mentioned the gap in the market. And some people innovate because they like it. I like to change, I like new things. I don't want to be involved with the financials, I don't want to be involved with the commercial stuff, I want to make new stuff. And then you call in others to do the other side of the business for you. Because when you bring a new product to market, there's a lot of complexity, there are a lot of issues to be faced, and that's where we talk about sort of, you know, who will help you and how, and bringing in sort of the experts. Financially, as I mentioned earlier on, you've got market access to finance. Alan to my left here, he works for Boost. Boost is your local growth hub, the centre point to signpost you to various other resources. But as you go through the innovation journey, you've got the universities, you know, you've got Lancaster, you've got UCLan, you've got Edge Hill, you've got Innovate UK, I think, is Mike here? Innovate, there he is. Mike from Innovate UK Edge. They do some fantastic work in the earliest stages and the later stages of innovation. Well worth a conversation with that young man there. You've got obviously commercial organisations, but you have people like us, EMRC. We get involved at the prototype stage more. We fit in that bit between proof of concept and prototyping. Is it manufacturable? I've got this great idea, can it actually be made? Is sort of where we fit, with a little bit of flexibility around that. One of the really interesting character I met who came in one day, he was basically carrying 2 cardboard boxes, a Tupperware box and some pipes from a plumber's merchants, and basically said, this will capture CO2. And he was right. He was absolutely right. When I looked at it first, I thought, what's going on here? But he was right, and that's where we fit in. So there's resources available to you, giving you either A, resources that you don't have yourselves, like how to manufacture and that sort of thing, how to access the money, or B, time. You know, you're busy people, you might be working elsewhere, you might be doing this on the side, or you might be part of an organisation, the innovation is part of that. And sometimes time poverty it can be a problem for SMEs generally. Predominantly I deal with SMEs. And real major problem, time poverty. So organisations like Boost, like ourselves, like the Innovation Clinic at UCLan, you know, they can help you. But be prepared, I'll raise a little red flag here. You might get asked challenging questions. Can it be made commercially? Does it stand up? And sometimes you've got to stand your ground in those conversations. And sometimes say, well, you know, I think it could. Let me look at the numbers, let's work it out. And people will help you there. Now, around that support side, for example, if you go through Innovate UK, some of the support from Innovate UK comes through applications for a particular fund, a particular amount of money, and various people can help you with the application. You don't have to use a paid-for service. So some of this journey is often free to you. It's just a question of accessing, and like Mark mentioned earlier on with the finance side, this can be complicated and it can be complex. If you get the right access, and then they can open the doors for you. That's to have the conversations with the likes of Alan here at Boost, or myself, and Mike and others who are here today. If you open the one door, it's like most sectors, it's incestuous. Most people know each other, and we can open up the doors to get you through the route. The key to that is knock on the first door. If you knock on the first door, you open up a whole raft of resource. And Lancashire, to be fair, is well supported, sort of business-wise. Any questions as we've gone this far? Okay, so I just want to move on now to sort of what went well, and then following that up with what not so well. We can probably combine the two things together. How did you find the journey of innovation? So Irma, shall we start with you again? You've got a little rest now, is that all right?
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay.
What went well? A hard to get Innovate UK grant. So thank you for advisors. Innovate Edge here as well, give you good help. And Rob, you are part of that journey. We applied for RIA project in the half funding Innovate UK grant. Other half you need to get from investors. So that's why Robert from UCLan Investment Readiness helped us. So that went very well. We got £150,000. We just closed the claim now, so that was amazing. How did it go well? Well, we got your proof of concept out now in the market. It will be launched in 8 weeks' time. So with this money, we are able to hire skilled people that would develop our platform. And also, we are, why did it go well? I think all the advice you have, the help we have is from Lancaster, from ERMC. ERMC done the prototype for us of the parts. We could test the parts and create a good product. Say, yes, we can 3D print these spare parts with high quality. And we also, other problem that we had, can we connect the machine with e-commerce marketplace? So again, ERMC with their software development team helped us to find the solution that otherwise would be impossible, create a streaming process of CAD parts into the machine. So that went very well also.
Thanks, Emma. Thank you. Okay, so for us, what went well? This particular company, I own several companies, and this particular company we started 3 years ago. And within that 3 years, we've built a really good reputation with local authorities and other companies and user groups as well, and built that brand name and got it out there. So most local authorities now in the UK know of us, and an awful lot of working with us. We didn't need funding. I was fortunate enough not to sort of use any funding. I was self-funded with the company, and that sort of allowed us to grow well, and especially with the sales. How did it go well was the contacts that we've made with that sort of building of our reputation. So we're working with a number of extremely high-profile companies now. One of them, for instance, is owned. It's a company called, well, doesn't matter the name, but it's owned by the two Estonian guys who created Skype and sold out to Microsoft for £2 billion a few years ago. And they own a company which manufactures robotic automatic delivery vehicles that deliver shopping to people's houses. And they're looking to roll out in 25 towns and cities within the next 2 years. They're already in some. 25 towns and cities within the next 2 years, 100 robots in each. The problem is that those robots are disabled. They don't have arms to press push buttons at pedestrian crossings to cross the roads. So they contacted Telent, one of the traffic signals maintenance companies, who told them, get in touch with Smart Technology, they'll have a solution for you. So they got in touch with us, and yes, we've got the solution. We wrote the code for their robots to allow them to trigger the traffic lights when they go on them, and then receive a signal back to say it's green when active so they can cross the road. So they love us. They're taking us over to America, to Greensburg, South Carolina, and Bowling Green, Ohio, as the first places in the States. So the reputations that we've built have enabled us to work with a lot of different organisations, National Trust, English Heritage, Network Rail, and so on. So why it went well, I think, was basically the reliability of the products and systems that we did, and the service that we give. We pride ourselves in being able to get orders out within 2 to 3 days of receiving the order. So we get them out to the customers, and we go over and beyond to give them a good service. So that's the answer to those.
Was the initial trial in Milton Keynes?
Yes.
Yes, I saw the videos. That really, really interesting. So,
You see, I thought you were going to say why it went well because you just worked so hard.
well, that's well goes well.
Okay.
Right, I'll combine all three questions together if that's okay. Obviously, in terms of the plan behind it, it's something we've been working on for a while. So the approach that we took was we tried to map it out and plan it before we ran the trial on site. So the first thoughts were, obviously, we make the roofs ourselves, but how do we construct that as one component, lift it, drop it on a building without effectively it falling down and breaking? So the first thing we needed was health and safety advice of our health and safety consultant and his input to make sure the RAMs and all the working operations were accurate and correct. We needed our structural engineers' involvement for lifting beams to make sure that when we did lift it, it was adequate and it was safe. And obviously we needed the input of the entire team around to make sure that it went well. And to be honest, the first time we tried it, every time you do it, it's going to get better and you're going to learn and it's going to improve. But the first time we did try it, we was on a project in Cockerham where the house, we took the roof off lifted it, dropped it on the road, lifted the first floor panels on, stood them up, put the roof back on, and we did that in 55 minutes. And it was a massive achievement. Obviously, the crane driver and the fitting team had a big audience. We was all there to watch. But massive pat on the back for all the team involved. Now, in terms of if I had to throw any negative sort of niggles in the mix or learning curve, should we say, the very first time we did it, there was a little bit of an issue with the crane slings where once the roof went back on, the lads still had to climb up. So the resolve behind that now is we put a little bit of a platform at ceiling level in the trusses, and that's really what you do. It's not always going to go perfect first time, but you do it, you try it, you live and you learn, and you adjust to suit. Thank you.
Better pass over the question, the crib sheet. What is going well? The price of power is going up, and so the gap in the market for cost-effective energy devices is going forward. At the moment, there are, out of 38 million dwellings, there are only 470,000 with solar panels on them, and also only 10,000 wind turbines. So there's a massive market share out there. It's still very, very early stages for Innoviking renewables. At the moment, picking up on the time thief aspect, my main income stream is consultancy in logistics and renewables, with a portfolio of products that may assist that consultancy. Can I have a flat white, please? It's a case of being able to take the opportunity forward and actually flip that. So it's the portfolio of products selling the consultancy. So I haven't got quite to that equilibrium state or paradigm shift yet. Why is it going well? Because, as other members of the panel have said, it's passion, it's what you believe in, it's trying to change things, it's seeing those gaps in the market, so it's always work in progress. And if you want to see if it is going to go well, when I'm able to actually launch the product, that will be the next stage and step change.
So for me, what went well, 3 years in the making prior to starting Nanosmart Pro Coatings, I knew I had to get this right. I knew this had to go ahead purely because of the gap in the market. The journey plan, like I said, 3 years, I was helped out pre-COVID by the government grant through Boost. Thank you very much for that. That was great. Without that, I would have never been able to do that. How? Because of my network and contacts. I've been in the balloting and cleaning industry for around 30 years at the time. I knew where I could get this stuff made. I knew where the good chemists were who would work with me. Why? Again, it's my concept and convincing others. So I had a big battle with the big four coating companies that were, again, from China and Korea. But obviously they had a UK basis and training centres for this. The niche thing with me is I didn't charge my guys for training. All those big four would charge at least £500 plus VAT for 3 to 4 hours training. Anyone can come to me that is a valeter or a detailer or a cleaner, and I will show them for free, but I know I can convince them that they will take that product away in the same day, because it's convincing people why is yours different to the others, and I've done that. So like I say, I've convinced the people in the UK, I've now done it in the US, and I've now done it in Canada. I have a very good friend in Germany. The German market was really hard. They're very, very stickle, but they are convinced, and yeah, so it's worked for me.
Yeah, don't know where to start, don't know where to finish. Well, Lancashire, East Lancashire Chamber introduced us to low carbon funds and red cap funds, which is ongoing at this moment. Boost gave us a lot of guidance. DTI gave us Some. They actually introduced us to selling via Zoom during COVID into Taiwan. And I was surprised that we got an order out of that without getting on an airplane and going to see the banging it against a wall. Innovate and APC are the ones we're dealing with at the moment via the tier 1 companies that have got interested after that initial trial fund situation from about 4 years back, I would suggest. We have another Smart Award that has just been granted last week. We have something from EU called the Galactica grant, the one that paid us 50% up front. I don't understand how any of these work. I don't get it. And it frustrates the hell out of me that nobody else gets it when I ask the question. Because it's potluck. Until you've got somebody in your team that can communicate better than I can communicate. So, the other question that I've got, or the other part that is an answer in there, TRL 1 to 10. Ooh, I hate the idea, but TRL 1 and 2 up to 3 is easy to get funds for. Getting up from 3 to 7 is really difficult to get funds for. And that's where you need somebody else on board, like these guys have all found, who's going to wave your flag for you.
So, looking on the wall behind me, I'm going to put the next screen on. Nah, I feel like Chris Whitty. Next slide, please. We've got a question.
How do you, at the beginning, it's William Starr from W Construction, how do you, at the beginning of your concept, manage to find, you talking about boots being there helping you, you talked about them, how do you, at the very beginning of your concept, find those help and the funding? What is the path to the Holy Grail, if I can call it that?
Local business groups.
Can I just repeat the question for our online viewers? 3 or 4. How do you find help for funding? Where do you find the help that you need? Does anybody want to answer that one?
I can answer that.
Well, this way we'll come down to you.
So it's very hard, but you need to engage with their website. Then you send a mail, see what helps, what knowledge you are needing. In my case, I work with Lancaster University, with UCLan University, Innovate UK Edge. Just search, Boost Lancashire is a good start. They have all the everything I found was in the Boost Lancashire.
See, I didn't want to say Boost because I work for Boost, but thank you, Irma.
Okay. It's interaction and networking is the main one. Go to an event at your local Chamber of Commerce. East Lancashire and North and Western are very good. If you don't have to live and work in the geographical area to go to one of their events. For members, they're usually free. For non-members, the events are between £15 and £20 a head. They're all very, very good value, and they're all sectorised. Once you're on their radar, they will actually put you in touch with Boost, with UCLan, with Lancaster, with all the support mechanisms that are available, which you don't know when you're just starting out. It's a case of, there is this community of opportunity out there, and you have to be quite blinkered in your approach as well about what you need, because there's a range of opportunities and information sources. It's not always that that Boost can supply the right advice. It could be UCLan with Robert's team at the investment readiness, and they are still drawing down funds from the European community. I'm not going to get into political discussion, but having just done my first import, Why did we leave the European community? Because it has been it took over a fortnight to bring half a dozen wind turbines into the UK. Before, in the single market, we could have done it just by the phone call, put on the back of the truck and brought them in inside a day. It's that type of bureaucracy. So these guys are here to help you to get round these pitfalls. I didn't think there would be a problem.
Thank you. One thing to remember, first of all, I'll plug Boost because Alan's here and he'd feel so guilty if he had a conscience.
Which he doesn't.
Boost is your local growth hub, right? They effectively can open up many, many doors for you. You just go on the website, Boost Lancashire. When you open up the first pages for business support, you'll find like 56 options. It's extremely complex and complicated. The best thing to do is pick up the phone and have a conversation. And Alan, like one of the business relationship managers, I think you've got new titles now, haven't you?
All sorts of titles.
All sorts of. Just pick a title, they'll get you. He's there. Yeah, he's your man. But whilst Boost is county-wide, you've also, you've got a couple of unitary authorities, Blackpool and Blackburn, etc., who might offer something different. But also your local councils, because there are a lot of local initiatives that apply only to your area. For example, got a meeting, I think it's Pendle coming up soon, and they've got grants between of £1,000 plus for projects involving sustainability, but it's only for businesses in Pendle. If you're looking, for example, at opening a new shop, somewhere like Toal will support that very, very much. So if you're looking at hospitality, Blackpool will tend to give you more support. Do you know what I mean? So your local area, the smaller support, which is often what you want, your local council they'll have a section on the website saying business support and things like that, and then you drill down to there. County-wide, but they will also plug you into the counties, into each individual council. It's definitely Boost. But the key to this is knock on somebody's door. Doesn't matter which door you knock on one of them, because most of us know each other, and it's an extremely complicated landscape business support in Lancashire. It really is. But you get someone like Alan, like myself, like Mike, they'll open doors for you that will lead to other people, and often save you opening the wrong doors. That makes sense? So your journey can be a little bit easier. It's complicated enough. Let's try and keep it as simple as we can.
Next question.
Alan, over to you.
So, we're going to do another round of questions, which is on the screen behind me, I hope. Yes, okay, over to Emma. What challenges did you face internally and externally? Very much depend on the size of the business. And how did you overcome these challenges?
Oh, challenges. We have plenty. Since you have an idea, the challenges start. The big challenge I faced was building something very new from scratch, and was 10 years advanced ahead of the trend in marketing. So no one used in 3D printing or additive manufacturing. So the knowledge was very sparse, no many around. To overcome this, knocking the right doors, like Lancaster University, AMC, talking with people, talk with customers. So when I have the idea, I went abroad, and every B2B match program we have, and ask, do you need it? How this going to work? So first thing to overcome this challenge is what I'm building is suitable for my customers. So I invest 11 years researching and talk with customer to get now what we call almost perfect product. When I started, we didn't have blockchain to track and trace parts. Now we have. We didn't have AI technology to select a machine automatically. Now we have. We didn't have the streaming service for CAD design. Now we have. So take time and persistence, fail, and fail fast.
Thanks, Emma. Okay, so challenges faced internally and externally. We're a tech company, so technically wise, we didn't really have many challenges. We're sort of pretty good on that side of it. But I think the challenge faced by most businesses out there, internally and externally, is sales. Sales is the key to everything. Without sales, you can't sell your products, your systems, your services. You've just got a hobby, really. And so sales is the key to it all. So how did we sort of overcome those challenges? Internally, well, salespeople, I have this passionate dislike of salespeople. They promise a lot and deliver little most of the time. So to get somebody who is a really good salesperson, you've got to get them and you've got to keep them. And we were fortunate enough to come across a lady who's our national sales manager now, and she's great. She's really good at opening doors, talking to people, building relationships. So that's we were just lucky how we overcame that challenge. Externally, selling to externally to people, obviously it's always a challenge, but the way we sort of overcame it was actually get our foot into sort of one of the local authorities and then gain referenceability. And so once we had that referenceability, we could say, oh yeah, we'll speak to these. These have got some of our systems and they love them, they have no problems and so on. So it sort of grew from there. So that's how we sort of overcame sort of most of our challenges that we faced.
Okay, thanks. Anybody work in sales?
Sorry? Can you borrow it? No, she's far too busy. There's several of them, but they're all far too busy.
Right, challenges. Very interesting question. The short, sweet and toned down answer is people, to be quite honest with you. People are very set in their ways. People don't like change. And people are scared to move outside of the comfort zone. So that was obviously the biggest. How we overcome it, as a business, everybody internally, i.e. the lads in the factory and the office, are all staff and part of the business. Externally, the lads that put the kits up for us, as either self-employed or their own limited company and subcontractors to us. So it was a bit of a two-pronged attack really for us. Internally, it was a lot of probably cuddles and reassurance. It'll be fine, and really, what is the worst that can happen? We try it, doesn't go right, we go back to what we know. Fortunately, it went very well, and we've kept doing it as and when we can on the basis that allow us to do so. Externally, what we had to do to overcome that challenge, again, we've had, as a business, we're 16 years old, we've had the same fitting teams that have worked with us since the start, brilliant at what they do, but they've only ever done it in the traditional old-fashioned way of building a roof up at roof level. So we went out to the market. We're not the only people in the world that do the roofs on the floor. We found fitting teams that were comfortable and competent at methodology. We then brought them in to deliver on the first job whilst myself and the site team plus others at our office did a bit of a watching brief, and we learnt from them. So now that's been rolled out with the rest of the teams that had never done it before, and they're comfortable, and to be honest, it isn't that difficult. So yeah, that's it from our side. Thank you.
Okay, I'm still at the hobby stage, man in a shed. Prototype 1 has been 3D printed by 3D GBIRE, and the generator is being rebuilt at the AMRC by some of Pete's colleagues. It could, with the right funding, be out and in the shops within the next 18 months. So that's how quickly it can be. There's a couple of innovations that need to be protected through patents and IP. So there's a lot of work behind that. Time is really the big thing for me at the moment, because I am a one-man band. I am trying to make money. The business is called Inner Viking because my wife is half Orcadian and quarter Shetlander, and when her Inner Viking comes out, be very afraid, because I am, and you've not met her. Suffice to say that, I've got to start making some money soon, because directors' loans are only so finite. So that's where I am at the moment. Those are the challenges.
Okay, challenges, yeah, again, it's very similar. It's people, it's convincing people what have you got to offer them, how are you going to change their business. That was very difficult, but once we've got people on board and have used the product, that's fine, they are convinced, and then from there it's recommendations, and there's nothing better than kind of word of mouth. Other challenges, again, Brexit was an absolute nightmare trying to export to anywhere in Europe. It was taking normally 2 to 3 days prior Brexit, then it was taking a month. So when people need, to apply these coatings in a couple of weeks, it was taking us a month. There was just no way around it, and we was doing everything right, all the codes, etc. And then we got COVID, brilliant. So obviously, I said before, we were doing free training. I was not allowed to in my business premises to allow anyone in there other than myself, because I'm a one-man band. So that was a bit of a challenge. How did I overcome that? I then had to do some researching into other people's businesses, certainly in the detailing sector, and do my due diligence, look at their work, look at their recommendations and their reviews, and take that on the chin, and 90% that kind of worked. And then it was just basic convincing them that we've got the good reputable products without that stupid price tag, and it's worked.
Different world, isn't it? Everybody's got their own little problems. I'm not sure how to answer it in a satisfactory way because of our niche industry. We're not talking to any of you as a customer or a salesman, and we basically struggled with the big companies and the catapults. We're not selling to the man in the street like you guys are struggling with. But I would advise anybody that can sell something to the man in the street, you've got a lot better chance than we had selling to big companies, because we're still banging our heads against the wall. And what we really needed, and I've been lucky to always have a team that will put up with it, is a lot more patience than normal. I hope you've got patience.
Thank you. The one phrase that came across pretty much all the time, and then Shane, even you said it, even though you're one-man band, was we. And John just said there's a team. And it's about talking to people, it's about working as a team, whether that's internal or external, that's a group of people you find as business advisors. It's about communicating. How do you overcome a challenge? Well, somebody else has done something similar, or they can help you, so just talk to people. It's as simple as that, really. We're down to our final question. Which we're really going to try and ask the panel now to do in one sentence. So no challenges there, guys. What advice would you give to those about to start on an innovation journey?
One advice: talk with Boost Lancashire first.
How much did you pay?
Okay. What advice would I give? I'm just going to have no full stops. It's going to be a long one without full stops. Yeah. Okay. As an entrepreneur, which everybody sort of is starting on their innovation journey, I'm an entrepreneur, serial entrepreneur, a number of businesses, and I'm actually just finishing a PhD in entrepreneurship. Last few months of that to go. So the advice I would give is don't be risk averse. Yeah, you've got to take risk, calculated risks to really get anywhere. Surround yourself with people who can help grow your business, get the right people working with you, and enjoy it. Yeah, it's fun. Just make it fun and enjoy the journey. So yeah, that's what advice I would give.
Advice-wise for me, it would be trust your vision and your gut, don't give up, and just be patient, and eventually it'll happen.
Don't start, because once you're in there, you're not going to get out. It's like a disease. It's worse than COVID. You spend so many hours perfecting your product. James Dyson had over 5,000 prototypes before he got hold of the cyclone. 5,000 duds before he found out. If you want to do it and you like the challenge, then go for it. But you've got to commit 150%. Sorry, 2 sentences.
Okay, believe in yourself, that's the first key thing. If you don't believe in yourself and your own product, you're going to fail straight from the start. Boost, again, fantastic. Go with them. They'll help you to do a journey plan, a business plan. Seriously, really good. And be confident, and if you've got to give free trials out to people, to the bigger guys, just do it. Just give them the product, then they can see, feel, touch and use it.
really simple for me. Just be sure that you can afford to wait for the payback. It might be a long time.
Yeah. That's true.
Thank you for that. Some really sage advice there. Really, really interesting about yourself. A lot of this isn't just about what you're making, what you're changing, what you're adapting. It's about you, isn't it? And your network and the people you can plug into, and having that patience, that perseverance. And the journey might not be what you originally planned, but it sounds on most cases it's exciting and an interesting journey, and something that you want to continue and stick to. So if any of you think of innovating, best of luck to you. Do use the support networks, not just the formal ones, but your informal ones, your family, your friends, the people you know. They're very, very important, not to be underestimated. And believing in yourself, and that's easier said than done sometimes. When you're sitting on your own in the corner of a shed and it's chucking down with rain, and the 14th trials just fell apart, and you put all your hopes on it, and you're just fed up, and somebody's forgot your birthday, and all the things like that. You've just got to dig in. And just remember, your first staff Christmas do will be you on your own, but it's a start. It's a start. Right, so we're coming to the end of our session. Very, very timely. We've got 1 minute left. Lunch, I hope, is sort of at its peak condition for you to enjoy. Are there any questions? I've just said lunch is ready. I'm going to ask if there's any questions, like you're going to delay your lunch. Are there any questions? Have you got any questions? No? Right. Can I thank all of the panel? Can I thank support? Sorry, gentleman at the front.
I'm here on behalf of the Lancashire Enterprise Partnership, one of the sponsors.
Do you want to use the mic because you're close enough to reach?
Sorry, very quickly.
That'll be easier.
Yeah, just say I'm here on behalf of Lancashire Enterprise Partnership, one of the partners to a lot of your Boost and AMRC. Just the point about the funding landscape and local authorities and county-wide and unitaries and obviously North West as well and even national. It is quite a fractured picture, you're right. I do know the LEP are looking to try and bring together all of these strands into one place as a kind of a one-stop shop of funding, advice and signposting. So that is kind of in the works, I think. Right. So we are aware of the issue and we are looking to address it. But as you said, it's not straightforward.
No, that's right. Sorry. And there's ever Lancashire LEP is on this. They are very, very good. Trust me on this. They one of the best I've worked with, certainly. So it just goes for us to thank everybody who's organised everything there. Thank you for the panel for sharing your expertise, your knowledge, your experiences, your insights and your thoughts. Really appreciate it. Thank you for participating in and laughing at the bad jokes. Really appreciate it. So if there's no more questions, please go and enjoy your lunch and we'll see you after. Cheers.
Can I just mention to you that lunch is being served over there. So if it's raining, run.
Hello, my name is Becky Toal and I'm the owner-manager of Crowbury Consulting Limited. We are based in Chorley, Lancashire, and we are specialist providers of ISO management systems, including environmental management, energy management, ethics management and events management. Crowbury Consulting is an approved BSI Associate Consultancy Partnership, and we are an affiliate and able to sell various ISO standards on our website. We are also an approved women-owned business with WE Connect International, which means if you work with us, you're also improving the supply chain diversity within your business. We have over 20 years' experience of delivering environmental management systems for business, and we currently have a new product offer, which is a bronze, silver and gold template packages, which can support your company to basically put together your environmental aspects and impacts, work out your risks, your opportunities, help you with your policy, help you with your procedures, and support you on the journey towards achieving the international standard, the ISO 14001. Crowbury Consulting can also support you with the international standard ISO 50001, the energy management standard. And again, we have a bronze, silver and gold package. So if your business needs to implement 50001 in order to comply with the Energy Savings Opportunity Scheme, we can help you. We can also support you by combining both the 14001 package with the 50001 package, so you can get the environmental and the energy management standard combined together as one system. Crowbury Consulting can also support you with the ISO 2012-1 standard, which is known as Sustainable Events Management Standard. And back in 2012, we were lucky enough to do the audits for the London 2012 Olympics. We've also worked with many large stadiums, venues, hotels all around the world to improve their sustainability in the form of event management. And we can provide auditing, training and consultancy to this international standard as well. Ethical toolkits are also a core product that we can provide to your company. We've been involved in ethical management systems for several years now, and we are approved lead auditors for ethical management systems such as SEDEX, the Responsible Jewellery Council, and we've also provided the Unilever audits and audits on behalf of Coca-Cola. So we can help you if you have a bespoke or a specific supply chain code of conduct audit that you might need help and support with. In summary, Crowbury Consulting can help you with a variety of international standards from energy management, environmental management, event management, and also ethical management. We take our own standards very seriously, and we hold the quality management standard ISO 9001, as well as having the UK Cyber Essentials standard. So we look after your data and we take your data very seriously. So we hope that this informational video has been useful to you, and we look forward to hearing from you in the near future, and thank you very much for listening.
Our beautiful city has been a hub for trade, innovation and business for centuries, drawing people from far and wide looking for new opportunities. In recent years, a growing number of businesses have called for more to help Lancaster reach its full potential. Well, you spoke and we listened. Introducing Fraser House, a new, high-tech, state-of-the-art collaborative workspace in Lancaster. We're a new space for the next generation of pioneers, entrepreneurs and businesses. A space to grow, a space to innovate, a space to collaborate, a space where people can come together as a community and thrive. With a broad network and state-of-the-art facilities, we are building the future of digital and technology in Lancaster. We are a digital hub that will put Lancaster and Lancashire on the map. We are built on innovation, We aim to galvanise and grow the digital economy and community in Lancaster by creating a friendly, high-tech, collaborative environment. Innovation, collaboration, Fraser House.
We believe that innovation is key to economic success, but innovation is also vital if we are to confront today's global environmental challenges. Our resources are finite, and we need to think differently about how we live, work, and do business. The Centre for Global Eco-Innovation was established in 2012 to address these challenges by supporting research, development, and innovation in small and medium-sized businesses.
Small companies provide something very special, and that's the motivation and the expertise of the people that work within them. They're a fantastic bridge between the universities, the large companies, and the market. Small companies can move quickly, they can try new things, and they're very efficient in the way in which they use capital. So that gives them a competitive advantage, and I think they will continue to be an important element in the delivery of solutions to the massive challenge of climate change that we face.
What growth businesses need is a structure of support to help them on their journey. That's what a university like Lancaster can provide.
It's access to equipment and people who know how to use the equipment as well.
First of all, we get to meet bright young people, and that's really interesting in a business that's growing and recruiting. Increasingly, we're getting involved in these intricate projects.
So it's enabled us to actually develop a whole suite of new technologies within our own IP portfolio.
We are supporting innovation through collaborative research and design projects, linking ambitious companies with university resources. This means people, facilities, expertise, skills, and knowledge. We are stronger together, so we are working with regional, national and international partners to innovate for a better environment.
It's really great that the work that I'm doing has a real-world business impact as well as a positive effect on the environment.
Eco-innovation has a broad scope, and to address global challenges we work across themes and disciplines. It means the efficient use of energy and the adoption of renewables.
Eco-innovation promotes a circular economy and responsible use of natural capital, and works to achieve food security for future generations.
Eco-innovation means better management of waste, extracting value, resources and materials. It means managing water to prevent flooding, drought and ensure water quality.
We have worked with the Centre to develop strategies for resilient and sustainable integrated catchment management by modelling future risks.
If we want to achieve new and better ways of doing business, we have to think and act differently. We want to work with ambitious businesses on exciting innovations for a better environment. The Centre can provide the expertise, resources and funding to deliver business-led R&D in your company.
So the Productivity and Innovation Centre works with established small and medium-sized businesses who are seeking to put together a coherent strategy to scale up, improve aspects of how productive they are and really target the types of customers and projects that really are their sweet spot for profitability.
The rationale for the centre is to become a catalyst for change. It helps organisations with growth potential change their perspective on where their opportunities are, and it's a framework to give people, and we say it, to work on the business, not in it.
Strategy is always up there, it's important, but it's very much an informal part of the business. For a long time, the strategy is based in one person's mind. We'd sort of hit a ceiling, if you will. Our turnover hadn't really increased for the previous sort of 3 or 4 years. Continuing to do the same thing will only get the same results, so we needed to change something. Tom, Simon and the team down at Edgehill did a great job of not allowing us to avoid the question. Some of our guys, without being pushed and probed, were happy with the first answer that they came up with. It really got us looking much closer at what our core business should be and who our target customers should be. So there's lots of changes come about in the business since the end of the sprint programme. So in the first 12 months, we had an increase in turnover of over 25%. It was a real big year for us that year. Looking at the KPIs through the 12 months after the sprint programme, you can see a real shift in the right direction.
The biggest problem that we had before we went on the innovation sprint really was understanding how to rationalise and simplify and productise what we did, and so we recognised that actually creating a competitive difference, which the sprint offered, would be an important part of our growth. From the very first moment we started, we were being challenged on really what Door 4 was, what our product was, and in particular where our profit came from and how we were going to maximise that part of the business. What we did a lot of work and thinking around was understanding how to split our proposition into easily manageable chunks that the customer would understand, and that language and that proposition is still central to how Door 4 presents itself to this day. The quantifiable benefits that we've seen in Door 4 are a growth in turnover of around 15%. We've seen a growth in profitability. We've definitely seen a growth in the number of relationships that themselves are profitable.
The opportunities and challenges we needed to address were looking at our client base and being objective about it. What clients were we wanting to deal with? How did we approach the work with them? How did we engage the staff in the work with the clients? We probably would never have done it if we hadn't have gone on the sprint programme. We were quite clear, I think, at the start that it wasn't almost like a CPD session. It was, we were going to get our hands dirty on this. I think when you start being asked the uncomfortable questions, why do you do this? Why do you do that? Why do you let this happen? That's when we realised that things were needing to be changed. After completing the programme, things that we sort of learned to think was not to be frightened of change. Sometimes you sit back and think, I can't do that, I won't do that. But sometimes you've got to do it for the sake of the business and the continuity of it. The whole programme and the way it was conducted was very, very well done. The people that we worked with there were very, very knowledgeable. From start to finish, it was a great experience.
We're there as a critical friend. We will ask you some uncomfortable questions, but it's not to trip you up. The purpose of doing it is to make sure that we're really getting to the heart of what the issues are, so that when you put your plan back together, it's actually going to address those for you and help you take it forward.
SMEs now see us as a starting point for growth. And that was the objective then, for the universities to create this ecosystem that fundamentally did two things: improved the employment opportunities of our graduates and enhanced the knowledge exchange of our academics into organisations. On average, our organisations achieved 29% growth, and in the last 2.5 years we've achieved 97 new jobs. The numbers speak for themselves.
Blue Wren is a software company, and we specialise in software to help other businesses improve their process and productivity. We build bespoke applications around job management systems, client management systems, CRM systems, financial tracking systems, mainly for the SME market. I chose to partner with Rosebud because we were looking for some financial support to help with our product development of a platform that we were building. And Rosebud offered the support and the clarity and obviously the finance to help us do that. We've used the funding primarily for product development. We've invested in developing our own platform that will build bespoke software applications in a far quicker and cost-effective way for our customers. The experience has been good. They've been clear with the application process. They gave us plenty of feedback around what they would like to see from the business plan. And then once the funding came through, they've sort of signposted us into the right areas for further support through Boost Lancashire, who've been excellent and helpful. And it's really helped us target scale and look to grow our business in the way that we want to. The vision for Blue Wren now that the product is developed, is to scale it through market development. So it's now to take the product to market and to recruit more customers, and then to grow the business in a significant way.
I think it's always important for Rosebud not to work in isolation. Sometimes it will fund on its own for a business, but it's important to work with other providers of funding as well. And we're seeing the example here with Blue Wren that Rosebud have worked alongside the Northern Powerhouse Investment Fund to offer funding to this business, which has enabled the business to change the way it provides its services and to provide additional employment opportunities in highly skilled jobs right in the centre of Lancashire.
For other businesses looking for finance, definitely speak to your local growth hub in the first instance, Boost Lancashire, and then Rosebud as well, of course. They've been able to give us the support that we needed. And if you're ready for funding, or even if you're not ready for funding, it's the start of the conversation that we would recommend you do first. And then that will give you the platform and the clarity of what you need to do in order to access funding and the reasons for why you're trying to access that funding.
I'm Willis, you may have seen me from The Apprentice. I am so honoured to be here today to be supporting the Innovative Challenge to promote and support young business owners who are really trying to make their foothold into Lancashire, so I'm really pleased to be here.
And I walked in today and I listened to all those other businesses that were absolutely phenomenal. You know, they blew me away, every single last one of them. So to firstly just be in the finals was absolutely amazing.
In terms of the finalists, I didn't expect them to be such a high calibre of candidates. I really didn't think we had so many people who've beat other people to get to this point. Every single pitch was strong, and I was like, I really felt for the judges because it was a fantastic performance from every one of them.
It's not sunk in yet, actually. There've been some amazing finalists, and with amazing backstories and products and stuff that's really close to my heart as well. So, yeah, to be stood here with the Gold Award, it's amazing, thank you.
In terms of the winner, I 100% agreed with them. I think for what this business has got and what it offers, I can only see it going bigger and bigger. It's in every store in the country in terms of pets at home, etc. So, yeah, I have every confidence they'll do well.
To come second, it's just absolutely wonderful. It's really, really fabulous, and I'm just so grateful. And I'm so pleased actually that mental health is at the heart of this innovation, and I know it will impact lots and lots and lots of lives.
I was nervous at start, as I've never experienced something like this before, coming from a construction site to a room full of people and judges, but everyone was really friendly, and in fact it's boosted my confidence through the roof. It was exciting from start to finish, so thank you very much. Making a dream come a reality is the most exciting part of it. Like, now I've got the legs and hopefully some more contacts in that room to make a dream come true.
And the nice thing is as well that it's all here, Lancashire based, and it will stay here.
Three words I'd use to describe 2.0 are forward-thinking, world-class and passionate.
I would say 2.0 is about ambition, it's about exploration, and it's about personal development.
Informative, collaborative and motivational.
Focused, collaborative and successful.
Three words to describe 2.0. I would go for enlightening, empowering, connected.
Heat-seeking missiles is what they are. Now, if heat-seeking is a double-barreled word, I've got an extra word. Amazing heat-seeking missiles. That's what they'll be for your organisation.
The three words that I would use to describe 2.0 would be a clear direction, motivating and engaging.
Hello, my name is Becky Toal and I'm the owner-manager of Crowbury Consulting Limited. We are based in Chorley, Lancashire, and we are specialist providers of ISO management systems including environmental management, energy management, ethics management and events management. Crowbury Consulting is an approved BSI Associate Consultancy Partnership, and we are an affiliate and able to sell various ISO standards on our website. We are also an approved women-owned business with WE Connect International, which means if you work with us, you're also improving the supply chain diversity within your business. We have over 20 years' experience of delivering environmental management systems for business, and we currently have a new product offer, which is a bronze, silver and gold template packages, which can support your company to basically put together your environmental aspects and impacts, work out your risks, your opportunities, help you with your policy, help you with your procedures, and support you on the journey towards achieving the international standard, the ISO 14001. Crowbury Consulting can also support you with the international standard ISO 50001, the energy management standard. And again, we have a bronze, silver and gold package. So if your business needs to implement 50001 in order to comply with the Energy Savings Opportunity Scheme, we can help you. We can also support you by combining both the 14001 package with the 50001 package, so you can get the environmental and the energy management standard combined together as one system. Crowbury Consulting can also support you with the ISO 2012-1 standard, which is known as Sustainable Events Management Standard. And back in 2012, we were lucky enough to do the audits for the London 2012 Olympics. We've also worked with many large stadiums, venues, hotels all around the world to improve their sustainability in the form of event management. And we can provide auditing, training and consultancy to this international standard as well. Ethical toolkits are also a core product that we can provide to your company. We've been involved in ethical management systems for several years now, and we are approved lead auditors for ethical management systems such as SEDEX, the Responsible Jewellery Council, and we've also provided the Unilever audits and audits on behalf of Coca-Cola. So we can help you if you have a bespoke or a specific supply chain code of conduct audit that you might need help and support with. In summary, Crowbury Consulting can help you with a variety of international standards from energy management, environmental management, event management and also ethical management. We take our own standards very seriously, and we hold the quality management standard ISO 9001, as well as having the UK Cyber Essentials standard. So we look after your data and we take your data very seriously. So we hope that this informational video has been useful to you, and we look forward to hearing from you in the near future, and thank you very much for listening.
We believe that innovation is key to economic success, but innovation is also vital if we are to confront today's global environmental challenges. Our resources are finite, and we need to think differently about how we live, work and do business. The Centre for Global Eco-Innovation was established in 2012 to address these challenges by supporting research, development and innovation in small and medium-sized businesses.
Small companies provide something very special, and that's the motivation and the expertise of the people that work within them. They're a fantastic bridge between the universities, the large companies and the market. Small companies can move quickly, they can try new things, and they're very efficient in the way in which they use capital. So that gives them a competitive advantage, and I think they will continue to be an important element in the delivery of solutions to the massive challenge of climate change that we face.
What growth businesses need is a structure of support to help them on their journey. That's what a university like Lancaster can provide.
It's access to equipment and people who know how to use the equipment as well.
First of all, we get to meet bright young people, and that's really interesting in a business that's growing and recruiting. Increasingly, we're getting involved in these intricate projects.
So it's enabled us to actually develop our whole suite of new technologies within our own IP portfolio.
We are supporting innovation through collaborative research and design projects, linking ambitious companies with university resources. This means people, facilities, expertise, skills, and knowledge.
We are stronger together, so we are working with regional, national, and international partners to innovate for a better environment.
It's really great that the work that I'm doing has a real-world business impact as well as a positive effect on the environment.
Eco-innovation has a broad scope, and to address global challenges, we work across themes and disciplines. It means the efficient use of energy and the adoption of renewables.
Eco-innovation promotes a circular economy and responsible use of natural capital, and works to achieve food security for future generations.
Eco-innovation means better management of waste, extracting value, resources and materials. It means managing water to prevent flooding, drought and ensure water quality.
We have worked with the Centre to develop strategies for resilient and sustainable integrated catchment management by modelling future risks.
If we want to achieve new and better ways of doing business, we have to think and act differently. We want to work with ambitious businesses on exciting innovations for a better environment. The Centre can provide the expertise, resources and funding to deliver business-led R&D in your company.
So the Productivity and Innovation Centre works with established small and medium-sized businesses who are seeking to put together a coherent strategy to scale up, improve aspects of how productive they are, and really target the types of customers and projects that really are their sweet spot for profitability.
The rationale for the centre is to become a catalyst for change. It helps organisations with growth potential change their perspective on where their opportunities are, and it's a framework to give people, and we say it, to work on the business, not in it.
Strategy is always up there, it's important, but it's very much an informal part of the business. For a long time, the strategy is based in one person's mind. We'd sort of hit a ceiling, if you will. Our turnover hadn't really increased for the previous sort of 3 or 4 years. Continuing to do the same thing will only get the same results, so we needed to change something. Tom, Simon and the team down at Edgehill did a great job of not allowing us to avoid the question. Some of our guys, without being pushed and probed, were happy with the first answer that they came up with. It really got us looking much closer at what our core business should be and who our target customers should be. So there's lots of changes come about in the business since the end of the sprint programme. So in the first 12 months, we had an increase in turnover of over 25%. It was a real big year for us that year. Looking at the KPIs through the 12 months after the sprint programme, you can see a real shift in the right direction.
The biggest problem that we had before we went on the innovation sprint really was understanding how to rationalise and simplify and productise what we did. And so we recognised that actually creating a competitive difference, which the sprint offered, would be an important part of our growth. From the very first moment we started, we were being challenged on really what Door 4 was, what our product was, and in particular, where our profit came from and how we were going to maximise that part of the business. What we did a lot of work and thinking around was understanding how to split our proposition into easily manageable chunks that the customer would understand. And that language and that proposition is still central to how Door 4 presents itself to this day. The quantifiable benefits that we've seen in Door 4 are a growth in turnover of around 15%. We've seen a growth in profitability. We've definitely seen a growth in the number of relationships that themselves are profitable.
The opportunities and challenges we needed to address were looking at our client base and being objective about it. What clients were we wanting to deal with? How did we approach the work with them? How did we engage the staff in the work with the clients? We probably would never have done it if we hadn't have gone on the sprint programme. We were quite clear, I think, at the start that it wasn't almost like a CPD session. It was, we were going to get our hands dirty on this. I think when you start being asked the uncomfortable questions, why do you do this? Why do you do that? Why do you let this happen? That's when we realised that things were needing to be changed. After completing the programme, things that we sort of learned to think was not to be frightened of change. Sometimes you sit back and think, I can't do that, I won't do that. But sometimes you've got to do it for the sake of the business and the continuity of it. The whole programme and the way it was conducted was very, very well done. The people that we worked with there were very, very knowledgeable. From start to finish, it was a great experience.
We're there as a critical friend. We will ask you some uncomfortable questions, but it's not to trip you up. The purpose of doing it is to make sure that we're really getting to the heart of what the issues are, so that when you put your plan back together, it's actually going to address those for you and help you take it forward.
SMEs now see us as a starting point for growth. And that was the objective then, for the universities to create this ecosystem that fundamentally did two things: improved the employment opportunities of our graduates and enhanced the knowledge exchange of our academics into organisations. On average, our organisations achieved 29% growth, and in the last 2.5 years we've achieved 97 new jobs. The numbers speak for themselves.
I'm Willis, you may have seen me from The Apprentice. I am so honoured to be here today to be supporting the Innovative Challenge to promote and support young business owners who are really trying to make their foothold into Lancashire, so I'm really pleased to be here.
And I walked in today and I listened to all those other businesses that were absolutely phenomenal. You know, they blew me away, every single last one of them. So to firstly just be in the finals was absolutely amazing.
In terms of the finalists, I didn't expect them to be such a high calibre of candidates. I really didn't think we had so many people who've beat other people to get to this point. Every single pitch was strong, and I was like, I really felt for the judges because it was a fantastic performance from every one of them.
It's not sunk in yet, actually. There've been some amazing finalists, and you know, with amazing backstories and products and stuff that's really close to my heart as well. So, yeah, to be stood here with the Gold Award, it's amazing, thank you.
In terms of the winner, I 100% agreed with them. I think for what this business has got and what it offers, I can only see it going bigger and bigger. It's in every store in the country in terms of pets at home, etc. So, yeah, I have every confidence they'll do well.
To come second, it's just absolutely wonderful. It's really, really fabulous, and I'm just so grateful. And I'm so pleased actually that, you know, mental health is at the heart of this innovation, and I know it will impact lots and lots and lots of lives.
I was nervous at start, as I've never experienced something like this before, coming from a construction site to a room full of people and judges, but everyone was really friendly, and in fact it's boosted my confidence through the roof. It was exciting from start to finish, so thank you very much. Making a dream come a reality is the most exciting part of it. Like, now I've got the legs and hopefully some more contacts in that room to make a dream come true.
And the nice thing is as well that it's all here, Lancashire based, and it will stay here.
Three words I'd use to describe 2-0 are forward-thinking, world-class and passionate.
I would say 2-0 is about ambition, it's about exploration, and it's about personal development.
Informative, collaborative and motivational.
Focused, collaborative and successful.
Three words to describe 2-0. I would go for enlightening, empowering, connected.
Heat-seeking missiles is what they are. Now, if heat-seeking is a double-barrel word, so I've got an extra word. Amazing heat-seeking missiles. That's what they'll be for your organisation.
The three words that I would use to describe 2-0 would be a clear direction, motivating and engaging.
Blue Wren is a software company, and we specialise in software to help other businesses improve their process and productivity. We build bespoke applications around job management systems, client management systems, CRM systems, financial tracking systems, mainly for the SME market. I chose to partner with Rosebud because we were looking for some financial support to help with our product development of a platform that we were building. And Rosebud offered the support and the clarity and obviously the finance to help us do that. We've used the funding primarily for product development. We've invested in developing our own platform that will build bespoke software applications in a far quicker and cost-effective way for our customers. The experience has been good. They've been clear with the application process. They gave us plenty of feedback around what they would like to see from the business plan. And then once the funding came through, they've sort of signposted us into the right areas for further support through Boost Lancashire, who've been excellent and helpful. And it's really helped us target scale and look to grow our business in the way that we want to. The vision for Blue Wren now that the product is developed, is to scale it through market development. So it's now to take the product to market and to recruit more customers, and then to grow the business in a significant way.
I think it's always important for Rosebud not to work in isolation. Sometimes it will fund on its own for a business, but it's important to work with other providers of funding as well. And we're seeing the example here with Blue Wren that Rosebud have worked alongside the Northern Powerhouse Investment Fund to offer funding to this business, which has enabled the business to change the way it provides its services and to provide additional employment opportunities in highly skilled jobs right in the centre of Lancashire.
For other businesses looking for finance, definitely speak to your local growth hub in the first instance, Boost Lancashire, and then Rosebud as well, of course. They've been able to give us the support that we needed. And if you're ready for funding, or even if you're not ready for funding, it's the start of the conversation that we would recommend you do first. And then that will give you the platform and the clarity of what you need to do in order to access funding and the reasons for why you're trying to access that funding.
Our beautiful city has been a hub for trade, innovation and business for centuries, drawing people from far and wide looking for new opportunities. In recent years, a growing number of businesses have called for more to help Lancaster reach its full potential. Well, you spoke and we listened. Introducing Fraser House, a new, high-tech, state-of-the-art collaborative workspace in Lancaster. We're a new space for the next generation of pioneers, entrepreneurs and businesses. A space to grow, a space to innovate, a space to collaborate, a space where people can come together as a community and thrive. With a broad network and state-of-the-art facilities, we are building the future of digital and technology in Lancaster. We are a digital hub that will put Lancaster and Lancashire on the map. We are built on innovation. We aim to galvanise and grow the digital economy and community in Lancaster by creating a friendly, high-tech, collaborative environment. innovation, collaboration. Fraser House.
Blue Wren is a software company and we specialise in software to help other businesses improve their process and productivity. We build bespoke applications around job management systems, client management systems, CRM systems, financial tracking systems, mainly for the SME market. I chose to partner with Rosebud because we were looking for some financial support to help with our product development of a platform that we were building. And Rosebud offered the support and the clarity and obviously the finance to help us do that. We've used the funding primarily for product development. We've invested in developing our own platform that will build bespoke software applications in a far quicker and cost-effective way for our customers. The experience has been good. They've been clear with the application process. They gave us plenty of feedback around what they would like to see from the business plan. And then once the funding came through, they've sort of signposted us into the right areas for further support through Boost Lancashire, who've been excellent and helpful. And it's really helped us target scale and look to grow our business in the way that we want to. The vision for Blue Wren now that the product is developed, is to scale it through market development. So it's now to take the product to market and to recruit more customers and then to grow the business in a significant way.
I think it's always important for Rosebud not to work in isolation. Sometimes it will fund on its own for a business, but it's important to work with other providers of funding as well. And we're seeing the example here with Blue Wren that Rosebud have worked alongside the Northern Powerhouse Investment Fund to offer funding to this business, which has enabled the business to change the way it provides its services and to provide additional employment opportunities in highly skilled jobs right in the centre of Lancashire.
For other businesses looking for finance, definitely speak to your local growth hub in the first instance, Boost Lancashire, and then Rosebud as well, of course. They've been able to give us the support that we needed. And if you're ready for funding, or even if you're not ready for funding, it's the start of the conversation that we would recommend you do first. And then that will give you the platform and the clarity of what you need to do in order to access funding and the reasons for why you're trying to access that funding.
Hello, my name is Becky Toal and I'm the owner-manager of Crowbury Consulting Limited. We are based in Chorley, Lancashire, and we are specialist providers of ISO management systems including environmental management, energy management, ethics management and events management. Crowbury Consulting is an approved BSI Associate Consultancy Partnership, and we are an affiliate and able to sell various ISO standards on our website. We are also an approved women-owned business with WE Connect International, which means if you work with us, you're also improving the supply chain diversity within your business. We have over 20 years' experience of delivering environmental management systems for business, and we currently have a new product offer, which is a bronze, silver and gold template packages, which can support your company to basically put together your environmental aspects and impacts, work out your risks, your opportunities, help you with your policy, help you with your procedures, and support you on the journey towards achieving the international standard, the ISO 14001. Crowbury Consulting can also support you with the international standard ISO 50001, the energy management standard. And again, we have a bronze, silver and gold package. So if your business needs to implement 50001 in order to comply with the Energy Savings Opportunity Scheme, we can help you. We can also support you by combining both the 14001 package with the 50001 package, so you can get the environmental and the energy management standard combined together as one system. Crowbury Consulting can also support you with the ISO 2012-1 standard, which is known as Sustainable Events Management Standard, And back in 2012, we were lucky enough to do the audits for the London 2012 Olympics. We've also worked with many large stadiums, venues, hotels all around the world to improve their sustainability in the form of event management. And we can provide auditing, training and consultancy to this international standard as well. Ethical toolkits are also a core product that we can provide to your company. We've been involved in ethical management systems for several years now, and we are approved lead auditors for ethical management systems such as SEDEX, the Responsible Jewellery Council, and we've also provided the Unilever audits and audits on behalf of Coca-Cola. So we can help you if you have a bespoke or a specific supply chain code of conduct audit that you might need help and support with. In summary, Crowbury Consulting can help you with a variety of international standards from energy management, environmental management, event management, and also ethical management. We take our own standards very seriously, and we hold the quality management standard ISO 9000.
don't even know how to say it.
Yeah.
Oh, Donovan.
Dear all, because you're not allowed to say ladies and gentlemen anymore, are you? It's not inclusive, so dear all. We're about to start our next session. Shh, at the back. Got a broken foot, I'm in pain, and I'm grumpy. Yes, that's the very good news. The bad news is, upset me and you'll feel my wrath. Or my grumpy cow when I need to be. I'll just throw something at you, Alan. Okay, let's get serious then. Our third session this afternoon, Becky, Toal from Crowbury Consulting is leading on, Eco and Energy. They're going to chat, and they've brought some toys as well for us to get involved in. So I'm going to shut up and let Becky get on with it.
Thank you very much, Jill. Thanks for the invitation. So my name is Becky Toal, Managing Director, Founder of Crowbury Consulting and Energy, based in Chorley, so on the doorstep, so to speak. And I've invited a very illustrious panel of guests to come and talk about eco-innovation, how to reduce your carbon footprint through using the little gadgets and toys that the chaps have bought. So I've got Chris West from Go Monitor, who's come up from Birmingham. Yeah, so probably the furthest travelled today. And then I've got Stephen Vizard from Energy Ace, who's from Wigan, so not too far, and Brendan Mackey from Lutzer, who's also from Chorley. So we've got a lovely Lancashire-based-ish, sorry Chris, panel with us today. So I was asked to sort of have a chat with the chaps about innovation in the technologies that can help you reduce your carbon footprint and save on energy. So the guys know the questions that are coming. Do you want to just say a little bit to the audience using this mic about who you are and what you do, and then if you pass the mic back to me.
Sure, thanks very much. So I'm Chris West, I'm a director and co-founder of Go Monitor. So we specialise in Internet of Things solutions. So we take data from machines, processes, devices and sensors. We transmit that to the cloud. We then visualise that, derive some insight and help the client get either value or savings, whether that's financial or environmental savings.
Thank you. My name's Stephen Vizard. I'm a director of a company called Energy Ace. We're based in Buckshaw Village, so probably about a 10-minute drive from here really. And we're a manufacturer, so we manufacture energy saving devices. The two main technologies that we manufacture are called voltage optimization and power factor correction. So we do a little bit of work in the domestic sector, but primarily our market is commercial and industrial. We'll sit down with clients and look at where they're wasting their energy and look at ways of increasing their efficiency.
Okay.
My name is Brendan Mackey, and I work for a large German manufacturer called Lutzer. We're based near Stuttgart, so we feed into the automotive industry quite a lot. We tend to sit within the machine envelope for machine manufacturers, so we look at cable and connectivity. Also cabinet solutions, which I'll be talking about today, is a great way of saving energy and saving space within the cabinet. And we do a lot of control components as well, which form our kind of overall solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect. Thanks for the mic. So this is all about technology and innovation. So I'm going to ask the question and pass the mic down to yourselves, gents. So in the last 12 months, the last year, what new product design or innovation has your company undertaken to support customers towards net carbon zero? So I'll ask Chris first.
So we do a number of things. We're more of a facilitator for our clients. So every client is a little bit different in what they're trying to achieve, how their business works, their applications. And we tend to create custom applications for them and their problems. But some of the things that we've done to help them in the last 12 months, the most recent thing we did was connect our system in with the National Grid's API for carbon intensity. So now when we're taking meter readings and energy usage for a client, we can look at the energy generation, how they've generated that energy across the UK live for the last 30 minutes, and also the carbon cost, and assign that to that energy use. So now you can start seeing your business's carbon usage live, which is, I think, quite an interesting proposition for people. And then I suppose the second most important one is, because we're a cloud technology, we're a platform we see the future as sharing data. So we've created API connectors into Amazon Web, Google Cloud and Microsoft Azure. And that allows us to share our data with our clients directly so they can own the data, they can play with the data themselves. And more recently they've been developing machine learning algorithms using their own scientists, data scientists. We can pass the data to them and then call the response back and visualize it in the platform for them. So we're taking a lot of that infrastructure issue away for them, but still allowing them to work with people like universities and innovators to create new machine learning technologies.
Fantastic.
Thanks.
On to Stephen.
Thank you very much. So over the last 12 months, we've invested quite a bit in innovation. So we've got a couple of different forms of innovation that we're targeting at the moment. So, for example, one of our biggest sectors is the OEM sector. So we build sub-assemblies for large companies that make control cabinets or distribution boards, things like that. So this time last year, we probably had like a 0% market share of that market. We've designed a couple of products to help them integrate our kit into their panels for power factor correction, and we've managed to pick up 20% of that market within 12 months, mainly because a lot of their stuff was being imported from the Far East or from Italy. As a UK manufacturer, we're able to offer much faster lead times and more cost-effective piece of kit, and also we've got engineers that can support that on the ground. We've also integrated a bit of IoT into that piece of equipment as well. So the controllers that we use, we're starting to offer Modbus enabled control relays, which means that a lot of our clients can log in and see what's actually going on with the machine live. So you can see what the power factor is it working? If it's not working, that's fine. They can pick the phone up to us and say, look, hey Stephen, I've got a unit, it's not working. And we can kind of preempt that from going forward. Another thing as well is, for example, the product that I brought here today is our domestic unit. We kind of redesigned that to make it as kind of small and cost effective as possible. So that's one of our biggest products at the moment, going into domestic properties. So this is a domestic voltage optimization unit. We're roughly on a domestic property, you're looking at saving around 8 to 12% on total consumption. That's the main innovation that we've had this year.
Thanks, Steve. Okay.
Yeah, so as a company, we're always trying to innovate, and we've got our Smart Blue initiative, which is part of this. We lead mainly on quality. Across our control components, we've developed things like a new Ethernet switch now, which optimizes the amount of energy that it uses to send signals based on the length of the cable that's being used. But the main innovation that we've been bringing to the UK market in the past year is a product called Airstream, and this is our cabinet solution. So if you think of a control cabinet that goes in many machines in industry, you've got a flat plate at the back, a back plate, and then you have to drill and tap into that to mount your components onto it. Then you have the trunking that goes around as well for cable management. And what we've done, this is actually a technology that goes back about 50 years. It was created by our founder, Friedrich Lutze, and it's used by all the automotive makers in Germany in all of their cabinets. So with companies like Volkswagen, this system is a standard. And what it is it's a more of a ladder style system where we're able to mount components on the front. There's a better convectional flow of heat in the cabinet, so it's 23% cheaper to cool your cabinet. It removes the hot spots that builds up in cabinets, so components last longer as well. And something that our UK customers are really enjoying versus traditional methods of doing is it's about 30% faster to assemble. So if you're looking to scale your business and develop more machines, that's a really handy part of it. But then also there's a 30% space saving because all of the cable management is brought around to the back rather than having all that trunking on the front. So that's our big innovation this year, and we're getting some real traction now, especially in industries like food and beverage, ceramics industry, anywhere where ISO 50001, 14001, 2012 is being used. One of our bigger customers is a company called Tate Stage Technologies. So things like our cables have been used in the Ed Sheeran concerts, that sort of stuff. And these are the kind of things we're looking to bring to entertainment as well. So more reliable systems and better cabinet structures.
Perfect.
Blimey, and that was the last 12 months. Glad I didn't ask about the last 5 years. Amazing answers, and just to also follow on from Stephen, all the gadgets and the toys at the end of the table, at the end of the session, come and have a chat to the guys, grab the business cards, etc., find out more. So my second question is, have you been able to access any funding or grants, chaps, to support your innovation ideas within your business? If so, could you tell our audience like what were these funds and grants, and how easy or difficult was it to obtain? Over to you, Chris.
So I think we've been in business since mid-2019, so we're quite a young company, and there's 3 sources of funding or grants which have really helped us grow. The first of which was Innovate UK. It was a COVID response grant, and now they're more or less funneled under SMART grants, I believe. So we were part of two successful project bids, both in the social housing sector, and these projects were £500,000 to create a new type of modern methods of construction roofing for social housing, as well as external insulation. So we're not in construction, but both of these projects required sensors and data to validate the design and then monitor the design over the next 12, 24 months to make sure it does what it said on the tin. So being part of that project, only a small part of that project, really helped us focus on our R&D and start to create our core products and grow from there. In terms of how easy was it to get involved, the process moved quite quickly. The award was quite slow, but they were overwhelmed with applications at the time. And we were part of maybe 8 or 9 companies in each consortium, so we had a relatively small part. And I think because what we do is reasonably well understood, we could deploy these sensors and capture this data. Our part of the application was manageable. Some of the other creative sides were certainly more difficult to complete. But that was both a great experience, and I'd recommend anyone signing up to Innovate UK for their email alerts, because those projects are coming out all the time. The second of which was it was called an RTO grant. So there was £15,000 available for businesses 100% funded to engage with an RTO like a catapult and have them do some research for you, provided there's value and you can commercialise that on the other side. So we were successful with one of those, which was all around using CO2 monitoring in offices as a proxy for COVID risk detection. So we've got a smart building offering, and we wanted to overlay that with COVID risk detection. And the third, we were recently successful in getting something called the Global Innovation Programme. So we've now partnered with the Canadian version of Innovate UK, which is a company called Mars Discovery District. So we're on a 9-month accelerator programme with them to develop the business model, do some market research, get investment ready, as well as they will fund some market visits to Canada to help us find some customers and break into the North American market. And they're called GIPs and GIPs and GIBs. Again, they're coming out all the time. New York's running right now. South Korea was recently. There's an agritech one in New Zealand. So again, sign up for updates.
Thanks, Chris. Thank you very much. In terms of investment and grants for innovation, so we've been trading for 20 years now. So a good few years ago we did get quite a large grant from Innovate UK. They funded 40% of a £500,000 project to help us develop our voltage optimisation technology. From that, it really did help us get the patent for our equipment as well. So we had our kit patented, and we've never really looked back at it since, to be honest. You know, the support that we got from Innovate UK was brilliant at the time. They really did help us. But I mean, trying to find your right partner to find the right investment and the right equipment, it is difficult. So you don't always know where the pots of money are, and sometimes that could probably be better communicated to businesses that are actually out there in the field. Because we get asked a lot of the time by customers being like, you know, I want to buy some new equipment, or I want to invest in energy efficiency, but you know, is there any grants available? Is there any funding? And nobody really knows where those pots of funding are. So it'd be brilliant if there was some kind of platform or that some people could look at and try to, you know, find that funding. That's often the hardest bit that we find. We've also had funding not just on the products, but also to help us in our processes on the shop floor as well. So we manufacture a lot of kit. We've had funding for new machinery to help us slicken our process up to make us more competitive. And we've also had a lot of support from councils and universities as well. So, for example, investing in our people. So myself, I'm in sales. I'm a sales director, but I'm going back to university now doing electrical engineering, which is 95% funded by the government. It's like a degree apprenticeship. So, you know, it's not just about, you know, innovating your products, it's funding your people to make sure that they're going to have the right knowledge and technology going forward, that they can bring out those new technologies as well and work with suppliers and other employees. So, you know, we do try and invest a lot in our people as well. So that's a big thing really, I think, that helps innovation too.
Perfect, thanks Stephen.
The short answer for us is in terms of grants and funding that we've received in the UK, we haven't really had much. As a company based out of Germany, we do invest and we have partnerships with a lot of the universities over there, which basically backs up the science of what we're doing. But we are always open to more funding opportunities as well. As a company, we started in the UK about 30 years ago. We now employ about 25 people, and we've been scaling the last year in particularly massively because we've been helping a lot of customers who haven't been able to get things like cables and connectivity solutions. So we are starting work on new offices as well, and more storage facilities as well to help customers with our products.
Thank you. That's fantastic. Thanks very much, chaps, for that answer. I'm loving the people investment as well, Stephen, in yourself. So yeah, get on the training situation. Fantastic. And my third question loops back around again to low carbon in terms of what your customers are asking you for right now. Very topical as we're in an energy crisis, but what are your customers asking for in terms of low carbon innovations? Could you answer that one, Chris?
So I think there's two sides to this. I think the overwhelming majority of customers are looking for solutions to help them achieve a goal. So sensors or software or hardware to improve processes, save energy. And as a business, as I say, we're a facilitator, but we do work with partners to recommend things like voltage optimization, power factor correction, LED lighting, solar PV, CHP. There's all kinds of technology that businesses can look at using now, and we have a vested interest in those technologies. Generally will need to be monitored. They'll want that aggregated with other data across the business. And having worked with so many customers now, we can identify valid suppliers for them that we know will do a good job in their area. And then on the other side, we are being asked for features from the software to support their specific goals. So if we're working with SMEs, we generally have the answers for them. As an SME, we've worked with businesses just like that. But we're working with one global business currently, and the things they're asking us for are quite complex. And it's how do we collect this data and automatically integrate it with their ESG reporting into things like GRESB, and we don't have much experience with that. In fact, we might need to speak about that. But the answer is yes, we can take this data, we can interface with those software systems, we can exchange and process. But at the moment, we need to work with partners to help us do that as well, so that we can educate ourselves and the client.
Good answer, thank you.
So one of the things that we get asked a lot really is, obviously we manufacture energy saving equipment, but a lot of things we get asked is, well, how can you prove the savings? So that's one thing that we're trying to invest in a lot at the moment, is proof of savings. So we've got pieces of equipment where we can modify the voltage, bring it up and bring it down, and obviously your consumption when the voltage is higher is going to be a lot more than when your voltage is lower, and we can prove that. But it's actually finding a way to automatically do that, as opposed to going to site and flicking the voltage up and down to try and work out an energy saving. Because obviously a lot of people want to try and see how it works on different pieces of equipment, depending on what they're running at any one time. So that's something that a lot of our customers are asking for at the moment. Another thing, so we work with a lot of solar companies as well, a lot of companies that work in renewables. One thing that's being asked for them a lot from the network is about things to do with harmonics. I don't know if anybody's really heard of that, but it's a kind of the way the power's generated, if you're running anything that's not running at 50 hertz, which sometimes can be like inverters for solar or variable speed drives, they can cause issues on a site. So a lot of the networks now are asking people to make sure that they're harmonic compliant, and at the moment it's quite ambiguous, so a lot of solar companies don't really know what it means, and they're asking the DNOs, which is like the Electricity North West, Northern Power Grid, and they're still not getting the right answers, I think, about what they're actually looking for. So we're working with the network operators to kind of put some kind of legislation together, and obviously we've got the right equipment to monitor it and mitigate those. So we also manufacture harmonic filters. It's not really so much on the energy saving side, it's more compliance side that works with renewables sort of thing. So that's another thing that we've got quite a lot of clients asking for this at the moment, which is, you know, big business.
Thank you. I think one common thing I found, I work with OEMs, I work with end users as well, bakeries, all sorts of industry. One thing I kind of find as a common theme is that a lot of people know where they want to be in terms of their targets, but they don't know how to get there. And particularly working with new technology, that can be scary for some people, which is obviously where there's an importance in the roles of consultative approaches. To give examples of kind of how we help people with things like, you know, we've had customers with specific niche cables that are taking 35 to 70 weeks. We've actually moved some of the manufacturing and testing processes to the UK to help those customers, and that boils down to understanding what it is that they need. And that's cut lead times down to, in some cases, 4 to 6 weeks, so it's a massive time saving. With Airstream, we've had some customers who say are in the research side of things at the moment, or they might know quite late on in the process of designing a machine what it is they'll actually need. So we've reacted to that, and we have to understand that with customers. So we actually take designs for customers for the existing panels or previous projects that they've made, and we send that to Germany, and we actually optimize those designs to just help hold hands a little bit to get them where they need to go. And then we produce the E-plan drawings, send all that back, and even if needs be for the first 1 or 2 projects, we will come out and help the customer assemble it. It's all very straightforward, really. We've got YouTube videos to instruct, but just to give that extra approach to help that customer a bit more, these are the kind of things that we do. It's all based around listening and having a strong technical consultative approach.
Perfect, thank you. Thanks very much for that, chaps. Low carbon innovation is very front of mind for your customer base by the sounds of it. And linking to that, my next question, which I might start with Brendan, because you mentioned product design, are you applying any circular economy thinking to your product designs at the moment? If so, can you describe any risks or opportunities that you're facing with incorporating circular economy into designs? If I start with Brendan and then pass back.
So in terms of product design, in terms of overall circular economy, we do a lot of research in Germany, particularly with things to do with like our suppliers, because we buy a lot of PVC, PUR and copper for our cables in particular. One aspect that we really try to focus on as part of the overall design is the recyclability of the products being used, and also then in terms of robustness of designs, product that lasts longer. I mentioned earlier with Airstream that we remove the hot areas inside a cabinet and we bring the overall temperature of the cabinet down. This means that components can last up to several years longer, but also we factor in things like universal needs that are coming across the world, so things like UL listed and UL recognised components, because we know more British companies especially want to work more in the US, and that's a standard that's required there. We look a lot towards future-proofing designs as well. So I mentioned we optimise the designs for our customers, and we're able to simulate the heat and the energy consumption that's in their existing designs and their new designs. These are other factors that we consider. So it's a big part of our environmental approach is down to good planning and good overall thought of the life cycle of the products and extending those as long as we can, because something doesn't become waste until you stop using it. And we're focusing a lot then on the supply chain end of things. Also, obviously, everybody knows in Germany there's issues with gas supply now as well, which is a big part of the research of what we're doing now in terms of our production.
Thank you very much. So one of our main products, I mentioned power factor correction. We've actually changed the way that we build all our equipment to try and make it a lot easier to work on after its initial installation. So we started to build our kit modular. So not only does it help us build the kit quicker, so able to service the customer in a much faster manner, it also means that if there are any issues on site, all we need to do is we can take the modules out, repair the components that are on there, and then put that module back into that unit. So it also means that there's less waste, because we're not having to maybe pull out a unit and put a brand new unit in. So we're also thinking about the customer's wallet, as well as also being able to make the most out of the equipment that's already there. A bit like what Brendan mentioned, robustness. You know, we've been trading for 20 years now. We're still servicing kit that we put in 20 years ago. So, you know, we build our kit to last by using, you know, quality components and things like that. So we do our best to make sure that, you know, if it is going to site, it's not going to be failing, and we keep close to the customer, that we offer service and repairs as well. So another thing which is just a little bit of an added benefit of one of our products really, so one of them is the voltage optimization. So by reducing the voltage, you don't only just get an energy saving, equipment's also going to last a lot longer, because it's being served with a voltage that the equipment's designed to run at. So kit will not fail as quickly as well. So we've got quite a few examples where like sites have invested in LED lighting with the voltage really high at like 245, 246. Those LEDs can tend to fail. By dropping it down to what it's designed to run at, 220, 230, they'll last a lot longer, and you have a lot less failures. So that's kind of like an added bonus to one of our products as well. So.
Very good, thank you.
I think there's, from a software point of view, there's a cost to every transmission from every device, every email you send, every Google search, albeit small, it does add up. So we try and subscribe to philosophy, not collecting data for data's sake. We try and collect the right data for the right reason and make it work hard for the client. Some of the devices we speak to, you know, we could pick up 600 parameters, but they might only need 3, and you might only need it once an hour. So spending some time with the client to understand the application has financial saving as well as an environmental saving. And then from a hardware point of view, we're not a manufacturer. We will always buy in third-party products and create a system. So for us, it's all about selecting the right product from a manufacturer that creates quality products that will last, and only using battery technology where it's really needed. So if we can hardwire it, better. There's a new breed of energy harvesting, batteryless technologies coming out. As they start to become more reliable, then I think they'll be absolutely everywhere, and we'll go down that road. But there are certain manufacturers who I won't name, but they make devices that would be perfect for us, but they're fully sealed. So the battery's inside, non-replaceable. The advice from them was chuck it in the bin, and we just struck them off, not working with them. Yeah. So it's just that kind of irresponsibility is still out there. For very little effort, they could create something that's serviceable.
Perfect. So thanks very much, chaps. Interesting, you know, circular economy thinking. We touched on life cycle, modular design, less waste, service and repair, optimization, and giving your customers what they actually need, what you think they need. So really good. My next question, again, I might start with you, Chris, on this, because I know you might have a fantastic answer. Where do you see the future for your product innovation? Is it embedding IoT or IIoT, or more manual elements? Over to you, Chris.
I mean, it's obviously going to be IoT, and automation is what we do. I think maybe giving more power to the client to play around with ideas and develop solutions themselves, using almost us as a framework provider. That's one direction that we're heading in. And I think the second direction, what we currently do now is great for the next 3 to 5 years, but I think we have to pivot towards machine learning, cloud intelligence, as a standard service, as a standard offering. Those models need to be trained and commercialised. The whole market will move that way. I think we all know industry will require that to remain competitive. So there's huge opportunities there, and I think for us, we've created the connectivity, we've delivered examples of it, but as a business, we need to now mature, bring in those skills, that innovation. There could be potential funding required, partnerships with universities. We've got the framework technology to support it, but we need the people now to deliver it.
Good answer.
Thank you. I kind of mirror really what Chris said, to be honest. the way that product's going at the moment, there probably is some scope for adding IoT and IIoT into our processes and things like that. It's not something that we're actually looking at immediately. The way that we're innovating in products, but looking at how we can embed that, which I know the market's going to go that way, but it's not something that we've really spent much time looking at, to be honest. I think we kind of need our hand-holding, really, I think, by the local universities and councils and experts in IoT, a bit like Chris, to be honest. That's where our take is on it, really, to be honest.
I think I've worked in IoT before, working for a sensor manufacturer, and I've seen it come on the last 5 or so years in particular. In the last 6 months, I've been to 2 big exhibitions in Birmingham in the NEC related to manufacturing, and absolutely everybody is embedding IoT in what they're doing. You can't ignore it now. I mean, my washing machine is IoT. I've got an app that tells me when my washing is done. But yeah, I mean, we've incorporated this into the designs of our products as well. So things like we have a range of digital fuses, so industrial circuit breakers that are specific to us, and we've integrated IoT into that, so they're easily able to communicate with other systems that are there in the control cabinet, so like Siemens, TIA, Portal, MindSphere, that sort of thing. We are working on as well, a part of what we do with Airstream is that while we've got a natural convectional flow of air in the cabinet, we have an air blower system as well, and we incorporate temperature sensors into the hotspots in the cabinet as well, and that way then we're able to measure how the hotspots basically are doing and cool it down in real time. And at the moment we are putting investment into creating an IoT service related to that to feed into energy management systems, which is obviously linked into ISO 50001 as well. So we are keen to get involved in that end of things as well, because we know this is a big concern for customers. Is you can make all of these changes, but you must be able to measure it, and what's measured is controlled. Thank you.
Good answer. So you heard it here first, the robots are going to take over the world, starting in Brockholes. So my next question is around exporting and low carbon design, low carbon innovation. So guys, do you export your products, and if so, are you seeing a difference in any of the export markets around the world in terms of embracing low carbon design, low carbon innovation?
So we are exporting now. It's a reasonably small part of the business, but it is growing, and it's something we're looking to grow through a partnership with Innovate UK. Initially, we were pulled into export markets by our customers. So one of the things that we do for clients is, if they manufacture a device or a product, we will build either the connectivity solution or the cloud dashboard or the management platform for them. That can be then white labeled and resold. So some of our clients are heavily exporting, so suddenly our product is now in the hands of users all over the world, and that's led to more introductions and more interest from overseas, which for us is a huge opportunity. And as it's software, we found that it's almost broken down the barriers of borders for the most part. There are some places that logic doesn't apply. But when you're using an app on your phone, you're not necessarily aware of where that data is going, where it's hosted, who developed it. Your popular banking apps may be developed by another bank, and actually that's all going through Switzerland. So the same is true for these kind of IoT applications, especially things like energy management. The users don't necessarily care where the data is going, as long as it's being handled responsibly. If they ask the question, we've got the answers, but sometimes they don't even ask. As long as it does the job and delivers the saving, then that's enough. So
good answer.
Thank you. Yes, we do quite a bit of export. The majority of our export actually goes into developing markets. So generally into Africa. So we do quite a lot in sub-Saharan Africa, in like Zambia, Zimbabwe, South Africa, Botswana. And a lot of that is driven by, even though it's low carbon technology, a lot of it's driven by legislation. So we're a lot of factories are being penalised for having a power factor below a certain threshold. So that means that they're running inefficiency, and that they're wasting a lot of power that's being imported from the grid. A lot of it's down, like I mentioned before, legislation, because a lot of those countries that are running out of power, their grids aren't big enough for the power demand. I suppose getting similar to our grid in the UK at the moment. So obviously we heard today about the possibly having power outages over the winter. But a lot of the countries that we work in, they're having power outages, you know, several hours a day, pretty much every day, where they've got load shedding. So a lot of our kit, unfortunately, does have to work with a lot of diesel generators as well. So obviously a lot of our customers are, they can't just rely on power, electricity coming from the network. A lot of them rely on diesel generators. So our kit's working with the network, and then when it's not on network, it's working on diesel generators. But that is to help reduce the the diesel consumption on those generators as well. But we are seeing a massive pickup at the moment in those markets, generally because the legislation that they brought in, it means that they're paying a much larger percentage of the bill for being inefficient. Other countries that we work in, for example, we do a bit in the Middle East as well, where like they've already had that legislation in for years and years and years, so they already know all about it, and it's not something that's new for them. But especially in certain parts of Africa, it's a big growing market for us.
Thank you. So obviously most of our imports, exports, it's mostly imports from Germany. Obviously there's been some disruptions past year or two, and we have adapted to it with the dreaded B word, but we have taken a lot of the kind of the forms and everything else that's needed. We've taken that online. Unfortunately, in terms of exports, I also look after the island of Ireland, and with our exports we actually have to bring them here into the UK and then export them out into Ireland, which obviously adds more steps, more carbon emissions into the processes. So I am at the moment looking at changing that so that we can actually bring stuff direct from Germany to Ireland. There's plenty of ferries going back and forward, and so we're potentially looking at having a business set up in Ireland with an EU VAT number as well, and being able to get stuff to our customers quicker but also greener. Yeah.
Thank you.
Just to add a quick point to Stephen's point about power factor correction being so important in export markets, and it might be a bit of a grim look at the future for the UK based on what we read in the news the other day. One of our clients is deploying a new building near to Schiphol Airport in Amsterdam, and that power grid is at capacity, so they are refused application. They're not allowed to connect. So during the whole construction phase, it's all on diesel, and they have to be fully off grid, so solar and battery or anything else that they deem to run that business in perpetuity. So that's what we've got to look forward to. So things like power factor are super important.
I mean, we've had quite a lot of inquiries recently, our customers, where the MD of large manufacturing, especially in like the food industry, they've done the calculations like, do you know what, it's cheaper for me to run diesel generators than it is to run off the grid. So you're kind of throwing all your green credentials out the window because it's easier, or cheaper should I say, to run a factory. Now let that sink in. We're supposed to be heading towards net zero. These customers are doing the opposite simply because it's financially beneficial for them. They're asking for our help, obviously, to help, if they are going to generators, to help them reduce the diesel consumption. But I mean, it's not the right way of looking at it, is it really? When you've got all these, you just look at what they're doing to the planet. It's ridiculous. But the way the energy market is at the moment, diesel's cheaper than grid electricity, and that's the way that some people are going, and it's a shame.
Thank you. Fascinating, isn't it? And it's really interesting to hear about compliance, all the legislation in Africa, United Arab Emirates, across the world, even in Germany, forcing you guys to sort of innovate on your low carbon designs and your export markets. And I just also want to add, Chris has software as a business, so he's brought his laptop today because it's not a hardware application, is it, Chris? So if anyone wants to talk to Chris at the end and have a look on the laptop, please feel free to come up and ask him. So that brings me to my penultimate question, really. In terms of your businesses, do you have an innovation strategy in your business, and how do you implement this? In other words, do you have a team that regularly meets to discuss product design, innovation and continual improvement? So over to you, Chris.
As a small team and a relatively new business, I think our strategy is a little bit misguided. So we're continually improving on that. It's one of the things we're working with Mars and Innovate UK. We addressed some market needs, we've delivered those products, we've worked with those clients, and we are primarily driven by their needs. That's how we innovate new ideas at the moment. But what we're starting to pivot now on that is, rather than creating things for the market that we think they need, we're going to really focus on capturing that data, doing the market research, and hopefully asking the right questions so they tell us what they actually want and what they need, rather than just trusting our own gut, because I think that was correct a few years ago, but things are changing so quickly, and we can get so engrossed in what we do that we lose track of the problems they're facing day to day.
Thank you very much. I'd say we're probably in a similar situation to Chris and Go Monitor, to be honest. So we're a family business, so I'm a director along with two of my parents, so between the three of us we're directors. And we kind of, obviously we meet often for like planning days and things like that, but we kind of innovate as and when we see new opportunities within the market, to be honest. It's not something where we sit down regular and try and brainstorm for new ideas and look at things to come in. And as I mentioned before, I talk quite a bit about legislation. So, sometimes we follow the legislation as well. So we heard about something that's to do with wind turbines and the way that they generate power. So when they're exporting back onto the grid, there's certain limitations with harmonics and voltage. So we looked at that because they were looking at doing a trial in Northern Ireland. But that's something that we're looking at moving forward, but we're kind of waiting to find out whether that's been given the go-ahead and whether they're going to roll that out with the rest of the UK. So it's kind of something that we keep one eye on it at the moment, but we don't necessarily have a proper strategy, which I think we probably should do. But again, it's kind of we're a growing business at the moment where sometimes it's dead easy to take your eye off the ball when it comes to innovation. I think it's something that you've got to be a bit dogged and commit to. But again, it's something that we really do need to focus on a little bit more, I must admit.
Thank you. So innovation is a huge part of what we do. We meet, the product managers meet 4 times a year, 3 times on Teams, once in person in Germany as well. And we take a lot of feedback from our customers as part of that as well, especially when it comes to new product development and when it comes to success stories as well. And there's a lot of presentations and open floor discussions on what are the real features and benefits of our products and how can we make those better. And even if it's a conversation we've had with somebody kind of off the cuff, if somebody say mentions power over Ethernet, which is something we're looking at developing more, or single pair Ethernet, if anybody knows, that's a new technology that's coming down the line as well. And we start having those discussions and we start making the planning around developing those new products. And success stories can include things like with the extra space with Airstream, a customer being able to fit say 12 drives in where they'd only been able to fit 8 drives of 4, taking the number of cabinets they had from possibly 5 down to 4 or 2 down to 1. So as a company, we do like to keep our ears to the ground and see what innovations our customers are actually looking for. We're more kind of customer led, and so when we see that the likes of particularly food and beverage industry is starting to look more at ISO standards, particularly relating to energy management, those are the kind of things we want to start bringing more into our products. Yeah.
Again, fantastic answers from the panel, and I'd just like to thank you all for your honesty, really, and obviously thank you for coming here today. And I think it's been so interesting learning about your product design, your low carbon innovation, how you're implementing circular economy, and going forwards thinking about the future in terms of IoT, IIoT. Like I say, the gadgets at the front, if you want to come up at the end and talk to the guys about what they do, feel free to do that. I'm going to open it out to the floor now. This is a scary bit. Does anyone have any questions? Or are you all stunned into silence? Oh, yes, gentleman at the back. Do you want the mic or?
No, I'm quite happy. You brought a product along today. Can you give us an indicative cost of your product?
With both or? Yeah, okay.
Oh, yes.
Stephen, do you want to go first?
Yeah, of course,
So the product I brought is with the white box on the end. It's a domestic voltage optimization unit. So we look at the market price to have one of those installed into a property is roughly around £600, thereabouts. We generally sell them to electrical wholesalers, and we do sell quite a bit direct. Any electrician can generally fit them. It takes about an hour to 2 hours of work to fit one of those. One thing you will need to do is you will need to turn your power off, because the way it's installed, all the power goes through the unit. But yeah, generally the business model is around £600, thereabouts.
So looking at traditional systems versus the Airstream system, there's a difference between the cost and then the value that you get. I think a lot of people can agree with that kind of idea in the room. Up front, a backplate, trunking, as a cost, it is cheaper than Airstream. Not a lot cheaper, but when you factor in the fact that this takes it's about 30% quicker to put it all together. And when you factor in, we've got 3 pillars that our business is built around. There's obviously a strong technical side of things, there's a strong commercial side of things, and a strong service side as well. And that service bit comes into it quite a lot, especially with repeat machine builders, because they're able to, rather than having to take the backplate and drill and tap and put their trunking on, they're able to take one part number which corresponds to the exact layout that they have that's been optimized for them. For their end users, they know that this is an optimized design. It obviously complies with then the ISO 50001 standard that they're trying to bring in, or whatever they're trying to do. All of these things can be quantified, so that adds significant value as well. And then you look at the longer lifetime of components as well. Across the board, we have the belief as a company in quality products. Put it in once and then forget about that idea that you pay less, you pay twice. One thing customers always remark, and please come up and have a look at our products, is the robustness of it, especially when we look at things like our Ethernet switches. Up front, they're actually cheaper than competitors, but when you look at the robust metal housing that's there as well, and when customers look at the longer lifetime of the products that they're using as well, again, you get that value which way outweighs the cost. It's not exactly a kind of a black and white kind of answer. It's really on a case by case basis. But on those 3 pillars, we tend to add a lot of value to our customers.
Okay, thanks. Cheers. Do you want to mention about your software costs, about your cost of that? Or?
I'll try. It's a little bit like saying how long is a piece of string. Every application is completely different. But to give you orders of magnitude, if I just say it was a small application with some simple data, a medium sized and a large size, you'd be talking £10 a month, £100 a month, £1,000 a month, depending on what we're doing with the data and how often. When we build an application, we've counted 19 price drivers that affect us. So as we collect your data and process it, there are 19 moving parts. But what we do for the client is just simplify that. As soon as we understand your application, we can give you a capital cost and a monthly cost. And then from a software development point of view, if it was a custom development, one of our clients who manufactures a product, they asked us to build a full portal for them. They were about to embark on a 4-month development process, so user interface, protocols, database design, the lot. We managed to convince the client to go with us, and we had it delivered and up and working in 5 days. That was a huge reduction in development cost.
Fantastic answers, and I know Brendan's brought some brochures with him today as well. Does that answer your question? Yeah. One thing I'd like to pick up on with yourself, Stephen, is, and forgive my non-technical description here, is that the whole of the UK is like oversupplied, isn't it? Everybody who lives in a house, we're oversupplied with voltage, and this device on the end effectively taps that down, so you only pay for what you're actually using. So I'm actually going to be buying one of these gadgets from Stephen's company later on this year, so we could all do with paying less, I think, and using less, which is the green economy, isn't it? Being more energy efficient. Does anybody else have any other questions on... Oh, we've got a few more now. I think your hand went up first, and then that gentleman's hand went up first. So what's your question?
Yeah, I've got 2 questions. My name is William. One is for Stephen. Yeah. How do you understand that by installing these devices in my house for £600,
yeah,
how do you demonstrate that actually what I'm using, I'm doing and saving on my energy,
yeah,
than what I would have done
otherwise? So I mean, we do. I'll go down the domestic, how we do it domestically and how we calculate it.
Take the answer.
I'll explain how we calculate the savings on a domestic basis and how we do it on a commercial basis. So domestically, we've got like an energy saving calculator, and we put together like a standard low profile for what the average UK household has, and that's so by reducing the voltage, it affects certain devices in different ways in terms of energy saving. So for example, if you've got a kettle, you won't get much saving on your kettle at all. But like the average dishwasher, so for example, you might get 20% on your dishwasher. So it's kind of, we put together like a low profile of the average household in the UK and come up with a percentage saving based on whether we're going to reduce the voltage by 10 volts, 15 volts, 20 volts or 25 volts. Now that depends on what the incoming voltage is to a property. So you can buy like a little plug-in voltage meter, you plug it in your socket, tell you what voltage you're running at in your house. Depending on what that is, depends which one of those savings categories that you would fall into, whether minus 10, 15, 20 or 25, and that's where we put your savings down. So we've got like an energy saving calculator for the home, and we can work it out based on that. Commercially, it's a little bit different, because obviously you go to a factory, obviously an ice cream factory is going to have completely different loads to a pet food factory, and they're going to have completely different loads to a machine shop. Do you know what I mean? So that's all down to the site survey. So we'll go to site, sit down with a client and kind of work out what the load profile is, and that's where we generate our percentage savings based on that and based on what the incoming voltage is. So also you might find like a machine shop, the savings might be like 6-7% maybe, but you could also go to a restaurant. So for example, we did quite a lot with KFC. We got like 17-18% in some of their stores. So a lot of it all does depend on the load profile, but domestically we use it at like a standard load profile. If we do put a proposal together and you tell me that's different, that's fine, we can always amend it.
Does that answer your question? Was it part 1 of 2?
That's part 1, sorry.
No, go for it.
Number 2, question 2 is more about, you talked a lot about Innovate UK being really paramount in your success. Do they just provide the funding, or do they help you in the in running of the business? I wrote down something.
Sure. So
business development as well. Do they provide you with the business development of your ideas? Because we know that sometimes in the shower we get great ideas until you talk to someone and then you soon realize that it's not so good.
So yes, so my experience of it was, as soon as you were on an Innovate UK programme and that's finished, they then sign you up to something called Innovate UK Edge, and you're assigned a growth specialist for at least 12 months, although ours has been going longer. So we meet with our growth specialists every month, and we generally talk business, we talk opportunities, we talk strategy, and that's been really useful to bounce ideas off. I don't know where the line is kind of in writing. Are you a growth specialist? You'll know the answer to that. Our growth specialist has not developed business for us. He hasn't introduced us to customers or kind of been that blatant with it, but has certainly shaped our strategy and how we go to market from a mentoring point of view, for sure. So they haven't kind of gifted us business, but they'll certainly try and steer us right, and it's been really useful.
And how do you get onto that? Sorry.
You might need to speak to him. Might be worth chatting to that gentleman there. I didn't know that. That's really interesting. Great questions, thank you. And there was a gentleman just behind Jill who put his hand up.
Return on investment.
Okay.
I mean, just you can get a really technical answer there for domestic.
Mm.
If you're buying that, do you say £600 or £800?
Yeah, so you're roughly between 8 and 12% roughly on the home. Yeah, between
So
8 and 12% in the home.
Do you have a heuristic value? Does it pay for itself after 2 years? Or?
I guess it depends on how much what your consumption is. So yeah, generally the payback is anywhere between 2 and 5 years, depending on what your consumption is. Obviously, if you're in a 4-bedroom house, you're going to save a lot more than someone who lives on the road. Do you know what I mean? Because your consumption's a lot higher, sort of thing. So mainly consumption based, really.
Payback 3 years.
Something like that, yeah. But the way it is now, so obviously like when we first developed the product a few years ago, we've redesigned it since. But originally, like, the payback was like 5 years. In the home, where like commercially it's always been much lower, but now the cost of energy has gone up so much, and then there was a lot more electrical loads in the house as well as people move away from gas and things like that. Paybacks have started to tumble.
I'm forever replacing the LED lights in my kitchen. So
there might be a reason
that's
for
what I need.
If anyone has teenage boys on PlayStations, this could be a good investment. Happy Christmas. Great stuff. Any further questions or clarifications? I just think that lady there picked you to the post. Sorry, the gentleman outside, the lady with the blonde hair. Do you want to?
Only a quick one. It's really just to highlight the Innovate UK grants.
Yeah.
I work for Lancaster University on the Lancashire Cyber Foundry. So if any business goes through any funding programme through the university, there is the option to tap into advice and support filling in the application process and guiding you through that. You can also, depending on if it fits with different academic research, do a collaborative bid, which means I think they're looked upon a little bit more highly if it's more of a joint collaborative bid. So it's worth touching base with either Lancaster University or any university if you're looking at
And you have a stand out there, don't you?
we do. We actually have two,
So go and talk to that lady there. And the gentleman up towards the window, you put your hand up with the black jacket.
I'm Brockholes. I work for Lancashire Innovation based in Manchester. I'm asking the question to Stephen again about energies. I'm just wondering about, would you need separate units for your site? Would it be better to have separate units to be installed in different locations, or would you just have a main single point from entering the site with a big unit, I guess, for a factory?
Yeah, so generally we'll fit a voltage optimization unit on the main incoming supply. We have done them on sub-supplies before. So for example, like we've got a client at the moment that rent 2 floors out of like a big office block in London. Obviously they don't want to put it on the main supply to the building because that's the landlords. So they want to put it just onto their own supply. So you can do that. Also we've got some sites that they only want to put optimization on certain loads as well. So say they want to just look at the refrigeration load because they know that the rest of the load you can't get much saving on maybe some of the loads that they've got, like some of them have got like oven tunnels. So by reducing the voltage you're not going to get much of a saving because it's still got to get up to the same temperature. So you can put it on individual loads as well, but generally it's on the main supply.
Following on from that, when you have different kind of equipment running on the same main site, power, that means your savings would be reduced if you have a lower saving units or devices?
Not necessarily. It's all to do with what the total load profile is. So that's something commercially we'll come to site and have a look at what that is. We'll put that together, and then obviously the summation of all those loads with the reduced voltage, you get a final percentage saving based on that.
Good question. So we're coming to the end of the session. Any final thoughts or questions? Feel free to come up and grab the business cards and have a chat with the guys. If there's no final quiz questions. One final question?
Just one. The house doesn't need to be smart, does it?
No.
Because we have
Go for it, mine's definitely not smart.
No. For installation wise, you'll fit that between where you got your incoming fuse or your incoming meter, between that and your consumer unit in your house. So it's essentially that tails in, tails out. So you divert the supply into the optimizer and then out from the optimizer to your consumer unit. So you don't have to have a smart house or a smart building or anything like that. You just need to have that much space somewhere near your consumer unit to fit it really. Yeah.
The inside or outside of your house?
Well, you can put it on the outside as long as it's in like a GRP housing. Because obviously the unit, if you look at, you can't really see it's tilted, but there are vents on the side. Because obviously it's inside there you've got a transformer. It's a transformer.
Come on up and have a look.
Obviously the generates heat sort of thing. So it's heavy. It's heavy.
It's got gold in it. It's got gold in it.
It's heavy.
Yeah, so
you need to have strong walls.
So they are louvered on the side for ventilation. So if you do put it outside, it will need to go in some kind of IP rated enclosure.
That's a good answer. Yeah. Thank you. Good question though about can it work with smart meters or just normal meters, fuse boxes? It's just applicable to all. But yeah, great energy saving device. So thanks very much to my lovely panel, Brendan, Stephen and Chris. And thanks for your time today and for being so generous with the questions and answers at the end.
Thank you.
If anybody would like to come up and talk to the guys, we've got a little break I think now, Jill. So over to you, Jill. Round of applause.
We do have coffee and cakes available. I'm not sure if they brought the cakes over yet, so we're chasing them for you. But if you want to go and, go to the little what's-its room or whatever you want to call it these days. Anyhow, enough waffle on that.
We believe that innovation is key to economic success. But innovation is also vital if we are to confront today's global environmental challenges. Our resources are finite, and we need to think differently about how we live, work and do business. The Centre for Global Eco-Innovation was established in 2012 to address these challenges by supporting research, development and innovation in small and medium-sized businesses.
Small companies provide something very special, and that's the motivation and the expertise of the people that work within them. They're a fantastic bridge between the universities, the large companies and the market. Small companies can move quickly, they can try new things, and they're very efficient in the way in which they use capital. So that gives them a competitive advantage, and I think they will continue to be an important element in the delivery of solutions to the massive challenge of climate change that we face.
What growth businesses need is a structure of support to help them on their journey. That's what a university like Lancaster can provide.
It's access to equipment and people who know how to use the equipment as well.
First of all, we get to meet bright young people, and that's really interesting in a business that's growing and recruiting. Increasingly, we're getting involved in these intricate projects.
So it's enabled us to actually develop our whole suite of new technologies within our own IP portfolio.
We are supporting innovation through collaborative research and design projects, linking ambitious companies with university resources. This means people, facilities, expertise, skills, and knowledge.
We are stronger together, so we are working with regional, national, and international partners to innovate for a better environment.
It's really great that the work that I'm doing has a real-world business impact as well as a positive effect on the environment.
Eco-innovation has a broad scope, and to address global challenges we work across themes and disciplines. It means the efficient use of energy and the adoption of renewables.
Eco-innovation promotes a circular economy and responsible use of natural capital, and works to achieve food security for future generations.
Eco-innovation means better management of waste, extracting value, resources and materials. It means managing water to prevent flooding, drought and ensure water quality.
We have worked with the Centre to develop strategies for resilient and sustainable integrated catchment management by modelling future risks.
If we want to achieve new and better ways of doing business, we have to think and act differently. We want to work with ambitious businesses on exciting innovations for a better environment. The Centre can provide the expertise, resources and funding to deliver business-led R&D in your company.
I'm Willis, you may have seen me from The Apprentice. I am so honoured to be here today to be supporting the Innovative Challenge to promote and support young business owners who are really trying to make their foothold into Lancashire, so I'm really pleased to be here.
And I walked in today and I listened to all those other businesses that were absolutely phenomenal. You know, they blew me away, every single last one of them. So to firstly just be in the finals was absolutely amazing.
In terms of the finalists, I didn't expect them to be such a high calibre of candidates. I really didn't think we had so many people who've beat other people to get to this point. every single pitch was strong, and I was like, I really felt for the judges because it was a fantastic performance from every one of them.
It's not sunk in yet, actually. There've been some amazing finalists, and with amazing backstories and products and stuff that's really close to my heart as well. So, yeah, to be stood here with the Gold Award, it's amazing, thank you.
In terms of the winner, I 100% agreed with them. I think for what this business has got and what it offers, I can only see it going bigger and bigger. It's in every store in the country in terms of pets at home, etc. So, yeah, I have every confidence they'll do well.
To come second, it's just absolutely wonderful. It's really, really fabulous, and I'm just so grateful. And I'm so pleased, actually, that mental health is at the heart of this innovation, and I know it will impact lots and lots and lots of lives.
I was nervous at start, as I've never experienced something like this before, coming from a construction site to a room full of people and judges, but everyone was really friendly, and in fact it's boosted my confidence through the roof. It was exciting from start to finish, so thank you very much. Making a dream come a reality is the most exciting part of it. Like, now I've got the legs and hopefully some more contacts in that room to make a dream come true.
And the nice thing is as well that it's all here, Lancashire based, and it will stay here.
Three words I'd use to describe 2-0 are forward-thinking, world-class and passionate.
I would say 2-0 is about ambition, it's about exploration, and it's about personal development.
Informative, collaborative and motivational.
Focused, collaborative and successful.
Three words to describe 2-0. I would go for enlightening, empowering, connected.
Heat-seeking missiles is what they are. Now, if heat-seeking is a double-barrel word, I've got an extra word. Amazing heat-seeking missiles. That's what they'll be for your organisation.
The three words that I would use to describe 2-0 would be a clear direction, motivating and engaging.
So the Productivity and Innovation Centre works with established small and medium-sized businesses who are seeking to put together a coherent strategy to scale up, improve aspects of how productive they are, and really target the types of customers and projects that really are their sweet spot for profitability.
The rationale for the centre is to become a catalyst for change. It helps organisations with growth potential change their perspective on where their opportunities are. And it's a framework to give people, and we say it, to work on the business, not in it.
Strategy is always up there, it's important, but it's very much an informal part of the business. For a long time, the strategy is based in one person's mind. We'd sort of hit a ceiling, if you will. Our turnover hadn't really increased for the previous sort of 3 or 4 years. Continuing to do the same thing will only get the same results, so we needed to change something. Tom, Simon and the team down at Edgehill did a great job of not allowing us to avoid the question. Some of our guys, without being pushed and probed, were happy with the first answer that they came up with. It really got us looking much closer at what our core business should be and who our target customers should be. So there's lots of changes come about in the business since the end of the sprint programme. So in the first 12 months, we had an increase in turnover of over 25%. It was a real big year for us that year. Looking at the KPIs through the 12 months after the sprint programme, you can see a real shift in the right direction.
The biggest problem that we had before we went on the innovation sprint really was understanding how to rationalise and simplify and productise what we did. And so we recognised that actually creating a competitive difference, which the sprint offered, would be an important part of our growth. From the very first moment we started, we were being challenged on really what Door 4 was, what our product was, and in particular, where our profit came from and how we were going to maximise that part of the business. What we did a lot of work and thinking around was understanding how to split our proposition into easily manageable chunks that the customer would understand. And that language and that proposition is still central to how Door 4 presents itself to this day. The quantifiable benefits that we've seen in Door 4 are a growth in turnover of around 15%. We've seen a growth in profitability. We've definitely seen a growth in the number of relationships that themselves are profitable.
The opportunities and challenges we needed to address were looking at our client base and being objective about it. What clients were we wanting to deal with? How did we approach the work with them? How did we engage the staff in the work with the clients? We probably would never have done it if we hadn't have gone on the sprint programme. We were quite clear, I think, at the start that it wasn't almost like a CPD session. It was, we were going to get our hands dirty on this. I think when you start being asked the uncomfortable questions, why do you do this? Why do you do that? Why do you let this happen? That's when we realised that things were needing to be changed. After completing the programme, things that we sort of learned to think was not to be frightened of change. Sometimes you sit back and think, I can't do that, I won't do that. But sometimes you've got to do it for the sake of the business and the continuity of it. The whole programme and the way it was conducted was very, very well done. The people that we worked with there were very, very knowledgeable. From start to finish, it was a great experience.
We're there as a critical friend. We will ask you some uncomfortable questions, but it's not to trip you up. The purpose of doing it is to make sure that we're really getting to the heart of what the issues are, so that when you put your plan back together, it's actually going to address those for you and help you take it forward.
SMEs now see us as a starting point for growth. And that was the objective then, for the universities to create this ecosystem that fundamentally did two things: improve the employment opportunities of our graduates and enhance the knowledge exchange of our academics into organisations. On average, our organisations achieved 29% growth, and in the last 2.5 years we've achieved 97 new jobs. The numbers speak for themselves.
Our beautiful city has been a hub for trade, innovation and business for centuries, drawing people from far and wide looking for new opportunities. In recent years, a growing number of businesses have called for more to help Lancaster reach its full potential. Well, you spoke and we listened. Introducing Fraser House, a new, high-tech, state-of-the-art collaborative workspace in Lancaster. We're a new space for the next generation of pioneers, entrepreneurs and businesses. A space to grow, a space to innovate, a space to collaborate, a space where people can come together as a community and thrive. With a broad network and state-of-the-art facilities, we are building the future of digital and technology in Lancaster. We are a digital hub that will put Lancaster and Lancashire on the map. We are built on innovation. We aim to galvanise and grow the digital economy and community in Lancaster by creating a friendly, high-tech, collaborative environment. Innovation, collaboration, Fraser House.
I'm Alan Willis, you may have seen me from The Apprentice. I am so honoured to be here today to be supporting the Innovative Challenge to promote and support young business owners who are really trying to make their foothold into Lancashire, so I'm really pleased to be here.
And I walked in today and I listened to all those other businesses that were absolutely phenomenal. You know, they blew me away, every single last one of them. So to firstly just be in the finals was absolutely amazing.
In terms of the finalists, I didn't expect them to be such a high calibre of candidates. I really didn't think we had so many people who've beat other people to get to this point. Every single pitch was strong, and I was like, I really felt for the judges because it was a fantastic performance from every one of them.
It's not sunk in yet, actually. There've been some amazing finalists, and you know, with amazing backstories and products and stuff that's really close to my heart as well. So, yeah, to be stood here with the Gold Award, it's amazing, thank you.
In terms of the winner, I 100% agreed with them. I think for what this business has got and what it offers, I can only see it going bigger and bigger. It's in every store in the country in terms of pets at home, etc. So, yeah, I have every confidence they'll do well.
To come second, it's just absolutely wonderful. It's really, really fabulous, and I'm just so grateful. And I'm so pleased actually that, you know, mental health is at the heart of this innovation, and I know it will impact lots and lots and lots of lives.
I was nervous at start, as I've never experienced something like this before, coming from a construction site to a room full of people and judges, but everyone was really friendly, and in fact it's boosted my confidence through the roof. It was exciting from start to finish, so thank you very much. Making a dream come a reality is the most exciting part of it. Like, now I've got the legs and hopefully some more contacts in that room to make a dream come true.
And the nice thing is as well that it's all here, Lancashire based, and it will stay here.
Blue Wren is a software company, and we specialise in software to help other businesses improve their process and productivity. We build bespoke applications around job management systems, client management systems, CRM systems, financial tracking systems, mainly for the SME market. I chose to partner with Rosebud because we were looking for some financial support to help with our product development of a platform that we were building. And Rosebud offered the support and the clarity and obviously the finance to help us do that. We've used the funding primarily for product development. We've invested in developing our own platform that will build bespoke software applications in a far quicker and cost-effective way for our customers. The experience has been good. They've been clear with the application process. They gave us plenty of feedback around what they would like to see from the business plan. And then once the funding came through, they've sort of signposted us into the right areas for further support through Boost Lancashire, who've been excellent and helpful. And it's really helped us target scale and look to grow our business in the way that we want to. The vision for Blue Wren now that the product is developed, is to scale it through market development. So it's now to take the product to market and to recruit more customers, and then to grow the business in a significant way.
I think it's always important for Rosebud not to work in isolation. Sometimes it will fund on its own for a business, but it's important to work with other providers of funding as well. And we're seeing the example here with Blue Wren that Rosebud have worked alongside the Northern Powerhouse Investment Fund to offer funding to this business, which has enabled the business to change the way it provides its services and to provide additional employment opportunities in highly skilled jobs right in the centre of Lancashire.
For other businesses looking for finance, definitely speak to your local growth hub in the first instance, Boost Lancashire, and then Rosebud as well, of course. They've been able to give us the support that we needed. And if you're ready for funding, or even if you're not ready for funding, it's the start of the conversation that we would recommend you do first. And then that will give you the platform and the clarity of what you need to do in order to access funding and the reasons for why you're trying to access that funding.
So the Productivity and Innovation Centre works with established small and medium-sized businesses who are seeking to put together a coherent strategy to scale up, improve aspects of how productive they are, and really target the types of customers and projects that really are their sweet spot for profitability.
The rationale for the centre is to become a catalyst for change. It helps organisations with growth potential change their perspective on where their opportunities are. And it's a framework to give people, and we say it, to work on the business, not in it.
Strategy is always up there, it's important, but it's very much an informal part of the business. For a long time, the strategy is based in one person's mind. We'd sort of hit a ceiling, if you will. Our turnover hadn't really increased for the previous sort of 3 or 4 years. Continuing to do the same thing will only get the same results, so we needed to change something. Tom, Simon and the team down at Edgehill did a great job of not allowing us to avoid the question. Some of our guys, without being pushed and probed, were happy with the first answer that they came up with. It really got us looking much closer at what our core business should be and who our target customers should be. So there's lots of changes come about in the business since the end of the sprint programme. So in the first 12 months, we had an increase in turnover of over 25%. It was a real big year for us that year. Looking at the KPIs through the 12 months after the sprint programme, you can see a real shift in the right direction.
The biggest problem that we had before we went on the innovation sprint really was understanding how to rationalise and simplify and productise what we did. And so we recognised that actually creating a competitive difference, which the sprint offered, would be an important part of our growth. From the very first moment we started, we were being challenged on really what Door 4 was, what our product was, and in particular, where our profit came from and how we were going to maximise that part of the business. What we did a lot of work and thinking around was understanding how to split out
You need to sit next to me, otherwise I'm not going to be able to pass the microphone. Yes.
This is exciting, isn't it?
Cool. Yeah. So for this final session, well, we've got two panels left before we then hear quickly from Innovate Edge from Mike, and then it will be kind of the wrap up of today. This first panel is going to be talking with the innovation winners from the Innovation Challenge, and yeah, I mean, do you want to introduce yourself, talk about what the project was that went for the challenge, and kind of your experience of the challenge and what you kind of got out of it. I need to probably introduce first is Susanna Boccaccio. Perfect. From Brilliant Trees Media, and Connor Walsh from Patch, and also Real Help. Sorry, there's two. But yeah, let's start with you, Susanna, about your experience with that and what you do. Perfect.
Thank you. Hi everybody. Art and drawing. And I was thinking on the way here, I suppose, what does make it so innovative? Because actually there's nothing that innovative about teaching children to draw. And there's nothing really innovative, both brilliant things. I suppose it's the combination and the way we've sort of combined the two quite uniquely and quite innovatively that makes it such a special little project, really. So yeah, that's the project, Scribble Club, and that's kind of where we're up to with it, really, which is exciting.
And to probably clarify around the Innovation Challenge, if the people that aren't familiar with the Innovation Challenge, it was a council-based project where they were offering up sort of 3 figures of money where you could put your projects and kind of ideas out, and you'd be funded with that cash and a little bit of support. There was three different 30k. Totaling 30k. Yeah. So there is a third other winner who couldn't make it today, Gemma. But yeah. So Connor, do you want to kind of explain again with what your project was, what your background is, and also kind of its reason for being, how you kind of came up with the project and how you kind of came across that?
Hi everybody. Yeah, so I initially was an electrician, and then I was coming into a problem on and often, combated that problem by making a reel basically that dispenses something called earth sleeving that we put behind every switch and socket in a home. So we use a lot of this sleeving, and comes on 100-metre drums. It's very unpractical the way it's used. It's cut in metre sections, stuffed in your pocket. So I had the simplest idea of putting it on a reel that looks like a tape measure. Bought some headphone organisers on Amazon Prime, which like ratchet back the cable of a headphone, and started putting that on, then put a clip on it, put it on my belt, and then I had lads on the work site like, where have you bought this? This is brilliant. And I'm like, I've literally made it in the garage on Friday night. So that then is what had me to pursue it getting made. Met people on the way, got some prototypes made, started using that, and then really struggled to push it further and try and get into the manufacturing side of things. And then I met Paul White, who is my business partner now, who we own the tech company Patch, and then I've got forward for this innovation challenge, which he set me up for, and ended up. Initially we did it for a confidence booster for me. It weren't let's go in this and let's win and pursue it even further. It was just get you up there, get you used to talking to people, and then it's boosted my confidence massively winning that. So we spoke to Judson, who's one of the judges on the panel, and he owns a plastic manufacturing company in Blackburn, and they make parts for Land Rover and Jaguar and stuff like that, and he showed us from start to finish how the whole process works. So it's exciting to, hopefully that'll be going to market soon. And then with that story, that's where I've met Paul, and we've opened up Patch, which is the window cleaning book in app, which is going absolutely brilliantly, to be fair. To come from a building site to sat in an office and being a director of a company is very weird. It's really challenging, but it's really fun, and it's a great opportunity. So I'm excited to see where my life goes in the next
10 years really.
So from site to that director role that you just mentioned there, what was the time frame on that? And what was the time? And what, just rapidly go through kind of key points or maybe key learnings from being on a site with some plastic stuffed in your trousers to being now a director of a business.
So had the idea, Paul had the idea, and said, I begged him to do it for 2 months. Paul was ready to retire on the farm, and I begged him for about 2 months saying, let's do this idea, don't retire, you're still young, you might be grey, but you're still young, you need to get back on the horse. And he ended up ringing me one day, I was on the building site, and he said, go and hand your notice in now and we'll do it. So I literally walked into the office of my manager's office and said, I'm not coming back, I'm going to follow my dreams. And then I went on holiday for 2 weeks and then come straight back to an office with a desk, and we got straight ahead to it. So it were literally instantly.
So within 2 weeks?
Yeah, 2 weeks, and I was in a desk, and about 2 weeks later then we've had the first employee and then more employees on, and there's a fairly large team now. We have a team over in India who do all the coding. We outsource that, which we'd like to bring into the company in the next year or so and build our own tech with our own tech team. That'd be the dream really. It's just very fast. I've only been at it for about 8 months, and it's going really well.
Great. And I guess similarly, like, were there any key learnings? So you're saying that, Susanna, you have been in that TV industry, that sector that your kind of concept is generated for a considerable amount of time. Like, has this new project kind of forced you to learn new aspects, or because you're saying it's around the mental health aspect? Is that something you were familiar with before? Have you had to kind of seek extra guidance, learn lots more around those sort of things, bring in extra people?
Absolutely, and as with when you make any sort of project, TV project, I'm good at making TV programs, but I'm not an expert at mental health, so we'll obviously bring in, specialist people to help with that and make sure that we get it absolutely 100% right, and look after all those aspects of it,
Excellent. And when we were talking earlier as well, you were saying that there's been some already some pretty decent small wins, key highlights, little excitements along the way. Is there anything you can kind of expand on, talk about that with these kind of the process since winning, kind of those wins that you've been going a long way? Because I know it's a big journey that you've still got a big chunk of work to do, but what are the kind of key wins that you've got so far?
Not many on this project, I have to be totally honest. We're still very much in the process of talking to people, but that in itself is quite exciting. I think the response that we've had from it when we do speak to people is the thing that really spurs me on. So every commissioner that we've spoken to so far, when they see it and they have it all explained to them slide by slide, they just, the response has been phenomenal. It's so positive, and it's so lovely. That they, it's been really great, and I think that's the thing that's really sort of helped us push forward. And actually, often, they have some input as well and some feedback for us to help tweak it or make it a bit better, which has been great too. I think, as with all these things, they often evolve. And now it sort of seems to be evolving to make it a bit more niche and perhaps sit in a clinical setting, which I think would be absolutely amazing. So we are sort of actively sort of looking more for maybe a clinical platform for that to go on, to support children maybe with specific needs.
Do we have anyone from the kind of clinical sector, or do we have anyone from the Lancaster University HIC or anything like that here? No. Okay. Health Matters. Oh yes, Steve from Health Matters. Are you already working with Steve from Health Matters? It might be worth some connections on that, or if anyone has connections, maybe speak to the UCLan team around that, because following that niche for sure. Has anyone got any questions for either Connell or Susanna around more information around the projects that they won, more information around how they were able to secure the funding from that challenge? or anything else from their journey at all? Yeah, Becky, perfect.
It sounds like it both kind of came from just like a light bulb moment. Would that be what you say, how you came up with the idea?
So Becky's question was, it sounded like it was from a light bulb moment. Is that how you came up about the idea? Perfect. Was that aimed at both people?
Right, I'll go first. Mine wasn't really actually, Becky, no. It was more of a real development. You know, it very much started off as kind of an art series, because actually commissioners at the time were looking for a kind of how-to kind of programme. So we very much developed that sort of side of it, and we had all the kind of art side lined up and the artists and all the rest of it. And then actually, you know, it did sort of develop into it. It needed just something more. And commissioners also wanted the kind of mental health sort of side of it. How can we help children with the mental health? So it was really a real sort of slow development over a number of months to kind of get it into that kind of niche sort of perfect sweet spot, really, that is what it is now. So yeah, ours wasn't. You might have a different story.
Yeah, so mine was really, I kept running into a problem, and this ended up in a lot of effing and jeffing at about 11 o'clock at night in a freezing cold house with another electrician, and this effing and jeffing ran into me shouting the idea out in anger and walking out the room, and then when I walked back in the room, he was like, I think you've just come up with one of the next best things, and then it was pursued from there.
Where are you up to in the stage with that project now?
So we're at about prototype number 7, and then we're just talking to a company at the moment who is going to start 3D printing them, just so it's a lot easier to tweak the idea, you know, before it goes to manufacture, because the moulds are so expensive that when they go in for the tooling, that they really need to be right first time, because a mould is like £20,000 a mould. So we're going to 3D print them, get them perfect, hopefully get them to some housing developers and get them like mass tested and really used, and then hopefully to production and on the shelf.
Excellent. So we're a long way off those 5,000 prototypes that it was quoted for the Dyson. Gibbs Dyson. And similarly, where are you up to in your stage at the moment with the project?
So at the moment we're sort of actively talking to commissioners and chatting to people and making connections with, you know, people in clinical settings that might be able to, I suppose, provide a platform for it, and also help us shape it in the right direction, so it helps as many children in the right way as possible.
Is there any more questions for the panel? No? Excellent. If we're happy to wrap this up, is there any final closing points that you want to let us know on any other topics? Or
Into next year.
Is what?
Into next year.
I would actually say that, because, you know, I think obviously, as well as a sum of money to help the project, which is obviously invaluable, you know, to help us develop it, to help us get it to that next stage, and obviously with you as well, and with Gemma. It's not just about that, actually, not just about the money. It's about the endorsement of it, you know, and just like a lot of the commissioners we've been speaking to have endorsed it and loved it, this was a real fantastic endorsement, you know, and as you said before, it gave us confidence. And the network to go for. I'll let you add.
Yeah, and the network as well, like it not just being the money, like that's a really important part of obviously a business. For me especially, such an early stage, the money's very important. But to then even have one of the judges owns a plastic manufacturing company, just the look on that, I would have had to go out and outsource that person and find somebody and try and build trust with them, and to instantly off the bat in the same day have money and that connection it's priceless. So no, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Sorry. How do you keep level-headed and be still focused, coming from a construction site to being sat in the office as director of a company? How do you...
The secret behind that is definitely having a Paul White as your business mentor. The second thing is having a great team. We've built a really good environment, friends and family. I talked my sister in leaving Lloyd's Bank to come and work for me. So there's a lot of trust been put there. So yeah, it's the team around me who really keep me my level head on. Yeah.
I'll just come back to that point again that you were making before about connections, and just endorse that again, you know, that actually it really has been, and you know, the guys have already put me and I know you guys in touch with some great people, that it would have taken us a long time to get those connections. Yeah. So I would wholeheartedly say, definitely, you know, if you have something, I never for a minute thought that our programme would get a second place, you know, against, when I saw all the other entries. I mean, they were all fantastic, I have to say. But it is worth entering, even if it's just to kind of give your idea a bit of a platform on that day. So I would say, you know, get on with it, get entered and just get it out there.
From the Lancashire County Council's point of view, it has been a great success, and as Jill was saying, it will be going again next year, so in June. So if you do have an idea and you do think it is something where some investment would be handy, and also the connections and also the support, then yeah, next June you'll be able to put in for that. But yeah, should we give a round of applause to our panel? Thank you very much. And next we're going to be talking about social innovation. Do we have a quick break in between, or do we go straight into it? We're going straight into it. Excellent. So if I could have the legendary Paul White, that has been mentioned sort of several times already and was on an earlier panel. Thank you very much, Connor. Thank you very much, Suzanne. Also, Becky Toal, who was hosting the last panel, is going to be up here, and also Christina Melling. Just to give a bit of a background whilst these guys are coming up to what I do, I'm Rory Southworth. I look after Fraser House, which is a tech and digital hub up in Lancaster. So we have a lot of businesses. We've got 72 businesses in the digital and tech industry working out of our space. This was meant to be a really good time place filler. I think it's done a good job, actually. So yeah, we do come across social innovation fairly regularly, to the point where I was late this morning because we had a social innovation business running an event at the space this morning. Escape to Make, if anyone's familiar with Escape to Make, they were running an event from our space. But yeah, so if I can get you all just to quickly introduce yourselves, what you do. I think for this time, you patched this time with is this the hat you're going to be wearing?
Yeah, I think it was this morning.
And this morning, excellent.
Yeah.
Perfect, cool. So yeah, if you can just quickly introduce yourself, what you do, and then we'll get talking about social innovation shortly. Perfect.
So hi again, I'm sure most of you were here this morning. I'm Paul White, I'm the founder of Patch, previously founded Modern Milkman. I've done quite a lot of charity and community work across Lancashire as well.
Hello everyone, my name's Christina Melling and I'm the CEO and co-founder of a business called Stipendium. So my goal is to make major life events such as buying a house, remortgaging, will writing, etc. really, really simple, cheaper, easier and quicker through innovation and technology. My background is law and financial planning, and I came into this about 12 months ago when I became very familiar with fintech, prop tech, deaf tech, all the techs, and decided to make a difference through a gap that I'd noticed in the market.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I didn't really introduce myself on the last panel, so I'm Becky Toal, owner, founder of Rory Consulting and also Rory Energy, and I've worked in the magical world of ISO management systems for about 22 years, predominantly focused on sustainability, so energy management, ISO 50001, environmental management 14001, and sustainable events 2012-1, but also carbon footprinting. I can work out carbon footprints in my sleep. Yes, that's a skill. Yeah, I'm an ecologist by background, got a bachelor's degree in that. I got a master's in environmental impact assessment and an MBA in environmental management. I was voted Environmental Manager of the Year this year by the Society for the Environment, so my head just went really, really big. And I'm a full member of IEMA, which is the Institute of Environmental Management Assessment. So I've worked in this space, sustainability, low carbon, net zero, for 22 years, and it's finally arrived, which is brilliant. So yeah, I could talk for hours about it, but I'll pass you back.
So I will quickly start with a definition of social innovation that I particularly liked, but then I would probably like I'm happy for any of you guys to answer all my questions. Like, it doesn't need to be all of you. It can just be one. I really like. So social innovation is a process, product, or program that profoundly, I like that, changes a given system and how it operates. And I like that because we're talking about specifically like innovation, the typical topics that you can kind of focus on with social innovation being things like poverty, homelessness, addiction, unemployment, discrimination, endangered species, loss of biodiversity, ozone depletion, to cover some. And I like how Patch particularly kind of looks at things like unemployment with and also just kind of, well, yeah, I guess employment aspect. But I was wondering, yeah, if you can give what I guess social innovation means for you, for your business, or any one of you, and then kind of maybe work into what you're doing in it would be great.
Yeah. So social innovation for me is something where you're doing something good for society, I think, and with the Modern Milkman, that there was a real clear social innovation to that in terms of we're trying to reduce the amount of plastic in the environment to create a better planet for people, and that was the real selling point of the whole business. It wasn't that we had to sort of think about what impact are we having on the world. And then when we set up Patch, I felt a little bit uncomfortable because I'm very socially driven, that we were just setting up a business and how was that going to have a benefit on society, even though just setting up a business does have a benefit on society anyway, because it puts money into the local economy, and we often forget that just the fact that you're running a business is a social innovation in itself because you're employing people. But I felt a little bit uncomfortable, and then we looked at how are we going to employ window cleaners who are reliable, well turned out, well presented, will do the job, and will get up a ladder in the middle of October in the driving rain in Lancashire. And what kind of person would we have to look for that? And we thought that's probably something that former veterans, and I'm not talking about retirement age veterans, but people who've done 4 or 8 years in the forces, would be really well suited to, but not just to hire those people, but to give them their own business to run. So we're working with community and business partners based in Lancashire, which is a CIC, and we'll provide business mentors. We've worked with the Office for Veterans within government, and we'll effectively go to, do you remember when you were at college and like careers fairs? Effectively, when you're leaving the forces, that's what happens, and we'll be the first company that's offering people, veterans leaving the forces, their own business to run. So it's not just a career. We'll give them a business mentor who's independent of us, who'll teach them what to do, and then we'll franchise them their own area to run. And that, for me, then, made me feel completely comfortable with the business that we were running, because we'd fit in the social element without it being the core business, really.
Do you think by having like a sustainable focus, you often then also end up doing social kind of value stuff, or is it, it's easier to then get into the social value side when you kind of have a focus on sustainability? Do you think those things come in hand, or not at all? It just kind of happens that the Modern Milkman had a very much environmentally sustainable thought, and then it's just your personality?
I think it comes entirely down to whether it's your personality or not. So, yeah, lots of people would have just set up Patch and just hired anybody that could, wouldn't have been bothered about the level of the job they were doing. Equally, we're working with local colleges at the moment to find good ideas. So I think it's either your nature or it's not. And if you're doing it just to look like you're doing the right thing, people will notice. If it's something that you're doing because you're genuinely passionate about it, then people will notice that you're a genuine person, and that's why you're doing it, I think.
Becky, can I pull you in on this? I'm loving the facial expressions. I feel like you've got a point here, haven't you?
Yeah. Well,
my point is no one becomes an ecologist to make money. I can tell you Latin names of plants and animals. Just looping back round, social innovation is about people, and this little gold badge that I've got on here was given to me yesterday at the National Apprenticeship Awards. We've had a 10-year programme of taking on apprenticeships, and it's not just car mechanics and hairdressers anymore. We've had project managers, digital marketers, Mary doing team leading, We also take on interns, paid interns and postgraduate researchers as well. And we quite often work with underrepresented groups, LGBT, international, to give them an opportunity, because a lot of international students don't get a chance to get even a toe in this country anymore. And there's also a link to supply chain diversity, which, 92% of all businesses are white male owned in this country. Sorry. So we're here to upset the apple cart as an LGBT women owned business. Diversity and sustainability is the whole campaign to shift the narrative, because again, most people who work in sustainability are white male. So we've got a problem, and the Institute of Environmental Management Assessment has put their hands up about this problem to try to encourage underrepresented groups to come in and work in sustainability. And we're trying to change the narrative. So, just by being here, we're socially innovating, just by existing as women-owned businesses. So yeah, we're here to change the story.
Some of that almost feels like it falls into kind of community wealth building, though. Like, where does... when you compare community wealth building to, like, social innovation, like, how do you separate that? Or do you not? Or do you kind of sometimes pull bits of those in? There is overlap, maybe. Like, what's your thoughts on community wealth building versus social value? Social innovation.
I guess you're referring to, like, company structures. Like, we had a chat about B Corps, didn't we, outside, and my response was, well, why didn't you set up as a co-op then? Most of you might know I used to be head of environment for co-op for 5 years, which is set up under the Industrial Societies of Provident Act 1872. So co-ops have been around for a long, long time. So if you want to do something for the community without going B Corp, just set it up as a co-op and give everybody a share and be very ultra-democratic. That's how you change the world. There's 1 billion people on the planet who are members of co-ops. Probably didn't know that. But yeah, so I think there's different ways you could do community growth and innovation, and also social innovation. But it links back, and Susanna, who's hopefully still in the room, will remember this. What's your vision? What's your mission? What's your values? What's your value proposition? And I think, Rory, that's fundamental to this panel, isn't it? Is if you don't have a vision and values, then why are you in business?
Okay, so yeah, perfect. Yeah. So when you have social innovation, and like, there's got to be a way to quantify it, because we can't just be out here claiming it. Like, how are you all measuring your impact in one way or another? Are you actually? First question: are you measuring your impact? And like, maybe secondly, like, how are you? Oh, can I pass it to you, Christina? Is that right?
I'll just tell you what I think about social innovation first. So I think, going back to basics, social innovation is making things quicker, cheaper, easier, and most of all simpler for everyone, and streamlining everything to make it much more accessible. In a nutshell, that's why I think social innovation is all about, and that's what I set out to do. One of these stark statistics that shocked me was that financial stress in the UK costs the UK economy £131 billion each year. And I think that's absolutely outrageous. And going into the workplace, 61% of employers admit that financial wellbeing affects engagement, yet only 41% of employers are doing anything about that. 72% of teenagers are not confident about their financial wellbeing or their finances going forward. So what can we do to change that? And that was the inspiration behind the business that I've set up effectively. So in terms of measuring impact, it's, how many more teenagers are starting to feel confident about their financial education. Financial education in the UK is non-existent pretty much, and I go on this rant all the time about the fact that we come out of school, we know nothing about mortgages, tax, pensions, investments, but we know what photosynthesis is, we know what algebra is and all that kind of stuff, and I just think it's absolutely mad. And I think that needs to be, I think the curriculum needs a massive shake-up, particularly with financial maturity being so delayed in this country and financial resilience being so challenged at the moment. So yeah, I think that answered your question. I don't know.
Obviously, I work in the land of ISO, which is objectives, targets, KPIs. Set your policy, set your procedure, then go off and do it. So the monitoring and measuring is an entire clause across all the ISOs. So we have ISO 9001, which some of you might roll your eyes at that as a quality management system, but you can pull anything into quality management, including How many apprenticeships are you taking on? How many interns are you employing? How many underrepresented groups are you giving opportunities to? So for us, measuring impact just links straight into our ISO on quality management, which we're externally audited to every year by a UCAS approved certification body. Thank you.
I'll just say, at the Modern Milkman, it was really clear. It was how much plastic we were saving from going into landfill each year. So that was really clear with Patch. Again, that's about making something easier, quicker. But ultimately, our measurement will be how many ex-veterans we've got into their own businesses, and that will be our sort of. I think you do have to pick something that's measurable, and I think we've all picked something there. It's not just that. Well, I think we're doing the right thing. You have to know the impact that you're having.
Excellent. I mean, so I feel like we all know we're doing a good point and we're doing a good thing, but when you ask kind of like, why should I add social value, or why should I be considering that, I guess from the outset of what you're doing, how do you even answer that? Like, because it can't be the easiest way. Like you were saying with Patch, you're like, oh, we pretty much got it there, and then you're like, okay, how do we then add social like value and social innovation to it? Like, why should we be doing it?
So I mean, I'm somebody who's been involved in community for a long time, and I think it's my personal belief that we've all got a part to play in making the world a better place. So that's why ultimately I believe that we should do it. But the next person might just be interested in money, and you can't teach somebody that we've all got a place to play in society. But for me, that's ultimately, I think that everybody on the planet can play their own part in making the world a better place. But not everybody believes that, and we can't convince everybody. If the ones of us that do think that just work as hard as we can, then the world will be. Even if one person just tries to make the world a better place, it's a better place. We can't get everybody to do it, so the ones who can should.
You already answered that as well.
Yeah.
The why.
Why? My why. Primarily to fill the financial education gap in the UK and make the processes of buying a house, remortgaging, the major life events that we all change much more easier to understand and to do. And also as a female business owner to inspire the next generation of women in STEM or women in tech. So that's fundamentally my goal there.
Yeah. This year I was very lucky to work on the Commonwealth Games sustainability management plans, and I saw the Excel spreadsheet of death by KPI that the big tier 1 contractors had to fill in, which is the social value model Excel spreadsheet of death known as PPN 0621 if you're in public procurement. This Excel spreadsheet of death with 1 billion KPIs had to be filled in order for these contractors to win that contract and to earn that money, and they were judged on it. And it included questions like, how many apprenticeships have you employed? How many women have you taken on in your supply chain? How many people have got level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5 qualifications as a result of this massive £1 billion project that you've just won? This is super serious, so even if you're not a tree hugger or don't care about people, it's coming and it's already here. So you have to get on board with it. Google it. I think it's PPN 0621, it might be PPN 0620, but it's out there. So if you want to win $1 billion contract with HMG, you have to do social value, you have to do environmental management, and you have to get to net zero. That's it, bottom line.
I really liked John's answer on the last panel for why innovate, and his was reason to innovate, mankind. And I thought, that's kind of social value right there. I enjoyed that. So I think it might be worth, we've kind of heard how you guys are innovating in that, but is there any trends or examples that you look to and go, they're doing a good job there? I mean, so in the space that I run at Fraser House, we have a program called Code Lancashire, which is funded to take anyone, any background, any knowledge, any skill set, and teach them and train them up to be a junior coder over 12 weeks. It's from 6 o'clock till like 9 o'clock on like Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. So as long as they're free, you can come in at any level, and then at the end is a guaranteed job interview. So you've got people from all different backgrounds, all different levels of sort of experience, And I think that is like so, like they just, yeah, anyone can come in and become a coder in 12 weeks and potentially have a job, at least have a job interview. Also in the space we have every now and then Escape to Make, if anyone's familiar with those guys that do kind of workshops for young people. Because young people have it tough. Like it's a completely different scenario to how a lot of us grew up with the age of social media. And also, cafes are expensive and not necessarily the place to go. The streets, you don't really want them hanging around, and the pubs, you're not old enough. It is a weird time and a tough place. So there's some great examples of social innovation that's going on in front of me and coming out of Fraser House and the space and around. But I was wondering if there was things that you keep seeing and go, damn, that's a good idea.
Yeah, I guess I don't know if it's social innovation, but in terms of a great company changing the world for mankind, even though it's quite an old-fashioned company, it would be Timpson's Shoes, really, which I'm sure everybody says, but the amount they do for people, if you've not got a job, they'll sort your suit out, all that sort of stuff that they do is a genuine their innovation is why mankind, isn't it? It's that whole thing that their whole ethos is built on. And that must cost a lot of money and take up a lot of resource within the business to operate the way they do. They could probably operate a lot easier and a lot more profitably by not doing everything that they do, and they've chosen not to do that. So for me, that's a company that, I think is the hallmark, really.
You've asked me this question before, and I was stumped on this one. I need more time to think about it, but I think what inspires me at the moment is the amount of people who are getting involved in women in STEM, and I'm seeing so much of that everywhere. The universities, Gemma at Lancaster, the Cyber Girls, inspiring the next generation of women in STEM effectively, and I just think that's really, really creative and innovative, the work that they're doing with these young girls, and I love being a part of things like that. So that for me really inspires me, because it's behavioural change, it's confidence boosting, it's overcoming imposter syndrome, anxieties, and all those kinds of things that are really allowing people to grow as people. So yeah.
The one thing that I would say that inspires me is something that the United States does incredibly well that we do really bad, which is quite rare, is the diverse supply chain. They passed a law a few years ago based on your level of spend. You have to put a percentage of your spend into diverse suppliers, so that's underrepresented groups, LGBT, veterans, which they're very good at. And if you Google the $1 billion roundtable, the $1 billion roundtable exists, and what it is global corporates like Asda, Walmart, Marriott, etc., Sony Pictures Entertainment, who spend at least $1 billion per annum with diverse suppliers. Can you believe that? And why haven't we passed that law in this country or across Europe? Because if it benefits us as LGBT, women-owned, underrepresented groups, it benefits everybody. So that's what inspires me. We've been a member of WE Connect for 12 years, which was set up by Hillary Clinton, Women Enterprises. We've worked with the likes of Intel, Sony, Accenture, IBM. I could not have got in front of those big corporates without being a member of WE, which supports diverse supply chains, plus also Out Britain, which is affiliated with the National Gay Lesbian Chambers of Commerce in the United States. So we are pushing on doors that are open in the United States, but we're getting those doors slammed in our face here in the UK. So that's what inspires me, is that the US are actually doing something better than us. Why don't we do it?
I feel maybe this is probably the time to ask if there is any questions from the audience at all. Is anyone in the audience doing anything in regards to social innovation? Or well, we should probably change something about that. Yeah, the question over there.
If I understand well, your definition of social innovation is actually to make things easier and putting the cookie on the lower shelf for everyone to reach. Is that right?
So to repeat the question, you were saying a definition of social innovation is to make things easier for people. Can I answer a bit of this before? Yeah. So I mean, part of it maybe is. I'd say it's more around like reducing, or kind of, well, making it slightly more of a level playing field, reducing vulnerability, and part of that is surely making things affordable. Because if you're looking at trying to make things more level or more accessible for sort of people in poverty, lower economic development areas, and people that don't have as much access, making things easier is kind of going a long way towards that, and making things more affordable is a long way going towards that. But as a singular definition, I wouldn't necessarily agree that is the definition of social innovation. Does anyone want to back me up? I feel like I mostly answered that. Sorry.
Yeah, just I guess sort of the flip side of that is making things easier makes them more affordable, but often that includes a lot of automation, which then takes people out of the equation. So whilst you might call that social innovation, you're leaving somebody without a job. So there's a lot to think about, isn't there? It's the argument, I guess. The argument I'm thinking of in my head is the self-checkout at the supermarket, where we're making things easier, there are less staff, so the price of things drop, but then there are people who would have worked there who are now looking for a job. So, yeah, it's just a difficult one to square in your head, isn't it, sometimes?
Yeah. I feel like that there's a lot to that, in that if you were making...
I think it was actually you that was asking, because you definitely said that it was to make things...
Were you referring to your own business in that particular case, and in how... No, yeah.
Yeah, that's not the Oxford Dictionary definition of social. It's my interpretation of social innovation based on the business that I've got. So I simplify, streamline and defragment the existing house buying journey to make it simpler for everyone, and therefore make it more accessible to people. And effectively that's how I interpret it from that perspective, yeah. No, it's fine.
It's more around like how the system changes for the better. Yeah. Yeah. Any more questions? Mike?
Question for Paul then. So you took on board veterans, which is quite interesting. As a veteran myself, I'd like to. What was the seed? How did that start? And how did you identify veterans as the ideal people to work in the business?
So the question from Mike for Paul was, how did you identify veterans as the ideal people to bring into the business?
So we wanted to basically identify, if we put an advert in the job centre, we're just looking for a load of window cleaners. We want people who are reliable, who are presentable, who we can trust, and who we can develop into having their own business, so who are a little bit process-led as well, rather than just taking on a load of minimum wage work and those people finding new jobs naturally. We want some reliability in the work that we're doing, and we thought the best place to do that is to look at people who've had a career, will be looking for a second career, who will probably be typically fairly well organised because of the career that they've had. And it was all those characteristics that led us on to thinking, yeah, people who have got a second career in them but are leaving the forces would be our kind of fit, really.
Perfect. Any more questions? Or also, any more great examples of social innovation that they're aware of, that they're working with? Is any of the support programs here that are doing great things with social innovation? Can I crack on with the Growing Club? Is anyone familiar with Jane Binion and the Growing Club? It's again, they use Fraser House, and but they offer, I think it's free support to help women out of work create their own business to generate income. So that's what we're meaning about making it easier, making it affordable. Oh, Kerry's got a point here.
Well, I was just going to keep going. No, I was just going to mention the Lancashire Skills Pledge.
Oh, yes.
So, for those who don't know me, I'm Kerry Harrison. I lead the Lancashire Digital Skills Partnership and sit within the Lancashire Skills Hub. Work very closely with Becky because Becky is a signature on our pledgee, rather, on our Lancashire Skills Pledge. And the pledge is meant to be like a front door to helping businesses kind of get information on skill support, but also on ways that they can get involved in the community. So, for example, Becky's done loads of stuff around apprenticeships, being an apprenticeship ambassador. We have the opportunity to give an hour to schools or be an enterprise advisor for schools, which is then supporting the senior management team to come up with good careers programs so that young people understand what's going on, and that given hour feeds into all sorts of stuff that we do in schools, such as Teen Tech, which is a big festival we're running for like 300 young people to come in and find out a bit more about careers in digital and tech, and I'm going to talk to you in a second about whether you want to get involved in that as for the panel. So just brace yourself. But that skills pledge is, in terms of us, is meant to be a mechanics for businesses to put themselves out there and support our goals in our strategic goals in helping young people, helping adults to upskill themselves, get better employment opportunities, etc., etc., etc. I won't say the whole strategic framework, but
I have to repeat this now for the people online. So Kerry Harrison mentioned the skills pledge. I wish I just ran and gave you the mic. I could have jumped the table so quickly.
I was even thinking that.
Yeah, I didn't know if I was. Am I allowed to actually pass the mic out to people in the future? Yeah, sorry. So Kerry Harrison mentioned the skills pledge, which is where businesses can donate and like time out, like donate their own time to help with schools, clubs, businesses, things like that. Take on apprentice and.
Do you want to give her the mic?
Can I just give you the mic now? Yeah, thanks.
I think she talks.
Yeah, you did a really good job. I should have given you the mic then. I'm sorry, Kerry.
You're welcome. I forgot. I apologise that you did that. The live stream was there. So the skills pledge is a front door to one single door to everything, helping in Lancashire and supporting that social value aspect. So again, as Rory was saying there, taking on an apprentice, being an ambassador for business, for your business to tell other businesses about apprenticeships, to give an hour in schools, to become an enterprise advisor, which is about supporting the senior management teams of schools to come up with really good careers programs for young people to find out about the huge range of stuff. And the give an hour links to things that we do, like the Teen Tech Festival for 300 young people. Finding out about tech careers, interacting with businesses, and there's, what else have I missed? Oh yeah, employ people who are out of work. So, Timpson's was mentioned earlier about what they do in terms of taking on people who've left prison and are looking for work. That sort of the idea that we're looking not necessarily just people who've come out of prison, but ultimately anybody who's unemployed and actually making a specific commitment to do that and help people, and not just continue to employ people who are already employed, and that never then helps overall.
Thanks. Should have done that first. Sorry.
Excellent. So I'm gonna take another question. I'm gonna give you the mic again.
Just following from Kerry's point, actually, I'm Richard Bond. I do communications for the LEP. That's why I'm here today, but also I'm a self-employed consultant. I've worked a lot with organisations trying to articulate their social value offer, and I think people really do overthink social value. And I spoke to a chief executive of a major local authority who just said, I don't know why our own people overcomplicate it. She said, just give a bloody bit back. Kerry said, give an hour. Right, give an hour. You haven't got to actually be a Timpson. You haven't got to do a big KPI-driven initiative, as Becky mentioned. Even as old-fashioned as sponsoring a local football team or creating some work experience opportunities for some kids down the road. Those smaller things all make the difference. But unfortunately, it's got wrapped in with ESG, and suddenly it's very big, complex stuff and targets. And I think that simplification of anyone can create social value just by having a very simple principle of, if I can spare a bit, why don't I reinvest it?
That was pretty much a perfect wrap-up summary right there. Thanks. I outsourced that. Is there anything that the panel want to share to kind of finish this off before we kind of wrap up and then hear from Mike from Innovate Edge? Any more?
there's a lot going on out there, isn't there, from the Skills Pledge to National Apprenticeship Service to T-levels. That's a new thing you might not have heard of. We have got a massive skills gap in this country, a few nodding heads. And it's up to all of us. If it's a moral obligation if you're an employer and you employ people to help improve the skills gap. Everyone's obsessed with productivity and how unproductive we are as a country, and you look at Asia and you just think, oh my God. But underpinning the skills gap, and I've talked to a few people today about the mental health situation as well that we're facing. We were at the NUI Awards in January, which is National Undergraduate Employability Awards, and we won Best Collaboration with University of Liverpool, which was great. And an academic stood up from the University of Sheffield and said, there's a tsunami of mental health problems coming now out of the education system because the kids, if you like, or the students did their exams during COVID, they weren't interacting with people, they were doing their exams on a screen, they've all got anxiety, OCD, and you're like, oh my God. So if you're an employer and you're taking these people on, you've got to look after the mental health as well as upskill them, and it's asking a lot, isn't it, of employers to do this. But how are we going to become more productive? It links to what you're saying about social innovation and helping people and giving back, and understanding where we're coming from, because this research was pretty mad. And I was like, whoa, there's a tsunami of problems coming our way as business owners and employers, and we've got to do our bit.
I love the passing of the mic. It's like, yeah. One more question, sorry.
It's not a question, it's just a comment following from what Mary said.
Yeah, it's all right. The mental health.
Reminds me when I used to be a rep with British Airways on the coaches. Just to comment on from what Mary said about people with low-level mental health issues, and that the amount it costs the British businesses through people who are either off sick or have left work through mental health issues. This was prevalent before the pandemic, and certainly the pandemic has not helped. It's just made it even worse. So there are projects available across Lancashire if anybody wants to support or needs support. For example, one of them is funded by the ESIF programme, it's Business Health Matters, and rather than have an external bod come in and help you with your mental health in your workforce, they will train somebody in your organisation to be a mental health workplace champion, and this is completely funded. Unfortunately, businesses are not accessing this. It's not as popular as one would have thought during the time. So if you can spread the message, and it's on the Lancashire Skills Hub website. So there is funding if you are looking for support for mental health if you're a business. It is out there and available, and definitely worth. The feedback from businesses that have accessed this has been phenomenal. So have a look on the Lancashire Skills Hub website. It tells you all about it.
Thank you very much. Cool. So I'm going to wrap this up, and we will then be hearing from Mike from Innovate Edge. But I want to thank Paul White, Christina Melling, and Becky Toal. Thank you very much.
Hello everybody. I'm going to make this quite quick, so whistle-stop tour. There's been one theme that's run through the whole of today, and that is what's Innovate UK, what's Innovate Edge, and what can they do for my business? So I'm sat in the audience. This is week 4 on the job, so let's see how this goes. So what is Innovate UK? So Innovate UK is funded by UK government, and they have set priorities which fall into several different categories. And off of those categories, that's where the funding comes from, the grants, etc. So I'll just cover a couple of them. So one of them is age-related. So for instance, new medicines, mental health and medical gadgets, that sort of thing. AI in data, so how we use that AI, so Industry 4.0, things around that, being quite broad about this. And then, you know, like technologies related to batteries, hydrogen, that sort of thing, and then obviously green growth off the back of that as well. So all the grants that are in there, I think last time I looked, there's about 136, which is where a lot of the confusion comes from. And they can range from about £15,000, but up to about 5 million. Some of the, and depending on the size of your organisation, depends on what you get. So if you're a very large company and you're at the technology level 1 or 2, then you're not going to get very much. If you're smaller, if your idea is further along, then you're going to get more. So it could be anything up to about 80%. There are a couple of grants which are 100%, which I'm not going to go into here. There's 2 at the moment. But that's all the grants, but it's more than just that. So when I go in and talk to businesses, I don't really focus on the funding to begin with, because as you all know, if you're chasing a grant, then you really have to question yourself as to, is that really the right thing to do after you've found the right grant? So there are other things on there as well. So if you don't qualify for any of those and you're frustrated because you don't, then there is innovation loans available as well, so low interest loans that you can use in the business. There are also contracts which can be gained with specific public organisations. So for instance, the military might be looking for, I don't know, a silent drone or something like that, and you've got the perfect solution. You can skip all of that and get a contract straight in. And NHS, so it's more than just that. If it doesn't fall into any of those, and you feel, well, actually, it doesn't fall into those, but actually, I've got a fantastic idea, then we've got smart grants. Now, smart grants, £50,000, but it's a competition, so you've got to be aware of that. So you may go, well, I've invented a fantastic new table which does X, Y, and Z, but you might be up against some of this design zero gravity plating for the International Space Station. Where do you think the money's going to go? So there's that side to it. So what does that actually look from a day-to-day point of view? What do I do when I go into a business? Well, it doesn't matter whether you make a fighter jet or a pork pie or a table. All businesses can be broken down into 4 key areas. So you're looking at sales and marketing. So I'll go in and talk about sales and marketing. How are you going to sell that product? Where's your market? Where's your market size? Marketing. How are you going to market the products? Is it going to be online? Is it going to be through traditional media, through trade press, etc.? And then, so from that point of view, you may have secured that sale. So fantastic, you've made a sale. Now you've actually got to go and do what you said you were going to do, which is make that product or that service. So then we can look at the internal processes and operations. So for a factory point of view, we talked a lot about manufacturing today. So that may be, let's have a look at implementing an MRP system, an ERP system, or a CRM, or another TLA, 3-letter acronyms, there's plenty of them. And looking at how that process works to be more efficient to make that progress. So that's where the AMRC come in. But off the back of that is also the links into everybody in the ecosystem. So that is connecting you through to local councils, maybe I'll come on to skills in a second, to local councils, to further education, to universities, and in Lancashire, but also further afield. There may be a skill that might be missing in Lancashire, maybe not. It may be down in Coventry, somewhere like that. So we can refer you into RTOs and catapults and things like that. Third part of that is people and skills, because you can't do the first 2 things unless you've got people that know what they're doing. So as you're building this plan for the future, 12, 18 months, 2 years, then you've got to think about the people within your organisation. So how are they going to be able to operate that gadget? How am I going to recruit people in there? And crucially, because we talk directly to managers, directors and CEOs, is when your business grows, then you as an individual have to grow, because your business won't bear any resemblance to where you are now in 2 or 3 years' time. So how do we develop you as a manager, as a leader, as an executive, as well as the people around you? And then finally, we'll look at finance and KPIs, because again, if you've looked at sales and marketing, internal operations and people, and you've got a grand plan, how are you going to fund that? So how are you going to make that piece of equipment or technology come to the fore? Where's the money coming from? Is it going to come from a grant? Is it going to come from traditional bank? Are you going to go through access to finance? And then KPIs. So key performance indicators. So the way I explain this to a business is, well, you wouldn't drive your car without a steering wheel or a dashboard. So don't drive your car. Don't drive your business without a steering wheel or a dashboard. So what metrics have you got in place? And that's what I do for a living. So I'll sit down and then go, right, you're going to work on these priorities. 6 months, 12 months, 18 months' time, we're going to agree a set of actions that we're going to work on together. And I'll be back to check to see whether you've done them or not. But equally, you can come to me and say, well, I've done them. what do we move on? So it's a constantly moving feast. We produce some sort of action plan, which hopefully is coffee stained and used when we come round to talk to you. And connected to that is that whole ecosphere. Now that is a complete wraparound service, but it doesn't have to be like that. You may want to focus in on one small part of that and really go to town on it. You may identify that actually my manufacturing business is going really, really well, and I need a new piece of kit, a new piece of machinery. How do I tie all that together with an MRP system? So we can also look at external businesses to help you, whether that be universities, but it can be private providers as well, like social media companies, etc. So it can be a one-stop shop, but also it feeds directly into what Boost do. Boost is a fantastic organisation. It's run by people that have been there, seen it and done it. And some of the people in there, you've really got to understand their experience. They can provide you with mentorship as well. So we work hand in hand with Boost, and my own background is, as I mentioned before, I'm ex-military, so I'm a bit focused on things. I also used to work for a distillery, so I've done imports, exports. I was one of the very first people to export post-Brexit, January the 2nd, I think it was. Wasn't actually that difficult. So anyway, that's what Innovate UK Edge is, and that's what we do. Thank you.
So just finally to say thank you for coming. Come back next year.